na malaman mo. Gonna swim from the troubling. Oh no, Hello guys, good evening. Hello, hello. Hello guys, what's up and good evening to everyone. Another day, another... Uy, dapat doble yan. Ayan. Doble. Well, another day, another DOTA tonight. I'm planning guys na watch party yung PGL. Oh my god, I'm fucking muted! Sorry! Hello guys, what's up and good evening to everyone. Hello, hello. So, di ba nga, sabi ko, dapat wala akong live? Live? I think so. Wala akong live mo. 12 to 15. But, meron tayong mga, work. So, work is life. Mahalagang trabaho sa atin, kaya kaya hindi tayo natuloy. Ayun. Muted pala ako, guys. Sorry, ngayon ko lang napansin na nakamute ako. Sorry naman. Well, may chika ako sa inyo ngayon. Olats ako kanina. Ba't ganun? Di pa binigay. Di ba? Di pa binigay yun. Wait lang. Nasaan na ba yung phone ko? Eto, muted pa rin ba ako o rinig nyo na ako? Yeah. Chok-chokan time. Rinig na. Okay. Rinig na, Sokas. Wait lang guys. Pakita muna natin na may stream tayo tonight. Bakit? Ikaw ba, Matt? Nakaparlay ka ba ngayon dun sa kanila? Kasi, grabe, what a beautiful Dora. Wait, pre kasi I thought lang pala. Akala ko, akala ko tundra na. 33 na yun eh. fresh winner from TI. Tapos pusong Pinoy, White Moon. Di pa ba bibigay? Yun lang. For me lang sa sobrang kampante nila. Ayun. Aish. Share ko lang yung stream ko, guys. Hi Jared, what's up? Kamusta party? Ayan, na-share ko na yung stream natin. Wala akong sounds. Wala kayong naririnig na Dota sounds, no? Wait lang. Kasi na-lobat yung headset ko eh. Or baka dito muna tayo sa ano. Pinabayaan ni Parker maka-item. Oo nga eh. Kayo ba? Sa ano? Falcons or Heroic? Saan ba kayo? Nakakainis nga. Nakakainis nga. Sobrang stress. Kaya tinan nyo, di mo na ako nag-long hair ngayon. Kasi wala ako sa mood maging babae ngayon eh. Stress ako, be. So, syempre, eto na nga guys. Dahil kaka-stream ko lang tonight. So, meron tayong pamigay credits para sa mga 1xbet players natin dyan. And sa mga kakapasok pa lang sa stream, don't forget to comment, exclamation point, notify if akala nyo na rin yung stream natin sa mga Dota 2 players. So, wait. Oh, Falcons. Yeah, Amar na to. Ano ba? Baka Amar na yan. Gigil na Amar nyo. Sad life Tundra fanboy pa naman ako. Oh. Kasi, ako din, sa totoo lang, ako din talaga, Tundra na talaga ako dun eh. Kasi guys, makikita nyo naman, Game 2. Tapos kung manalo ng Game 2 yung Tundra, edi sunod-sunod na yung momentum nila. Pero ba't ganun? But, still, GG's to Heroic. Falcons pa din Game 1 pa lang naman. Sa bagay. Pero kayo, sinong tingin nyong magcha-champ dyan? Tingin ko, I think, parang masaya kayo na mag-aano tayo. Mag-watch party, no? O Dora. Tingin ko watch party tayo para mas ano tayo.
Forcing. Really poking and prodding here, but can't fully commit. You can tell Skitter is terrified.
And I mean, as Heroic, you've got to be so pissed about this. I mean, you think that Roche is up. It's one of the longest spawns you can get. They are not going to get it.
And there come the TPs.
Yeah.
So they give up their position on the map, but they're still keeping King Jungles up there. Unable to scout it, though.
I mean, the ironic thing is that now if Falcons go up there, Roche is going to end up down bottom because it's such a long spawn.
That's actually true. I guess if Heroic were 5 heroes in the pit when he spawns, I'm not even sure they'd kill him in time. So yeah, this will be a bottom Roche, which is good news for Falcons because they have the outpost advantage. And especially this late in the game, having buyback TP to a Roche fight is enormous. And they have it on a couple.
They're going over there right now. I mean, it will be a couple of seconds before
only
it goes.
Pango with buyback on the Radiant.
I mean, can they actually do this in time, though? Like, they're waiting right up here. They're going to try and kill it before it gets through the gate.
They have 14 seconds. They have ice shards. They can actually block him from running out.
They've got to wait for this one, because the problem is if they go too
this
soon...
is so awkward.
This
They're going to see it now.
Really,
okay,
really weird. And now Roche spawns. They're immediately going to try and take it down.
10 seconds. They have ice shards
They
if
pop
needed.
pressure, actually. That was not what he meant to do.
5.
A little bit of extra time.
Schofield.
Can they get it? They gotta kill it. Roche stunned. The shards is there. And the damage is out. It's enough. Oh my god, Falcons. They were
just
waiting.
standing down there looking like fools. All of them just waiting for the Roche. Nobody picks up the Aegis. Nobody has space. They're taking a long time. Imagine if Falcons came through the gate right now.
There's no way they
They're
would.
juggling inventories for
Oh shit!
how long?
All right,
Medyo
divide.
mainit laban,
There it is.
Okay.
So 5-minute duration from then, and
Yeah,
now
from picking it
60-minute
up.
items. So you
Okay.
get the Aegis, but you don't get to end the game before the 60-minute
Well,
items.
sa
It's
mga
time to count
kakapasok
mirror
pa lang sa
shields.
stream,
Force
don't
boots
forget
on
to comment
snaking.
exclamation
Not
point
good.
notify. And kung bago ka
still
pa lang sa
probably
1xbet,
They're
alam
pretty
nyo
good.
na,
Pretty good.
gamitin nyo lang ang
He's
promo
not
code
getting ruptured, probably.
DESANIC1x to get the 12,000
I mean, how much
PHP
damage do you think
bonus.
Blood Mist has been doing in
And
these
kung may
fights?
mga
Because that
questions
doesn't
kayo,
have as
pwede
much of an
kayo
issue with the
sumali
mirror
sa
shield.
Telegram. Dahil namimigay
Wait,
ako ng
one more
mga
time?
credits
The Blood
doon.
Mist, as opposed to like
it,
the
but the
damage that you're going to be
Oh,
doing.
how his damage breakdown looks?
Yeah.
I feel like it's... Dude, I
Basa
have
ako
no idea. I
comment,
mean,
ah.
he barely gets to see this hero play.
Si
I feel
33
like the
lang nasa
Rupture is doing so
momentum.
much damage when he casts it, though.
He's giant
Tama
right
ba ang
now.
narinig ko? Kasi kanina nakita
Okay.
ko, dive ng
Malrine
dive
is
si
thinking about
33.
it.
Well, yeah,
Arcanist
binigay ni
armor for
33 yung best niya kanina. Kasi
I
sa
mean,
kanya rin talaga ako
I can't
kanina
help
eh.
but feel like this is just
Sorry,
them
high
not
blood ako,
getting
ah.
mirror shield. I can't imagine anything else.
The
All right,
damage
they shot
Omega
one
yan,
up
Danix.
The damage
Anong
reflection
Omega?
aura
Ay,
on
DJ.
Mega Shield is
Walang
actually
Omega
pretty
dito. Falcons
pretty strong
versus
against the
Heroic
blood-
ito.
Bloodseeker
Hi,
here,
Jan. Yeah, pwede
potentially.
tayong
Dude, they
maglaro
only
later.
got one mirror shield.
Yeah, Amar has one.
That's it.
Nixie
He's
kasi
the
meron
only one.
mag-chop, ha?
All the rest of them have other items.
Falcons all the way.
They have
Falcons
Stygian
pala
on
dito si
crit,
Val.
which is pretty huge.
Hi, Nikki.
Yeah, he'll do a
Guys,
lot of damage.
correct, ano
The
nyo?
force boots
correct, standing,
from
ano nyo
snaking.
dito,
If
prediction
he casts it
nyo.
on an ally, it's a dispel. Obviously not going to
Sucks
remove
lang.
Rupture. Is there
What
anything
the
worth
fuck?
dispelling here? He can't dispel Magnetize
Wala pa rin
either.
palang sound. Ako lang
So I
pala
guess it's literally
nakakarinig
just a
ng
second
sound.
force staff. And
Ayan,
then
meron
an
ng
ultimate
sound.
inventory slot if he ends up not needing to have boots anymore.
Okay
This
na,
is
may
Team
sounds na.
Giants ring. They got it on Gyro, Earth Spirit, and
Dude, this
Bloodseeker.
gyro's so big.
All right, and then Mirror Shield for Sand King, and then a Book of the Dead for Tusk. So they're fully kitted out. Is it enough for Heroic to
Sa
lock on
lineup
up
ng
here and try and
Falcon,
end this
bali
game?
Falcon kayo, no?
Amar,
And
keep in mind,
medyo
has
lamang
that
na rin
mirror
kasi
shield.
ng
Mirror shield on
90
Divide
network
forces
yung
his
Heroic,
abilities back
guys.
it up.
So wala pa naman
Also,
I
Parker
mean,
does have a Lincoln
makikita naman
Sphere.
natin agad dito sa bar
They're
sa taas
sending
kung
in those
nakikita
Books of the
nyo,
Dead.
dito yan.
Nothing doing
Dito
yet,
yung
though.
bar.
Rupture out on the crit.
Kapag may mga
Crit
gold
not
gold
feeling
yan.
great. Second Rupture now into Malrine.
Makukuha
Burrow
natin
Strike,
ang game
Epicenter
one.
out hitting.
ng
They
Heroic.
need to be okay. They have the nullifier there, but the buildings start to
Malay
fall.
nyo, magkaroon ng himala,
Parker
di ba?
punching, killing, taking it down.
That's 2 Ruptures down, though.
Does have Refresher, still has BKB, jump in, stun. Snowball not able to save
Uy!
Parker. Where's the help? They got him down to low HP. He's dial up. The chainsaw is dead. Chain stun completely taken out of the fight. Analog, though, this Magnetize is gonna hurt. They're hitting a lot of these heroes, but it's not quite enough. They need that damage, and Parker did buy back now. If you kill Parker again, this game could be over. He's going in, trying to take out Rax, will fully commit for bottom. And now you gotta be careful. I mean, it's so hard to step up when you know Divine Llama's gonna move up and try and hit it. He has the Aegis for a little bit longer. Let the Sand King punch the Rax, and it looks like Heroic now not feeling fully confident with the movement, but now Malrine moves out. Did they have it? The Rupture, it's onto him. Dagon, big hits, damage out onto Malrine. He's only half HP. Can they do more? BKB broken, damage out onto the side. Snaking hit, Malrine low, Malrine
He has
dead.
buyback.
2 minutes on the sidelines. Snaking. He's starting to get punched, but Skidder is there. Parker, he cannot afford to die. A million silences and too much damage coming out onto the side of Heroic. Skidder, he gets the kill onto Divine Llama. Divine Llama will try and Burrow Strike away, does manage to get out of this base. But now the Nullifier is there, and Analog hits now onto Amar. How much more damage they having to take? Parker thinking about going back in. The Blood Right is out. Sand King pulled into the snowball to save him for the moment. Burrow strike to get away on Divide, but Divide, he's going to be hexed. He's going to be killed.
And this is a
Eto na.
dieback on Schofield.
Eto na nga yung himala na
No
sinasabi ko.
Tusk in the next fight.
Eto na yung...
Did cost buybacks for Falcons.
Was it only Malrine they bought back?
I think so.
So Malrine and Schofield both buy back when Schofield dies.
And so does
again.
Parker.
Yeah, the Parker one is
Eto
the
na yung
really big one. If they
himala.
can somehow find him, they're going to end the game, as you said. But my goodness. Again, another fight with Parker over 10k damage. We've got to see the total hero damage when this is all said and done. It's got to be completely ridiculous. The amount of... the numbers he's been able to output in this game.
Oh, and
Currently 67k
Yes.
against the 59 of Malrine.
I mean, it's
This
so
is the
much.
pure damage.
Yeah.
There's more pure damage than other damage sources in this game almost. It's like completely unheard of.
Level 30 on Bloodseeker. He doesn't have BKB for 15 seconds.
Skitter's in. They know this is at worst a 5-on-4.
They'll throw it out. Analog, does he want to get frisky here? I mean, it's really hard to go for this, but the buyback's there. Immediately brought down to low HP. Skitter controlled by Divine Llama. Parker on top of him. He pops his BKB. He only has one in the fight. They used it to kill Skitter. Can they get any more? Analog running in, trying to find Snake King, get that kill. Parker needs to keep his distance. Amar has him controlled for the moment, but there's no follow-up. Malrine taking more damage now. Analog living through this, but look at the big hit that he takes there. Analog might need to buy back. And
Gawin na
will indeed
bumalik
do
yung
that
ano.
right now.
Bumaliktad yung
Parker
network.
adding the extra movement speed, the rundown, but they get away with the Mar.
They get a
After
clean
that
disengage
buyback,
in that?
they won't get anything.
They force
Kailangan
Sand King
himala.
and Earth Spirit buyback, and they hold their Alk buyback the whole time. The temptation from Skitter, it must have been almost impossible to resist buyback traveling in there and try to win the game, but they're just showing so much composure under pressure there. And I really feel like the big difference maker in that fight, Amar with 2 full rolls.
Yeah.
So much space created in that fight, despite Skitter getting isolated. And we saw the combo finally of Rupture into a full-on kickback into Dagon 5. They almost killed him instantly, but regardless of that, Falcons could actually still stand their ground and fight there because Tusk wasn't a part of the play.
Buyback status. It's
Okay.
only the gyrocopter right now on the side of Heroic.
If Heroic push here, this is an all-in. Maybe they think Skitter doesn't have buyback because he didn't use it and return to the fight, but they would be wrong.
They only, I mean, the BKB is still 20 seconds on the cooldown for Parker. They're
Falcons
trying to
have 4
time the
buybacks. You have
temptation
0 from Skitter.
This is a crazy
Now
play
you
by
have the-
Heroic.
you have the
cannot,
gyro.
you can't take this fight.
King Junkles has Rapier queued up on his
Dito pa rin sila sa
You
baba.
can buy it still.
Same pa rin.
He's holding on to his
Pinipilit ng
buyback
Heroic
for
sa
now,
baba,
though.
no?
I mean,
Sila na-
Could you imagine?
they're trying to get the buyback out of Alk, but if he buys back,
Pansin nyo
I
guys,
feel like
kanina
you
pa sila
just
dito sa
lose.
baba. Kapag natalo
gyro
yung
push.
Heroic dito, wala na silang buyback eh.
It's doing nothing. They
Maybe
move
they're
in
going
from
for the
Divide.
intimidation play. He's so big.
Oh, the catapult. Dude, Cardi's doing the heavy lifting. And the banner. No, the Dagon!
Oh my
They
god.
thought they could do it with Cardi, but to no avail. And now Snaking can move on in and take down the banner. All right, when's that patch coming? What the hell? Why can you Dagon creeps like that when they're invulnerable?
I think it's fine. Dagon needs some love.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
What a banger of a game. Holy moly. So the other thing that now you have access to on Heroic is Refresher's back off cooldown for Parker. And that feels like it's everything in these fights.
It is. This is flat out a game where team fights are decided by who gets their spells off twice. And that's why I have so much focus on Amar, because I feel like these Pango rolls are really the big difference maker we've seen in the last couple of fights that didn't used to happen in this game was that he couldn't get off 2 ults. But I guess because of the Mirror Shield, he just has so much freedom. He just Lotuses himself, goes in there. He has Mirror Shield, Lincolns, and Lotus.
Yeah, I feel like you need to just, I mean, I don't know, do you just drop all of your ruptures onto Amar?
I mean, you need to do some serious mental gymnastics to even figure out how to cast spells on the hero.
Yeah.
It's not obvious. When there's these, I mean, you tell me, what order do these things happen?
Skitter?
Okay. Gets the range tracks.
Punched by Schofield, BKB.
Believe me.
Skitter, he's back
Last
in
ano
the
na to.
base. Needs to be careful. Analog is there. They do have some more kicks for them if they want. Silence out. Divine Llama still living through it. Analog going for the back line. Malrine hitting. Parker punching. Skitter dead. Can they go for any more now?
rolls.
Savai Llama living. The BKB is out now. Snaking, running forward, trying to do what damage he can. And it's actually enough to take down Analog. He's dead. Does not have buyback. Oh, Maureen did so much in that fight. And another fight
Papakita
won.
ko sa inyo,
Schofield
pupusta
has to
ako.
back away. He shards himself
Let's
off.
go, Crystal Maiden. Hit him.
But they pull him to the
Let's
other
go,
side.
Crystal Maiden,
Actually
help!
keep him alive.
Hit him, Snaking. Get him.
No, Drinky Buddies, they actually kept him
Doing
alive.
no
Crit
damage.
did. Oh my god, and now Crit's dead. Crit
Yeah.
saved Schofield.
Oh, they'll both my back. They're in.
They're going for it. Divine Llama, he's got to get away. Does have Burrow Strike back up now. Tries to get to the far side, but it's not going to happen, and no
Gyro
buyback for
Rapier.
him. Gyro Rapier.
But it's a 3-on-5, and he doesn't have it yet.
It's coming back to base. He needs to get it there as quickly as possible. In the meantime, they're trying to kill creep waves. They're not going to be expecting the
Lala
position
to.
5 gyrocopter to have a
Lala
rapier.
yan.
They just need to make sure
Okay.
that they don't lose it on its way back to
Game
the
one,
base.
favor.
But backdoor protection, they're battling through it, and they're
Falcons,
taking it
guys.
down. They need to get here for help on the Ancient. Ancient
Sino mga
starts to
tumaya
go
dyan
through
sa
backdoor
Falcons?
protection, but they run out of, well, it's
The
not going to
Stygian
matter.
Denso
They
on
have
the
too much
hoodwink.
damage. The Stygian, you need to deal with this. It's still falling. The Ancient is dying. It doesn't matter if you have creeps. They're taking you down. Heroic, get in there and battle.
They glyph.
pop it. The glyph trying to stay alive. Parker up forward.
Uy!
He's getting control.
Tangina,
8 seconds until
pa.
he has BKB back up.
They
and
need
now
to kill
KJ
Crit,
walks
get the
in.
Stygian
The
Denso
Rapier's
out.
there. The Rapier's there.
Uy,
The
pa.
damage is out. Do they have enough? They gotta keep him alive.
Ay,
They take him
putang
down.
ina!
Skinner's gonna fall. And now Crit in trouble too. Heroic. Somehow
Umalis
they
na
managed to
siya.
hold. No buyback on these heroes. Amar
Uy,
gets hold.
putang ina
But
mo.
what a freaking hold.
Oh my god. If Parker doesn't cut that mid-wave, this game was over already. But the backdoor
ina.
protection and the fact that they get in with the Gyro Rapier and get the chain stuns enough to
Grabe
defend.
ka na, Parker!
If Falcons can somehow get back into the base, it should just be a formality to pop all your
Pinasulit.
BKBs and get it done with the
Bumaliktad na walang
hoodwink.
network.
90 seconds with no
Deso, but
buybacks.
90 seconds of
What a
fight.
beautiful
This could be a
Dota.
flat-out 5v3 the other way.
Di na,
You
na,
gotta
di
go
nila,
for
di
this.
na nila napansin
Heroic.
nila kadibay na, pre.
Maureen trying to
Oh,
kill
yeah,
the waves
yeah.
as they
Di na
get to the
napansin
base.
nila, ano.
Heroic are bringing them down. I mean, they don't feel confident going. They don't have glyph for the second salvo. You have to go with these waves. They have a minute to end the game.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Falcons just feel like they'll be able to take this.
Yeah, the
Inilit.
Mega's advantage is a big problem that Parker has to take care of. He has travels too, though, and now he bought a Rapier.
Rapier.
What's he
They've
going to
got the
swap out?
answers.
He's swapping out both his Lincolns and his Sanjin Yasha and his Refresher right now. Inventory management in itself is going to be a bit of a tricky thing here for Parker to take care of.
They're going down. The Ancient is full. The Mars are there. Bots 2 immediately in.
They kick in the mid.
Trying to kill her. Do they have enough? They got to start hitting buildings soon. You've got 30 seconds. The creep wave is already dead. I'm wondering if they bought too much time. Parker is still not able to join in on these fights. Shards is out and out of control. KJ in with the Rapier. Starts to hit. Damage low. Amar is in trouble. Amar is dead. Maureen trying to find a creep wave. Will he be able to do it? Parker is there. Parker says no. They move in and try and kill him. Maureen is dead. One creep alive.
It's
that
alive.
One creep.
Deny it.
Oh, it's
they
there.
have
They have two more. They have two more. They have two more. Off screen, they still need to deal with the creeps. Divine Llama is
Yep, the
sprinting
base.
back to the base.
Both heroes have buyback. They might not expect that.
You got to be careful about this movement. Walking forward, Parker tries to
Tala
take
ko
it.
dito.
Parker back up from Falcons. Stuns.
Di ako
out.
nakabet.
Amar
Di ako
there,
nagbet ng
kicking
una eh,
Parker
pero
away and
nagbet
now
ako.
rolling out. But I
Second
wonder, Heroic, can you get out? They're already
Tingnan
onto
ko
the
muna,
throne.
Pikins.
Skinner is there. Starts to
Oy,
hit him. They
putang
bring
ina!
the GPs. Parker's back though in time. But Crit on the hoodwink and Skinner together.
Nice
They go
one,
in, take down the
GG.
Ancient. GG is called. Somehow Falcons managed to close that game out.
Holy shit.
Tama siya, oh.
All right, that's game number 1. Yeah, okay. Where to even start with that? What an insane game and
Speechless.
what an insane... I mean, all these late game decisions,
Grabe talaga
I
to
think
si
the most
Amar,
impressive
no?
thing for me in
Punta ka
all
ba?
of this is the way Falcons
Yeah,
use
I can
buybacks.
see it.
I think it's crazy to think that you're playing this 70-minute game and your heroes are just so patient and have such an insane read on whether or not to use this
nag-focus
key
din
cooldown.
yung
It's the biggest cooldown of the game, right? And they're just holding on to them in these extremely tense moments. Crazy stuff.
Ginawa
A
din sa
brilliant
kanila,
display
ginawa
from
nila
Falcons
sa
as they
Tundra.
close out game number 1. We have potentially 4
tangina
more of
mo,
those. We'll
utak
see if it
pala
ends up
talaga
happening
to,
or
no?
not. But for now, we're going to head back to the panel.
Whew, that game
Talo
one
kayo, guys.
is quite
Saan ba
the
kayo?
promise
Heroic ba
for
kayo?
this best of 5 grand final. Such madness, such back and forth, and oh my god, the clutch moments, T. This was, I think, better than anyone could have expected.
Bebet tayo, guys.
That was a
Bebet
game
tayo.
1 of a grand finals. It felt like it was meant to be a game 5. That was longer than game 1 and 3 combined of TI. You have backdooring Ancients and they didn't succeed. You have 43 HP Bloodseekers who turn it around. A beautiful
Sana umabot game 5.
Rapier.
and then
I was doubting him. I'm like, these gyrocopters, they tend to be
ano
a bit
tayo,
too
bet
selfish.
tayo
The man
sa-
buys a rapier. He almost carries the game, defends that Ancients for the side of
Sabi,
Heroic. Just an
esports.
insane game. Like a display of skill from both sides, really.
Yeah, it
Dito
really
ako
is
para
a
sa
display of skill,
Falcons,
and
eh.
we're going to do our best breaking it down. But there's
tayo.
so much happening in games like that, and I do want to start with
sige,
what our
sige.
commentary team said at the very end there. The reason this game lasted for as long as it did, T-Gov,
Main
clever
game.
use of buybacks coming out from
Tingnan
Heroic. When to buy back,
natin.
but also when not to buy back.
Yeah, I mean, the entire game was
Pagod na
just
yung
Falcons.
Heroic, guys.
They had an early game advantage, and it slipped away just a little bit. And then it become, like you said, it's just this full-out
Pagod na yan.
aggression. Like,
Parang
now Reed,
napano-
he's popping off, right?
parang napanood ko
25-6,
na rin to.
incredible scoreline Timber. But one misplay, one misstep, then Parker's going to hit you with a
One
rupture. He's going to
misplay,
turn it around with an Aghanims. And if that doesn't happen, then you have the Vilama or Analog or someone else just brunting the aggression to give Parker better entry. I don't know. It's like
Abot kaya to ng
against
game
Heroic, there's
5?
so many lines of fight, and thank God we got a replay of this. Like for Falcons to even try and go for the Ancients through backdoor, their creep wave. Look at the minimap, right? Radiant side
Hindi ko
mid
kasi
lane,
na
Radiant
ano
side
eh.
bot lane, top it's coming in,
Putol-putol yung
and
subaybay
Heroic
ko sa
clutch up with the
ano eh.
late fortification to buy as
Kontra
much
sa
time as
laban ng
possible.
Heroic
Like
kanina eh.
this is happening in a game 1. Like we pray for this at like game 3, 4 when the teams
Pagod
really
yan,
understand each
pero
other. This is
palong-palo
game
pa.
1
It's
of a
like
grand
we
final.
Nakabit
continued
si Adrian
yesterday's
sa
series,
ano,
and this
sa
is
Heroic.
just the accumulation of the 3 games they had
Yeah.
yesterday, Lizard.
It
Tignan ko
certainly
muna,
is.
guys,
This is
yung ano,
basically now 2 wins on one
yung
side and
pinaka-
no, 3 wins on one side
Yes,
and 1
yes.
win on the
Yeah,
other.
come on,
like
Lizard.
just looking at that,
Ano nito?
that's a win for Heroic as well. But goddamn, this game was just absolutely insane. 2 rapiers did I see in the end? I'm not even sure. But
Okay,
like you
sige,
said,
sige,
clever
sige.
use of buybacks. I really think it comes down to that. Yeah, he tried to creep skip a little bit here and there.
Nakalak pa
Divine
to,
Lama was
second
up to
map.
this point, I believe, also defending
Second
the
map
base,
na
but
tayo,
then
guys,
kind
sa
of all
second
in
map.
as well together with his team.
Okay,
And
na,
sometimes
dito
you
na
can't do
tayo.
that, especially when you're playing versus Vegas.
So,
Just
for
clever
game
use of
2,
buybacks instantly into those boots of
Tangina,
travel,
ang dami
right?
niyong pwedeng
BOTs straight
pagpilian,
into the
guys,
base and
no?
Another base race.
Napakasarap
What's up with
maglaro sa
Heroic
1xBet.
and defending
No,
the base?
don't
It
complain, don't complain. We want more, we want more.
Pero
It
map
literally
ends in
happened in the
daytime.
last series as well. They had to defend versus
Handicap.
Tundra.
Okay, but this game
Duration of
got
map,
to this point, this
gago.
crazy
Sige,
point.
sige, sige ah. Yung laro nila
Because
nagtagal
the
ng
game dragged
73
on
minutes.
after Falcons had a lead for a large portion of this game, and I do want to address that. Before the series started, we said, you know, we don't want to talk too much about Parker because there's a lot of talks already about Parker. I think to dissect what happened, we have to
Wait
once
lang,
again
Game 2,
focus on Parker,
70
though, Lizard.
minutes yung
Yeah,
ano.
we definitely have to.
70 minutes
His laning
na.
stage perhaps wasn't that
Laban.
great. Like the lanes in general weren't that great.
Sinasabi sa
For
akin
them,
ni
why? Because
Gaben,
Maureen
game
was
to
absolutely
Heroic.
popping off from that mid lane. He's been given the best possible
Yeah.
position
Yes.
to bring the game to this
So,
state in which
pa-play
they're
safe
like
muna
what,
siguro
13K
ako.
ahead, right?
Pa-play
Tigo?
safe muna
What
ako, baka
happens
game
here?
3 na ako,
There's some
game 3 na ako.
really nice role happening from the Pangolier. However, I feel like Parker is about to do some magic.
Yeah, some little
We've
We've seen it before. I mean, every single game, Parker finds an
Sige,
opportunity
sige,
to do it,
wait
right?
lang.
He's hexed up, he's by himself, he's on a sliver of HP, 43,
43.
and then the kill
Parang ang
again.
sarap
It's
magbet
the
kay
kill with people
Parker
around
ng
him with
ano,
the
no?
bloodlust, they're
Godlike,
able to
no?
get another, and then he gets another kill, boom, 4 HP. So, yeah, it's just being present, and
magbet
also,
kay,
as much as
ano.
we praise Parker, I feel like we're saying Parker, Parker, Parker so many times, but in
Yes,
this
mega
fight, of
creep.
course, is the symphony of all of Heroic,
Yeah.
fighting
Oh,
throughout,
possible
dragging
to.
Falcons to different positions, and then
Mega
through
creeps
that,
ulit.
Parker is able to find
Mega
his
creeps
entry
tayo,
or
second
re-entry
map.
to the fight. But again,
Man
we cannot,
five.
you know,
Possible
discredit
yan.
what Heroic was able to do with
Possible to, Mega
Stroku and
Creeps.
KJ and Llama. You know the names, but you get the point.
Of course, because if we
Sige.
talk about them, it's not only
Single
the
bet
Rapier
lang yan,
on
guys,
Gyro that
kasi
made
hindi tayo
everything
pwede
possible, right? Like he
mag-parlay
was going
dito.
for some very team-oriented
Mega
items
Creeps ako,
earlier, like he
game
bought the
two.
Force Staff and a Glimmer Cape. Like on position 5 or 4 Gyro, you can basically buy anything that you want to, and
First
this
tower.
was everything that they
be
needed. Of
destroyed.
course, Scofield as well didn't get an Aghanim's like early enough
Tangina,
for my
level
taste, but
three,
the Yules was
level
also
three
very
middle.
needed
Yes.
for them versus the Timbersaw.
I love how it's like Falcons win the
Healing
game,
heroes
yet
picked
we're
by
still here.
Rangers.
Yes.
So
But
like,
I do want to
excitable.
focus on Falcons because
We need to, yeah.
this is a team
Total
that
means
wins
heroes to be
a lot. So there's a reason we
much.
talk a lot about Heroic because it's not frequent that Falcons in a grand finals loses a game. They had a
Tapos
lot
under
of
40.
3-0s this year in
Game
grand
2 muna
finals,
tayo,
and even when they lost the
Sige,
game, it
isa na
didn't
ba
look like
yung
this.
under?
So this is
First
a great
blood,
start for Heroic to have a good
second
shot
map,
at taking down
medyo
Falcons, but Falcons still
maasim kasi
did
talaga tong
win. This
Falcons
is
eh.
still
Pwede-
an
pwede
incredibly
rin ako magano
strong
sa
team
kanila.
because the whole time
Pero ayoko
Heroic
muna
is
ng
making a
mga
comeback
ganyan.
because Falcons
Mga
just started
kill
off
skills. Siguro,
so strong, so dominant-y.
Over
And
ako?
they're still dominant. They still made the
Under-
right
under
calls to the
40,
very end, but it
consideration
got clutch.
Over ako, pre,
you know, they're too
siguro.
disciplined. I don't mean in a bad way, but it's just
Over
like
ako
in
ng
any type of game, you can already see they're trying to work
42.
out the solution to the problem. Some teams they crumble under the pressure, like
40
Parker
na lang
and the
siguro,
gang
40.
returning into this game with like just, I don't know
40 na
the
lang
tenacity
siguro.
they had. Teams crumble. There's the reason why
One
Heroic
fight.
are hit. Like they find ways to just break their opponent, but like. You know, Falcons on the other side, they understand,
nga,
okay, we don't, it doesn't matter if they
over-duration
sneak a
dito.
Roshan top with a tush shard
Pero
and whatever. Like,
di,
they always have like a
kulang sa
bigger
kanila
picture
yung 40
idea in a winning game, in a
42,
losing
laban
game.
na
And
to.
it's going to be a very difficult series for Heroic to try and beat that, especially because this game, it feels like Heroic
42
should have won it, right? They'd
minutes.
overcome the early game aggression of the Alchemist, the Timbersaw. They'd brought the Bloodseeker into the game.
So, ang
Ursula
gusto ko
was like
kanina-
top 3 net worth. It's just...
I'm sorry, I love how you
Wait,
segued
tingnan
this
ko na lang.
into let's talk a bit more about
yeah, honestly, man, it's
and
just
then, and then it ends up just praising Heroic in the end. In the
Mega
end anyway.
Creeps.
Okay, come on, this is
Tingnan
like
mo, may Roshan
a
ba tayo
once in a
dito?
tournament game, alright? I don't know.
Roshan,
I'm
Roshan,
not-
Roshan.
To speaks at
Nakalaki.
least a little bit about them. Of course,
Nakalak
Skinner
pa.
on the Alchemist. I feel like he got caught off guard a couple of times by a multitude of
Parang
Dagons coming from.
That sounds
Feel
like
ko,
Microsoft, not the
feel
pressure.
ko
Oh,
no,
God.
isa tong
Yeah,
heroic
but
game to, no? Tingin nyo,
he
guys.
was
Okay, come on.
he was always
Game
on
to
point.
heroic,
Like he
no?
wasn't
Isa to.
afraid to throw his life away for a barracks or a range racks or a melee racks as well.
Or a
which-
throne in the end. Yeah.
Or a throne in the end as well, of course. That throne, however, unfortunately didn't work out for them the first time. The second time, of course, it did.
Yeah, it did.
Total
There's also a
Roshan.
lot to say about
Then.
support duo. I know we basically meme a little bit about Crit always playing the same hero time and time again. At the end
Kayo
of that
guys.
tier 5 items, he gets a Sticky and Desolator as well. He did turn into that true core as well.
Yeah, it helps, you know, hit the ancient and whatnot. So
Alam ko,
not
nakabet na
opposed
ako
to
dyan,
it. And
duration map.
yeah, again,
Team
Falcons just
Destroy next
clean as
barracks.
ever. That was
Both
a
teams
really
to
bad
beat.
joke. Sorry, moving back to you, Shiva.
Yes.
No, it's all good.
Both
I
teams
think
go for
everybody
me.
is a little bit high in adrenaline over here in Bucharest. I think the
Nangyayari
players
yan.
probably same story there. So, you know, we
Parehas
give
silang
everybody a little bit of a
maasim.
break
Game two na.
to get back, settle back in for game number 2. We're going to give you that break as well. We'll be right back with game 2.
Gago, next power up rune. Ang daming pwedeng pagpilian sa 1xbet. Makasarap maglaro. Lang guys ha. Bebet pa tayo. Race to kills. Meron ba? First pick, hero roll. Yes. Minsan kasi, ang hirap. Ito ang mahirap predict dito eh. First pick hero roll eh. Position 4 and 5. Tingin nyo guys. Alam ko kasi magsasara na to pag ano na eh. First blood time, second map, up to 2 minutes. No. Try natin dito sa first blood. Malay nyo. Ano pa lang? 1k, 1k. First blood. Phosphor yan. Sige, phosphor tayo, no? Pickings. Sige. Position. First pick ito. Sige Tangin na, nakinig ako sa inyo. So, ito na yung bets ko. Sharing is caring talaga, guys. Grabe, ang daming... Ito yung kagandahan sa 1xBet when it comes in esports, especially Dota 2, CSGO, League of Legends, or Valorant. Lahat ng pwedeng maging ganap sa isang laro, talagang kumpleto sila, guys. Ang dami yung pwedeng pagpilian para laruin yun. Para laruin yun. Anong BOL? Meron pa tayong third map Kalma lang. Kalmaan ko lang yung paglalaro natin. Para tayo, medyo excited. Sabay-sabay tayong matatalo. Puta na. Ito guys, ano ba tong total frogs na to guys? Yung sinasabi dito. Ito na. Both team. Ay, hindi. Nag-bet na ako niyan Nakalak pa kasi ta. Diba? Ba't di makakomment yung isa mong Facebook? Heroic. Heroic kayo game to na. Heroic game to. Makaka-copyright tayo dun sa tuktugan nung yan. Mamaya na yan. Ayan na. Magsisimula na guys. Simula na. Okay na ba? Total kills! Where's the fucking total kills? Okay. Total kills yung frags. Okay. Total kills, no? Ng both side. Ano tong to?
Game number 2 soon for the grand finals of PGL Wallachia season 2. And I think everybody is hoping that game 2 will live up to game number 1.
Ano yung bakit TU tsaka TO? Kita comment mo, Jess. Kita comment mo. Ito na, nakita ko na team 1. Ano tong total over? Total over, total under. Yung TO tsaka TU. Team 2, team 1. Team 1 is Falcons Team 1 is Falcons, team 2 is Heroic. So we go for team...
Heroic are positioned in the Radiant jungle. We have two
na-gets ko na nga.
One will teleport to the outpost and one will teleport to the tier 2. We have to remember though, look at the vision. Let me go back in real quick. Counter. Okay. Falcons, they've used 3 wards on the top side of the map. They have a single ward to play on in the bottom side, and this is going to be critical for the...
Anong total kills nyo?
He knows that people aren't ready, so he makes a move into the Bloodseeker and then retreats straight away back to division, hiding himself away from...
Wala bang ano?
Goes in as well, and then we pause.
Yung parang ipagsasama, yung kills ng Falcons tsaka Heroic. May ganun diba yung pagsasama? Frag number 16 up to 14 minutes.
This gives a lot more context to the fight. So we're going to see a little bit more of the same thing. Amar retreats to the south. Again, buying time, poking Heroic.
Ito yun, di ba?
Heroic, they have level 18.
Frag number 16 up to 14 minutes. Yun nga lang, dapat 16 up kills. Ito ba yun?
Take the first one against them. But look at this.
Ito ata yun na, guys.
Unfortunately, for the Sand King, he's actually behind the Team Falcons.
Tapos raise to 10 Heroic din.
Look what happens. His blink dagger gets cancelled from
16 up to 14 minutes.
If I rewind, look, Alchemist is stunned. Schofield and Parker, they're ready to fight. They're in the middle of the entire enemy team. But because of the Acid Spray, because Divine Lama gets hit by it and it cancels his blink dagger, they're unable to...
Ano ata to Parang total kills pa rin to, no? Buong total. Nasaan? Buong total?
And the vision that they have, the fact that
saan ko ba makita yan?
And the detection. This is where behind here we have 2 supports. And this detection, it doesn't work.
Ito, nakita ko na. Frogs total second map. Ito, kita ko na.
Diving deeper. So this is an example of Falcons
Siguro.
utilizing the vision, knowing their place on the map, baiting Heroic in, and then counterplaying very small mistakes from Heroic. And they do this at 29 minutes into the game. If they do it at 60 minutes into the game, 70 minutes in the game, that's when they win it as well. But they're doing it the entire time. That's why Falcons is an incredible team.
Yeah, and that's how they won that
Kayo ba?
game. It's all the little things that
Kayo
make
guys,
the
opinion nyo.
difference.
Sige,
Just
opinion nyo.
imagine if indeed
Anong
that
opinion
fan
nyo
team
dito?
was a little bit differently positioned.
My God,
Telling
do
a
not
very different
touch
story.
your
We would
face.
already have been live with game number 2. We'd probably already be 30 minutes in.
Over pa rin, no?
Game one might have been a lot
Might
shorter.
be having dinner by now, yeah?
Game 1 wasn't
Over,
only long, the game
56
was so
point,
much
ano?
so many little
Let's
details.
go.
It feels like 3 games have passed already. But like, I love your point because
Edi, let's
teams,
go.
one of the biggest
Okay na
one of
yan,
the
ah.
biggest improvements that you can make as a pro team is to pick your fights and also pick where you fight.
Okay na
And
yan.
the way they baited them completely into that observer on that little
Anim na yung
turf
bet
around
slip
the
natin.
Radiant Tier 2, it's masterclass.
That was a masterclass.
Mukhang
Very
naka-standby
well
at
orchestrated
mainit-init
by Team
ah.
Falcons.
Mukhang mga nakabet
Now,
ah.
I don't think it's anybody's plan to go
Okay na.
70 minutes
Tignan na
into a
natin
Dota
sila.
game because that is when chaos happens and that is generally a little bit less controllable than anything else. I'm thinking both teams learned probably for game number 2 as we are shortly heading into that second game where we will
Pas
have
ako dyan,
Heroic
baka
this time
biglang
around on the
maging
Radiant
one-sided
side,
ay
Falcons
shoot
on the
sa
Dire
under
side
yan.
with a second pick this time for Heroic.
And I love that you mentioned that
Sige,
no
tignan
one is planning for
natin.
the 70-minute game, right? One
Tignan
thing from
natin.
Heroic, one thing from Parker that he doesn't really like. His records aren't there only in one aspect of this game. That's tower damage. Like taking towers, taking buildings. That's where both Malween and Skitter are on top in this tournament.
natin, guys.
And unfortunately for Heroic, he was the only one able to take objectives, right? Like when you look at their draft in game number 1, it's all skirmishy, all brawly, and that's great. It looked amazing. It was fun for us viewers. However, for them, they definitely struggle at taking these big buildings. Look, you could even see down bottom, position 5 Gyro is hitting the Raxes because no one else can. So maybe something they can improve in that aspect at least.
Yeah, we'll see how they start the draft off because we have got the change of the Sand King first phase band on the Heroic side. So let me just recap what we saw in game 1 and what points rather we saw. We needed the Nature's Prophet banned by Heroic because we've
nyo
seen
na.
Falcons pick it up first phase
They
so
have
many
to.
times and they didn't ban it this time around. So keep in mind that Nature's
Ospor
Prophet
nyo na.
is still in. We also
Wait
have
lang,
seen
ah.
from Falcons them having to first phase ban
Dito na nga
Morphling
lang ako titingin
because
sa phone ko.
Parker will take that Morphling and will win the game with it. The same thing goes for Storm Spirit that we've seen banned.
But Heroic is banning Husker now in the first phase. We don't really see that before. Now suddenly, in a first phase ban, which is going to open up, like you mentioned, the Nature's Prophet, even, again, like, yeah, and Storm Spirit as well. So pretty cool to see Heroic have the confidence to change up the bans in game 2.
Yeah, Storm is true. At least for now.
I
And one of these
admire.
has to be, right? Like,
Nakataya
or
ka
if you
ba ngayon
go
dito?
ban Storm and pick Nature's Prophet, there's also that option, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty good hero into the Nature's Prophet as well, because you want to be ratting, you
Pakita
want
ko
to be
yung mga,
hiding behind
ano,
your
yung
trees.
bet ko
Storm
ah.
does not allow that, and they ban out the Storm. Let's see if this is a Prophet pick, of
Yeah,
course.
what a surprise. But
Yeah.
this is, I would imagine, very prepared from Heroic.
A lot of teams have prepared for this Nature's Prophet, and a lot of teams failed at defending their throne, not to the hero itself,
First
but to the Ironwood Treants. So, good luck to Heroic. Let's see what they cooked. Right now, Earth Spirit first pick. I don't
Okay,
mind
laban
it.
na to.
Analog looked very comfortable in game number
Oh,
1.
laban na to.
Every time Analog gets to play the Earth Spirit,
Pospor,
you know
oh.
he's going to make rotations, he's
Pospor.
going to be able to open up the
Pospor
game
yan.
as the game goes later.
Pospor
Yeah, he
NP,
had incredible
Pospor
impact
ES.
as the game
O,
got
pwedeng
to that
mid
stage,
yan.
so not opposed to it, and that's probably a reason why they have banned Husker early on, so they don't have to waste
Paano
a
na
Husker
ako,
ban in that second phase.
Adrian?
But no, again, Heroic yesterday, they didn't really respect and or rate Nature's Prophet. They lost the game very quickly and quickly gained that respect. So
Yeah, they quickly gained it and banned it afterwards.
if they're giving Nature's Prophet away in this capacity, then they've clearly, cooked up the plan to beat it. So I am intrigued to know what that plan would be.
Yeah, one thing that I'm wondering is if Falcons will ban out the Morphling right now. Why I like the ban on Morphling is not only because
Pospor mo na
Parker
yan.
is insane on the hero, but because it shuts
Ito
down
na, finals na to,
two
pre.
heroes that are in ban for
Kenneth.
Falcons. It kind of shuts down the Bristleback, and it most
Nakabet
certainly
na ako
shuts down
dito,
the Razor.
pre.
Like 2 picks that they tend to enjoy playing together with the Nature's Prophet.
Carry?
So, let's see, Enchantress. That's the one that you have to kind of ban out
Carry,
because
yes.
of the treant. She counters
Pwede
you
mong
softly
support
in the
yan,
laning stage
NP
later
tsaka
on. It's,
ano.
of course, a problem if you're giving away the big trees to her.
It takes the fun away from
Kalmahan mo
skill,
lang
let's be
iyong.
honest. That's all it is.
In the same vein, would you not be also worried about a Chen, or is that just not the case? Because both of these teams are not maybe the biggest Chen teams. We have seen Chen picked up a couple times this week, but
Post
Probably
4,
be
post
ignored.
5.
If they do pick it up, it's a surprise we're now doing it, but at the moment, based on history, it probably will be let through.
Okay.
well, let's see, because we have a lot of usual saving supports
Tamang ban na sila.
still
Oh.
in that pool as
We have a
well.
lot of usual supports that are considered kind of the strongest in the
Predict.
meta left in the pool.
Nakikipredict ba tayo
But we
dito?
also have a lot of ATF heroes still there remaining.
True. Oh, it's a Magnus ban.
That's, you know what,
They
fair
did win
play.
yesterday with it, right?
Yeah,
Antay
that's
ko
the
na rin
reason
eh.
why Falcons lost their game yesterday.
It's because also Heroic would happily put like Monkey King +1
Mhm.
at this point in the draft, or even just use that as a flex. So the Magnus is like, hey, if you want to try and
Finals
do
na
a
to,
path of Monkey
Kenneth.
King or
Monkey
this type
King
of
is
skill,
out.
where is it?
Game 2 na
First
tayo,
phase.
game
First
2
phase.
na.
This type of hero. I was
Yeah.
covering myself.
Okay.
He
sure,
used
yeah, go
Mischief,
for
we couldn't see him. But keep in mind, to that point, 2 games that they've lost so far,
Yeah.
recently at least on Falcons, they lost to a Monkey King. So they ban it out instantly, and it does make a lot of sense. Pangolier picked up by Falcons. Once again, this will be that mid laner or
Odds
the
ng
offlane, most
heroic sa
likely the
my head
offlane.
siya kabila.
I want to draw attention for a second to the fact that Team Falcons
Okay.
has 38 seconds left in
Ayun
their
na.
reserve time, whereas Heroic has not used a single second.
Yeah, I think the Mag ban took a little bit of thinking, especially because it's not a go-to for
Offlane na
Heroic, but
ata to eh,
it's something
yung
that they've been
Pango eh. No?
trying to push a little bit more in draft. So I think based on your
Pango
prep, it's
na
like
naman
Mag's
to ni
probably like
Amar.
the 5th or 6th ban that you'd think about.
Ay,
him.
hindi.
Yeah, one of the really nice things about the Pangolier is that you don't truly care too much about Mars as a hero, and it kind of
To
breaks
Tuskar,
apart the way
mid
Mars
ata
likes
tong
to
ES,
play
guys.
team fights. And when you look at Heroic and when you look at how they got
Tuskar
here,
4.
it was one of the most impactful offlaners that they had so far.
And they promoted
No?
Crit from Hoodwink to Batrider because, you know, Hoodwink can pressure in laning phase, but then falls off in the kind of core control, right? Batrider, it scales into the game. You get Blink, BKB, you can go like Ags if you really want to. Like, you always find that one player and you stop them from, you know, entering the fight.
And a lot of flex potential on the side of Falcons. In theory, all 3 heroes could be almost anywhere.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, there's no
Sure,
point.
there's a most likely
there's
for
no
every
point actually.
position,
It's the
but-
most likely
Ay, guys,
scenario,
sorry,
but
it's
hindi
just
nyo
you gotta
nakikita
keep it in
yung
the back of your
PT
mind
sa
that
ayos
Heroic
yung
always.
camera ko. Iakyat ko dito. Yan.
All right, so
Sorry
they are
ah,
ticking into
sorry.
the bonus time now for the first time.
They banned out Timbersaw with their last ban, and
Yun yung
it makes
nakikita
sense,
yung
right? Like
pagings.
Malrine, what he did to that poor Earth Spirit last game, that shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be legal, so yeah, they banned it out instead.
Yeah, and based on previous drafts, normally here it's like the
Ayan,
Vailama
okay
+4
na.
position picked up, or even another support to give Parker the information required for him to lock it in. So they go for Beastmaster, but no snap pick, buying a
No.
little bit more time. Again, Beastmaster, you know, perfectly fine in the game so far in the tournament's done relatively
na
well.
nga yan.
There's some variations where they go for
Para kita
Dominator
nyo.
into Pipe, or they go Ags Pipe, or they go full Overlord and they ignore the Pipe. So far, I think it's a bit
Ayun na lang.
up in the air exactly what he wants to go for,
Yeah.
but
I still wouldn't mind
gulo mo,
the
diyan
Tusk
ka
to be
na.
played by Schofield once again.
Yeah.
Some position 4 Tusk with the Beastmaster, follow that up with the position 5 right now, and save that last pick for Parker, of course.
I would even say pick a hero that could be both 4 and 5 so that Parker has full freedom
hirap
and
din
that
i-predict
supports
ng
can
ano
support
nila,
whatever
I
no?
look
he
at
wants.
It's
KJ,
like
you're
Shadow
playing it,
Demon probably
of
then.
course,
Line
yeah.
up nila.
You look at KJ, you're playing into a Batrider. I feel like Shadow Demon is a no-brainer, not only because of that, but because if you leave it in the pool, Falcons are going to get
Oh
it,
my
most
God!
likely. They don't have to, but into a Beastmaster, into a Tusk, it looks
Saya
like
nga
a
inalis
pretty
nila
good
yung
pick.
sa pwede ka
Yeah,
mag-bet
Shadow
kung
also
sino
will
hero ang
prevent
ipipick
Falcons
nila eh.
closing the phase
Oo nga,
like,
no?
with an
Sayang
Omni Knight
nga
as
eh.
well. Like Omni Knight against Beastmaster and
Goods
Earth
din
Spirit,
yun.
one repel
Sarap
gives them
laruin
confidence.
yung
Sure, you
pag
can
ganun.
brawl through repel, but
Uy!
if you know, it's like
ginagawa ni
who
Amar,
jumps who
ba't
first,
ganyan
right? And yeah, I think Shadow Demon feels like
Ah.
the easy pick, but again, heroic.
Like one
They're
problem
cooking.
that I would maybe for Heroic have with Omni Knight is like he
Ang
doesn't
cute
have.
nito ni ano eh,
I mean, they go
no?
Shadow Demon.
Parang
Oh, yeah,
tambay
that-
sa
that's for
computer
sure, that's
shop
for
eh.
Falcons then go Omni. Well, Wizards go Omni, sorry, there you go. Just to correct myself.
No, I do want to point out that we see Parker not talk at all at this point. So
Disruptor.
it was support talk. It will be the disruptor.
Wow,
A little
okay.
bit.
I mean,
not
that's
a
just
little
because of Panda, right? That is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like taking away one of his heroes, but this is way more aggressive. And this is way more doubling down on we're gonna
Grabe
have
na
a good laning
pickings
stage.
ngayon, no?
We're gonna come out on top with our Beastmaster and their spirit.
Parang
we'll run you down, chase you
unpredictable na
around with the
kung
glimpses.
pos 4 o pos
which-
5 muna kukunin.
Like it is possible with this kind of lineup so far.
Do you prefer in that scenario for Parker to be able to join the runaround crew, or do you want Parker to be off somewhere farming so that just in case the running around doesn't pay off
I
as
feel
well?
like he does both, right? Like even when they give him the ultimate late game carries such as Morphling, they still make him join fights, and he is eager to join them, right?
Yeah.
Like we've seen in the last couple of series, level 5 Morphling just ganking the enemy safe laner. So
Yeah, I think I'd like to see Falcons go for like an anti-Beastmaster laning carry, like a gyrocopter or something. They go for Bristle.
I mean, now the Morphling is banned, right?
Yeah, you need to ban Morphling 100%. Like when you're describing, like, do you want Parker to be able to fight or not? Of course, Morphling is that perfect hero of both fight and farm. You get to choose exactly what you want to do. Utilize twin gates.
Would you say that this Bristle pick would also kind of lock in Nature's Prophet for Skeeter and the Bristle for Amar? And therefore Pango mid?
Most likely. Most
Baka
likely, yes.
Pango mid to, guys.
It's the only one that makes sense, right? Like with these 3 cores.
Well, because it does mean that they are saving Snaking's hero for last, which
Yep.
is kind of unusual. So I'm wondering what kind of
Let's see the
flex
bans.
potential there might still be.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's see the bans from Heroic, because that will reveal how they are feeling about the
Pango
current
mid na
draft
to.
of Falcons as well.
Right?
Like because Falcons read very nicely
ES
that Gyro will
mid
be a
din
support
ata
last
to.
game.
I think even if, I was gonna say,
Beastmaster
even if you're not sure, you
off
ban
lane.
out Shadow Demon still because
Absolutely.
it's just too good.
Absolutely. Like another hero that you talked about that like, is still left in the pool. I mean, that Omni Knight into all of this.
Yeah, no, I think Falcons will take it if they can.
You could as well go for what they had in the last game with the good old Crystal Maiden, like versus the boars and stuff. Like you can deal with the summons as well. So the Helm of Dominator isn't as great. It has like a little.
I think Clock's still available.
Clock as well,
right?
of
Like you
course.
have, I think a lot of the tournament supports are available, so it's more on Falcons. Like what type of game plan do they want? You know, Profit relatively greedy in that farm. They do ban the Omni Knight, and
Clock plus Pango, by the way, 80% win rate so
Yeah.
far in the tournament, like
That's
a duo.
mad.
And also Clock versus Tusk has 70% win rate in this tournament.
I mean, Tusk wants to go in. Clock always wants to reinitiate. Melee heroes, it feels good. So I would be. I think Clock feels the nicest for Falcons based on again the Omni ban. And yeah, if you're heroic, you need to just be prepared for kind of that 15-20 minute timing of Bloodstone on the Bristleback plus Profit with Mjolnir and one item, Pangolier ready to make fight. Like Falcons are
Dito
ready to fight
natin
this time around.
malalaman.
And they
Kaya
And
ang
is
hero
this,
to.
by the way, like looking at, they take the Chen, they want to
Chen.
mess with the Beastmaster
Okay, yeah.
instead. Is this Muerta for Heroic? Like yesterday, it was the only thing keeping them in the game versus the Bristleback. There's
Bali
also the
Pango
Morphling. That's
mid.
the other option. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is whatever Parker thinks is my 1v9
Bristleback
hero,
off
you give
lane.
it to him. Because with a tricore of
Support
Pango Bristle
tong...
Profit, they can be susceptible to potentially falling off. Like again, especially against like the Medusa, right? Like Medusa was a great ban.
I think
That
Chen
would've
will be
put
the...
Falcons on a timer.
I think this is a
Ah,
morph. Like
carry.
Muerta to some Chen rotations can fall a bit flat.
Tapos,
they go for morph.
but-
Yeah. It was one or the other. Morphling made absolute sense.
And I think the reason why Falcons
Rider
aren't too
tsaka
afraid of
MP yung
Morphling
ano.
is if they execute
Uy.
correctly, then they can break the map,
Hindi.
right? Beast, Earth Spirit, and Morphling all need farm.
Tangina mo.
Earth Spirit can make some moves, but Disruptor doesn't provide damage from the support role. It's more setup. Tusk as well is relative setup. So there is a bit of a damage
Okay
issue
na.
for Heroic before the items kick in. So for Falcons, like the Chen feels good to try and punish that, to break the map for
Tangina,
Heroic.
hirap ng
Yeah,
ano
they have
ngayon,
to,
no?
however, break the map really damn
Okay,
quickly.
game
The
two.
way I see it is
Tingnan
Falcons
natin.
are on a pretty close timer. This time around, this is
Si
like in
Chen
the
yan,
first
si
game.
Chen.
I felt encouraged by the draft of Falcons. Heroic didn't really strike me as the favorites. However, this time around, I really like what Heroic have drafted. I have a lot of faith in them. I hope I don't jinx them.
It's the Morphling, the Parker Morphling versus the Skeeter Nature's Prophet, Tigov. Signatures all around.
Yeah, I mean Falcons, they had the early game advantage, right? Before there was a really nice smoke from Heroic. I think it is, again, same thing. I would be surprised if Falcons don't build up a big lead in the early game.
Yeah, they did build up a lead in the first game as
Then
well.
they got, yeah.
Then they got
I
kind
know,
of
I know.
countered, which is what I'm worried in this game. I feel like Morphling eventually he pops off and takes over the game.
So who's gonna set the tempo then for Falcons, you think?
It's the combination of Bristle and Pango and Chen running around. It's just everyone. Every hero on Falcons will want to make a move. There's no point.
You look at this Prophet, the way they're playing the game very selflessly. Everyone is making moves.
I think it's on. If Beastmaster doesn't have a game, then Heroic will have to make a much longer comeback.
Okay, well, let's find out what's going to happen. Game number 2 of this grand finals with our commentary team of Lyrical and Cinderin. But first, we're going to hear AY 2000. Coach.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Yes, AY 2000 here. We have some iconic heroes here today. The Skeet God with the Nature's Prophet, with the little Skeet boys, as they called them. And we have the Morphling as well coming out. You worried here? Who do you think has the better iconic hero of the tournament?
I mean, maybe Bristleback?
Yeah, well, your Bristle is 4-0. Yeah, you think...
Furion or Morphling?
Yeah, no, yeah, but between Fury and...
Morphling's probably more iconic than Skitter Furion. Because, Parker's been playing this hero for longer than Skitter's been playing Furion, but...
I find it fascinating that your mind instantly went to that Bristleback, because again, we have seen, despite a lot of you guys have been watching ATF dive fountains with the Bristle, so you figure they must have lost at least a few of those matches, but no, not really. 4-0 still. So you think that's the biggest factor of this game, the Bristle?
Hello, what's up?
I mean, I think the hero's good, and we also thought it would sort of
Falcons
match up
or
well, because we
Heroic
thought
for
they could
game
pick
2.
Morphling, but we wanted to try to beat it into best of 5. You don't want best of 5s are different, best of 3. We can't just be scared of some hero. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Now, you are a very meta coach as well. I know you talk to them a lot about their feelings and emotions and loves and dreams. In that last game, I'm sure you're happy you won. But were you a little upset with how that game went in the manner that you won? What did you say to the boys after that one?
I mean, for us, it's mostly about resetting the game because we're still in the finals. Like, that game was epic, let's be honest. Yeah. But if you're thinking about this game, you're not thinking about the next one. So basically, we just talked about some stuff in the early game. And maybe post lane, that's a bit more easy to digest in a moment. And then we just see how we can reset from it, hopefully better than them.
All right, and you and I are both avid Disruptor players. I've seen it a million times, of course, from you. Disruptor, great hero if you're ahead, but kind of a shaky hero if you're behind. Do you think that it was a good pick for them, and do you think you guys might be on the back foot this game?
I mean, the hero's not picked that much right now because he's very weak in lane. I think it'll depend on our early game how much we can punish it, maybe through some gate or something, and just in lane itself. But we'll see. Maybe they just feel like they need some catch, or it gives them more team fight or something. I'm honestly not too sure about this hero because just no one really plays it so much anymore.
All right, well, either way, win or lose, it should be a learning experience then. So thank you so much, Ali. We'll head into this game 2, and we'll see that exciting grand final action brought to you by our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. He says our casters. You know who we are, man. I don't know.
I don't know who he is.
That's fair. We're into the game, though, already, and I liked what Aoi was talking about there. You've got this situation where you need to reset your mental after a crazy game like that, and it feels like the right mentality.
Yeah, it's very different how the teams reset, but they always have the same amount of time in between these games, so... We'll see who got the most out of it. Like he said, he hopes that their reset was better than that of Heroic. One thing, I don't know how much that's going to come into play here, but there is the potential consideration of fatigue.
Right.
Heroic already had to play 3 games earlier. That was quite the marathon in itself, and now here we are with first game 75 minutes or whatever it was. It's, it's a lot to play, but these players are also... I guess adrenaline just overpowers all of it. You're super hyped. This is the 3rd international tournament grand finals for a South American team in general, and there's nothing they would love more than to be able to beat out one of the best teams in the world to become the champions. So, yeah, a lot on the line here. I do think one interesting thing, since they were in the interview talking about the Disruptor, I think that's kind of the least common pick for these two teams in this draft in general, I would say. The fact that King Jungles is playing this. I wonder how big a part of their mindset about picking this is to counter Nature's Prophet.
Right.
Okay, you're going to TP into place. This is how you guys usually break the map open with Prophet. Every time you show up, I'm just reserving Glimpse for you. If that's it, because aside from that, I don't see the really obvious reason for picking it. Disruptor historically pretty bad against Pango. He's just rolling in, you can't really do anything about it. You can catch him on his way out as he's rolling away, but not really when he's initiating.
We did just see one cool use of it, which came out, which was
using the glimpse to ensure
the small camp was open down bottom. Analog now is going to be forced to TP away. They take a lot of damage onto him first, and he actually went all the way back home. So he needed the full refill.
I guess Earth Spirit is one of the heroes that's fastest to get back to lane.
True.
But it still definitely does suck to lose these couple of creeps, and Malrine, as a result, should be pulling ahead quite a bit here in the mid lane.
Only 2v1s. Yeah, there've been a lot of all chatting going on. We mentioned that in game number 1, but they also have affectionate nicknames for each other, like Feo, which it translates from Spanish to nice man. That's the translation.
Ikaw
Look it up.
break.
Skidder is
Ano mo
going to
dito?
hold on to the screenplay here as the Treant will give him a nice little hug all the way back underneath the tower.
Man, imagine you're laning as Beastmaster against Chen
Si
Prophet.
Parker, no,
There's
parang
a Treant
ano,
fighting you all the
parang
time, and
player
if you
na
summon a boar,
nakikita
you
niyong
just lose that
naglalaro
too.
lang sa computer
Then
shop
you're
talaga.
fighting
Yung aura niya ba?
all of the jungle. Skidder himself is gonna cut this wave in half with a little bit of an uncharacteristic half pull. I don't know if this was on purpose, actually. Sometimes when you pull the small camp, a lot of the time at a pro level, you pull half the creeps, because then the 2 creeps die to the small camp, and then afterwards you can get an equilibrium advantage. This time around, not really sure if that was what he was going for there, but... Well, he'll pull these 3 to the next wave. Let's see if he... Okay, this one combines fully. So it seems like it just wasn't on purpose before.
Well, and they're doing some weird things too. Divide pulled the other wave back underneath his tower so that it would take extra damage, and now this eventually is going to push out too. So all in all, it does look like this is going to end up meeting with the lane shoving out into Heroic, as they were able to bully Schofield all the way back underneath his own tower, and now a glimpse pulls Amar back. A couple more hits, Amar in trouble, but the flame break, is it enough to keep him alive? No. KJ will draw first blood, but it is on the other side, Crit getting the secondary kill.
Overall, laning stage looking quite good for Falcons once again. This was what the panel was talking about. This was the expectation that Falcons would be pulling out ahead. I guess not so much in the mid lane, but that's where the biggest advantage is right now. We'll see if they can do something about this. King Jungles coming in.
Kicking away, trying to do what they can. Dodges some of it, but not enough, but slowed down enough to get the kill.
He have to go for that?
I mean, worth.
I'm a little bit confused. I think he could have started walking away, and then if he gets glimpsed, he can swash after.
Right.
And probably get out of that, but was going for the hero play of killing the Earth Spirit instead. Didn't work out. I mean, King Jungle's rotation very useful there.
I do feel like even for these pro players, you need, 1 or 2 glimpses to sort of get back to equilibrium in a way.
Nice,
You know what I'm
nice,
talking
nice.
about there a little bit? TP. And he's fine underneath his own tower.
I'm not sure I get it.
Okay. Like, I feel like there's almost always at some point, like you TP back to lane or something, you get glimpsed back or...
Oh, you mean like that? Yeah.
Yeah. And so a similar type of thing with maybe playing a little bit aggressive and then a disruptor TPs in and you die and then it doesn't happen again for the rest of the game.
Mars gonna lose his courier. They high five. They both think that was great.
Yeah. Glyphing the wave so that way you can get the flower on the morph lane, and the roll over analog kicks away the creep so you can get full bottle refill on mana before taking that rune. But how do you see this game playing out in terms of timings for these two teams? Is there a pretty clear window where Heroic are stronger than Falcons, or Falcons really want to try and put the pressure on?
Go, tambay
I
lang,
think when
Daniel.
Parker gets 3
Nakabawi
items,
sa first
this could
blood.
get really scary for Falcons if they're not
Di ko na rin matandaan
ahead
mga
by a
pinag-
decent amount, I would say. I don't think they have the best solutions to morph in this game.
Oh my god, he chain lightninged him as soon as he came through. Snaking is the greatest. Holy crap, that's sick.
Okay.
He chain lightninged him and mana burned him. Oh, that's so sick.
Okay, so what happened there was
pasok yung
Parker
ano
was
ko, first
going...
blood ko.
Okay, hang on, Snaking might be in trouble. Oh, he might actually be fine as well.
Di pa
Well,
nag-a-appear
here,
yung
never mind,
ano
he's
ko.
not fine.
Post 4
All right,
5
they're going to try and
player.
get some retribution, and they will kill Snake King.
Puro after
Malrine
ata.
Oh,
is going to
no.
have to be
Panalo
content
na
with this
isa
as the
ko.
snowball comes in, but well, going to use this to ensure the kill onto Schofield.
Okay, so Parker was morphing or shifting all the way down into Agi as he was going through the gate, and then he was going to shift back up when he came out on the other side.
Easy
He
money
did not
talaga, sure blood.
anticipate that anyone would be on the other side of that gate,
Right.
and just instantly got killed by Chen, and that's pretty crucial now. Analog finding some nice moves is probably going to come at the expense of King Jungles, and it will.
Okay,
Glimpses out.
pa.
Can reapply Magnetize if they feel so inclined. And the wave form in means Crit is dead. Malrine now hitting onto Parker. The couple creeps nearby, they do some damage. Not really enough to make a real show of it, though. God, and
Halo na
Snaking is
kontra,
now
guys.
level 5 off of that kill
Sakit.
on Parker.
It's going to be a strong Chen in this game. Has the Arcane Boots. He's working toward mech. And I mean, it's a funny situation, right? And fortunately for Parker, he hadn't TP'd before he did that, so he could TP back to bottom. We're seeing the replay here, so he's coming out. Oh my god.
Sorry, guys. My bad.
But he's
Okay lang
taking
yan,
it
Parker.
like a champ, I gotta say.
Yeah.
This guy, he's still top net worth, despite that happening on the morph. Yeah, a little bit of a blunder. But this is the question. With Chen being level 5 already, what pace are Falcons going to be able to play on here? Schofield dead. This bot tower is probably gone. I don't know if Heroic are interested in trying to defend this, knowing there's also a profit play, potentially. They do have the level 3 glimpse, but yeah.
They've also already used the nice whiz or bounty rune take. They've also already used the Wrath of Nature, but I don't think that's enough to make them feel comfortable going through with it. So yeah, leaving that one alone.
So first tower of the game, unsurprisingly for the team with Chen Prophet. Prophet wasn't involved though, but wasn't needed.
Sometimes the threat of the Prophet is enough.
It's the new black hole.
Yes. And ATF, as has become customary, going immediately into that Aghanim Scepter. Now, KJ is on to him. They're bringing in Analog. Is this just going to be another game of trying to bully Amar here?
He's hard to kill. He has stick charges, he has raindrops, he just got 10 armor from Chen.
Oh, panalo nga
He'll
yan.
back off, so that's a magnetized down. And you can tell what the mindset is of Falcons, right? They're playing as aggressively as they can get away with a couple of their heroes. The Chen and the Bristle being this deep into enemy territory, in return gives completely free space to Skitter and Malrine. And Malrine is approaching a big item timing here. The Diffusal Blade only 200 away. Now I will say Davai has recovered quite well in this game from what was a very tough lane matchup. He's currently on par with Amar's Bristle.
Nadagdagan ng 1-8.
Highest level in the game, just about.
Tamang
Amar will
pulot lang
farm
ng
up
1-8
some
sa
nice
first
ancient
na.
stacks. He'll get Hand of God to not die to the creeps.
Very good, very good.
And that should do it.
And halfway to Ags.
And now he's top net worth, like every Bristle game we've seen from him.
There is another stack that Davai is working on, actually, though. So it looks like they are trying to sort of propel both of these offlaners forward and then play around them and their Ags timing. Schofield will soak up some of this experience here.
Well, he needs it.
Yeah, he's level 4 right now. Not feeling great on this Tusk.
6 on Disruptor, though, is very nice. I wonder if they're going to try to look for a play with that. No point in Kinetic Field, though, for King Jungles. He went 2-3-0 instead of 1-3-1. So won't have the easy combo with the lockdown himself just yet. Very curious to see what he does in level 7. If he goes for a point in field or the 4th point in glimpse.
So NP up top, maybe trying to bait this out here. Schofield is still nearby as Malrine will see the stacks are taken. They could go for a kill onto this Tusk, who is almost level 6. And with the Diffusal Blade there, it should be an easy one, although Drinking Buddies, never mind. They walk away. And now trying to set up to stack again for him. So yeah, a much slower paced game that we're going on to here in game number 2. But I imagine that all that's going to start ramping up pretty soon here.
It feels like Falcons are just waiting on a specific timing. The Diffusal Blade was item number 1. Now they want the Ags on Bristle. And then I feel like they're going to put some more pressure. Perhaps Crit's Blink will overlap quite well with the Ags. Obviously, Bristle, if you're a Bat Rider, you love playing with someone who has burst, so somebody dies in your lasso. And Bristleback, if you haven't played Dota for 3 years, this hero is not the way you remember it. With Aghanim, you actually have the one thing this hero never used to have, which is burst. So you can kill someone in lasso pretty easily. These two heroes will play together very nicely once that comes out. For the side of Heroic, I think it's just a matter of, you know, get Parker farmed. It really is the name of the game here. Get Parker farmed. Beastmaster, is that a full Axe coming out? It is, so... Yep. Devi is looking very strong too. If you set up a fight on your terms with the Beastmaster morph and some sort of connection from the Earth Spirit, I think it's going to be kind of difficult for Falcons to fight into them right now.
Well, and that is the one thing that, again, we need to be keeping our eyes out for. Until you get BKB on Nature's Prophet, if it is like a full 5-on-5, it'll be a 4-on-5, because Skitter is not showing up first to these fights. There's no way that happens.
And he needs to always be careful about TPing in against Glimpse. So he has to be clever about maybe porting into the trees and waiting a few seconds with showing his hero so he doesn't get glimpsed out, or make sure that Disruptors glimpse somebody else, or go on... If his team goes on the Disruptor first, he's probably going to glimpse somebody else to save his life, and that could be an opening, but see what is going to transpire here. Devi with the Ags is the call to go for Heroic. They have 4 points in Glimpse, so no kinetic field, but can obviously just static storm on top of a Roar. Or on top of an Ice Shards, perhaps?
Oh, and Bristle is just getting out right now as they make this smoke move. There's nobody behind the mid-tier 1 tower. They might just take this tower and call it good, although, again, Chen Creeps are killing this off, so there's no easy move here for Heroic. Falcons doing a very good job of splitting up this map when they are not wanting to fight and they're waiting for their items to start moving objectives.
Yeah, they're just going to glyph the mid tower for now. Will be a takedown for Heroic eventually, but it is, as you said, taking them quite a while. And all of Falcon's heroes just out there farming in the meantime.
Yeah.
So let's see what's coming out now. Batrider Blink, 350 gold away. Bristle Axe complete.
And a bottled Haystern for Analog. So, Falcons, I mean, you look at the minimap, they're spread out everywhere. They can get together around this Bristleback Ags if they feel so inclined. And Heroic are also fairly spread across the map as well. But 15-minute mark, Snaking. They see that he took the bounty rune there. But no, they're not trying to do anything.
A funny little detail about these teams, by the way, now that not too much is happening right now. If you look at the sticky bio of every player, everybody has a TP with exception of one. Who do you think that is?
Amar.
What do you think he has?
Refresher.
Oh, you know. Not boring.
Every time he has it.
I think it's so telling about him as a player that his sticky pie is Refresher Orb.
Going in for
Roar
the kill
out
on Malrine.
Static Storm. Nice catch from Devi.
Heroic finding some moves in this early game. Making space for Parker. Most farmed hero in it.
Hello, Andre. Good.
See if they can turn this into more. Top lane. Morphling already reaching a very, very nice amount of farm.
Manta's there, crit. Oh, the Manta comes out just in time. And a tip from Parker as they find crit, gonna glimpse him back in.
Nice amount of
he
farm.
is dead. Manta's
Okay,
there,
that's
crit.
because
Oh,
siya
the
naman.
Manta comes
He
out
was
just in
anticipating
time.
that.
Because
And
na
a
lang,
tip
para
from
si
Parker
Heroic.
as they find crit,
I'm
gonna
actually
glimpse
not
him
sure
back in.
how
He is
far we're
dead.
planning on killing him. I guess
Okay,
there's
that's
just
because
Rapid
siya
Nature,
naman.
Lasso, and maybe a couple of attacks from Prophet, because Bristle was not there for this play.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, sorry po.
And now,
Oh, Parker's at no HP. Oh, if they had Wrath of Nature.
yeah, they do have vision, but no Wrath.
I
And
mean,
they're going to take Roche. This is what Beastmaster Axe can do.
this is good.
Crazy good at this.
Hi, Andre. Hello. What's up?
No Vlad, because Morphling is out on the map, but yeah, taking down an early Aegis on Heroic. Devi Llama, I mean, he has not had a super stellar day today, but if he can sort of run the table here, this would be huge. And the shards blocking off the Malrine roll. They are going to snowball over to this creep, and that means that Schofield will be left for dead. But they get out with Devi.
That's a very small penalty for Heroic to just only lose the Tusk in that situation.
Are they looking
And yeah,
for more?
Devi, some of his best performances this tournament, I think he might only have played Beastmaster once, but this is a hero that he's very, very comfortable on. And if I had to name one hero that he takes over the games the most on, it would be this.
Right.
And with this kind of a start, it's definitely a possibility that he can just get in there, have massive output in team fights, and kind of lead the charge, which is good news for Analog. Earth Spirit, in my opinion, it's really nice for this hero when you have another clear initiate in your team so you can play follow-up instead of having to set up the majority of the plays. That's definitely the case in this game with a Beastmaster this farmed with Blink Agsman at 17. Looking for trouble, but not going to find any just yet. They might cut down to Snaking.
Analog is up on the
going
high
up.
ground in the meantime, but yeah, Snaking farming this up. And gonna reconnect together. Try and pressure this tower, it looks like. Snaking will TP out. Bringing his little creeps along, and Devi hits them all. Will move on forward and try and kill these guys off. But that should be a tier 1 tower taken.
It's the nature of this game is so different from the previous one. But it begs the question, has this Chen actually worked?
Yeah.
So Snaking, he was, I think a big part of the pick was to try to shut down Beastmaster, but Devi's having a great game. However, Snaking does have 105 CS on the Chen. So he's getting very, very farmed. He's able to buy items that usually the offlaner for your team might want to buy in the potential Greaves, in the pipe that he's getting here. So that means that Amar doesn't have to go for any of those, and he can go for his greedier Bristleback build with the Ags Bloodstone immediately, probably BKB as his third. I still can't help but wonder, is this going to work against the Parker Morph, who is getting obscenely farmed? He's so far ahead of everybody else, sitting on 252 CS. They don't have the on-paper best heroes against this, but they did let it through in the draft.
Right. No, it's a bit of a strange one. There's no doubt about it. And now, rolling through, finding Snaking here. Holds on to that roar. So they keep the roar as they're going to kill the Chen. In the meantime, you're also seeing the tier 2 tower go down bottom. And Schofield somehow finds himself in a very precarious spot with Amar right nearby. And they'll take this Tormentor now. But yeah, I mean, kill onto both of the supports.
This is the most uninteresting Tormentor kill ever. Bristleback is just so dumb.
He's waiting. He's
waiting for the explosion here.
Does Crit die? Get the hell out of there, sir. Does a lot to you. And Amar will get it. So Crit gifted with the shard.
Yeah, I think they would have much rather had the Chen one. The Batrider one, I would say, one of the weaker shards in the game if you're playing it support. Because all it does is that your every second attack puts a napalm stack and you're not disarmed during ult. But support Batrider isn't really attacking heroes very much.
Right.
He's playing outskirts of the fights, he's applying napalm, he's throwing out a flame break here and there and then going for the lasso pick, but this shard is effectively kind of a nothing burger. Whereas the Chen one would have been really nice to just get free Ancients.
Oh man, and double Wisdom Rune. They also managed to find the Sentry, or rather the Observer Ward that was on Radiant Ancients. Heroic, I mean, despite them being down a little bit in terms of gold, they're looking really good, and I just haven't seen Falcons make a move.
Yeah, it's... I think this game is going to be fundamentally very interesting when fights break out because of the way gold is distributed. The teams have very different net worths across the supports in particular. Falcons are miles ahead on their supports, but the trade-off is that there's this huge morph. So can your support itemization cover that gap? Is it going to work out when Crit gets farmed enough, when the Chen gets enough, that they can use that gold to protect their cores from the Morphling, that they can maybe use to kill the Morphling? Or is it all for naught, that they have these couple of thousand extra gold on each support and Morph's just going to eat them alive anyway? I think this is... It's quite unusual to see a game like this, actually, in this patch, so... I'm excited to see how Falcons and Heroic respectively use
damage. BKB reaction, glimpse onto Crit. They get away.
Fight is over. They get nothing done with the lasso. The BKB's popped, and they'll call it off. But this is absolutely not how I expected Falcons to play this game.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's how Falcons expected Falcons to play this game. Or if something went wrong and now this is just how we're... This is plan B? I don't know. Like, I'm looking at their heroes and it doesn't feel like the obvious thing that you take the tier 1s and then you just farm. But obviously, you look at the total gold and it looks quite healthy. I'm still just, you know, can they deal with Parker? Can they deal with Devi?
Yeah.
It's going to be the story of this. There goes the Tormentor now for the Radiant.
I think the other
So
thing that's
boldly
going to
for
be
Heroic.
interesting to watch is, like, how much are Falcons looking to fight this game in total? You know, like, I could see a world where we go mass split push and really Skitter tries to hammer this idea home.
Imagine they're 10 minutes into the game and their
Oh,
comms are, let's play for Fury in 25.
Underkills.
Just wait to get the big trans up and running.
Like, I don't know.
let's see.
It's a bizarre one. There's no doubt about it.
Let's see.
And you know, they're up a game. They can take a chill.
I guess. I would like to see them do something, but if this is what they think is the best strategy, then by all means.
Morphling is very farmed. He is 5,000 gold ahead of Skitter.
It's of a profit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He's gonna have Lincolns pretty soon. Like, this is going to be an explosion of a team fight. They've got Conda almost Lincolns. Jumps in, finds him. They pop the glimpse, and Analog gets BKB off. And now Amar caught here in the shards. They start to beat down and destroy Malrine. Amar, where is he going to go? Still has that Bloodstone working, and they're looking for the back line. Analog, seeing if they can find him. Snake King got to back away. Does have a pipe completed. They bought back on Schofield.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just a missed buyback here, unless they can really set something up. Okay, they're chasing.
Trying to. They have
Okay na.
they got Amar completely out of the fight. He's in the
Oh,
kinetic
nice
field.
one.
KJ
Okay,
is
may
just
first 10
pulling him
kills
around the map, and now glimpses him back to the rest of the team. Is going to get that kill. But now, do they have enough to bring off Amar? Parker, in the meantime, has killed Snake King. Divine
Kaya
Llama
ko
going
patayan.
toe-to-toe with the
Sige.
big bristleback. They missed the silence.
Oh, they're
but
teaming
the
out. It takes snowball.
Maybe they can still find a way to kill this guy. Parker in on him, doing a ton of damage. The Bloodstone is out, healing back up through this, but Parker is strong. Is he strong enough? They get the slowdown. Analog dies, but finally, Parker should be able to kill him off. 3-for-3 exchange. It was a buyback on Schofield.
pero si
Core's
AJ,
put down.
oh, congrats.
There's a huge rally. They're
Oh my
taking the
God.
base tower. In the meantime,
They took the tier 2. Dude, they did split pushing. No!
Snaking almost got half a lane
Over
while
nyo,
this
pre.
was happening on the Chen.
Oh, first
So it was all a
10 kills ka
diversion.
to
What an
kaya,
insane fight from
Andre.
Amar. And I feel like Parker did what he was supposed to there on the morph. Just really got in there, got the Prophet killed, kept going from target to target, but the Bristle is
You know, tuwang-tuwa
obscenely
mga
strong with just these two
Vectors, ah.
items. And it makes you wonder,
Paldo
once
ba?
Amar gets one or two more,
Yeah.
can they deal with him with anything else than the morph? We're going to see the replay here as they get this jump. So they don't get the perfect chain stun as the lasso is ended by the glimpse, and then this roar, very nice.
Pasok.
I'm guessing eventually Malrine will consider... I don't even know if Lincoln's makes that much sense. Oh, they're in on him again.
Got him
Kick him
caught.
out of the static storm.
Glimpse him back
Bit of
in,
a
but not
mistake
gonna
here.
happen.
He might live.
They chase, they want to get this kill, but
Oh,
Malrine gets the blink
miscommunication.
away. And yeah, that is not what you anticipate seeing at this level.
Yeah, considering how clutch both
Congrats,
teams have been and
guys, sa
how
mga
few...
nanalo dyan.
Yeah, just flat out miscommunications we've seen in fights.
Although-
That one really stands out. And that sucks for Heroic. That was a guaranteed Pango kill. They could have kept Malrine down, but now he gets to reset it at least a little bit. Working on his Ags currently. Still, I don't know how much this Ags matters. If they get Roar on him and Morph is free, he's going to die.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter that they hand off God. It doesn't matter that they make. I think Parker is just easily strong enough to kill him off. And I wonder how Malrine is going to approach that with itemization, because you could argue for a Lincoln's against the Roar, but the problem is that can get glimpsed from 1800 range away, or you can just get poked by a little adaptive strike, whatever it is, and then it's open. So, and you can of course just glimpse him whenever you want. You can glimpse him during the roll just to break Lincolns.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a big one.
This
Falcons
Roche.
get the second Roche.
And I think Heroic are going to be kicking themselves not coming in to check this. They see now that the boar is taken over and Roche is going
Okay,
to go down.
Paldo, pasok ang akin both teams ay
I'm going for
nag-Wait.
Sanjin Yasha by the looks of it. He's probably been buying this item more than any hero this tournament, including the carry players. Just loves it on his Doom, loves it on his Bristle.
4 heroes smoked up. They do not have their Morphling with them. Can TP into this if they want.
Roshan,
Mar
both teams to
walks
beat
up the hill.
Roshan.
Parker, in the meantime, is taking a tier 3 tower.
Dapper
No reaction. And that is actually almost dead.
Pasok.
Oh, he did a Chen.
Under
Yeah.
pa nga ata to
Right.
Mukhang ano
Wants to TP out. They see him.
Good
Glimpse.
glimpse.
He's coming on
Papagalin niyo
back.
ang laro.
He did get the wisdom that he set out for, though, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade with Parker taking the dire one.
Crit, nowhere left
He's
to go
making
here.
them work for it a bit. He's even going to stick here just to be annoying, but
Parker now 6,000 gold ahead of the next highest on the enemy team. Has Lincoln's completed and a good portion of the way to Silver Edge.
this gold breakdown. I mean, look at it. Parker's 6,000 ahead, and the dire supports are 6,000 ahead
Tingnan nga.
combined. So the gold is just there, right? That's the discrepancy, and then the rest of the field are pretty close together. Bristle is 500 ahead of Beastmaster, and then Earth Spirit is 1,000 ahead of the Pangos. They're kind of put together in this like weird sets. Amar hasn't used his gold yet. Let's see if it is okay. BKB first.
I
Thought it might be
like
the
it.
SNY.
I mean, the things that was controlling him in the last fight was kinetic field. They have 4 points in it for KJ now. Like,
Okay, still have-
I think they does probably mean that now you just roar Amar. There's a decent chance that you could go that route if you want, but obviously not going to do that until the Aegis is gone.
Yeah, and it's all, I don't know. It feels like such a high-risk play. If you roar him and don't kill him 100-0, he's going to pop BKB Bloodstone, heal up, and now suddenly your Pango has a free fight.
That's fair.
So I would rather reserve the roar as much as possible from Malrine just to prevent him from playing fights. But look at Amar. He's really just playing with them right now. Classic Amar fashion on this Bristle. When he has Aegis, he plays like he's genuinely invincible. Just going to run at them.
Pushing
They're just cutting
limits.
the wave now. They're trying to avoid him.
Yeah.
He'll come at them, though. Schofield blink.
Gotta get out of there. Waveform back away. Parker not scouted by Amar, or they're going for Schofield, and now Schofield gonna get lassoed, gonna be brought down. They find the backline, no Pango. Static Storm is there. Do they have enough heal to keep him alive? No. So
And that was
they
without
trade.
Morph.
1 for 1, and Parker finds another.
He just soloed Skitter.
One shot, basically.
Silver Edge Conda
Wow.
blew him up. Skitter used his BKB and still died, so that's even worse. Now he has a Lincoln's.
That
So it'll
was
be harder.
insane.
I think it's a very healthy sign for Heroic that they can kill the Pango there without Morph.
Yeah. Mar trying to stand his ground.
OS Frog versus OS Frog, the classic. Morph versus Bristle. Morph damages him, Bristle turns his back, and Morph stops hitting him. But he'll try to go through the back door here. Parker,
And he's
got
going to
it.
do it.
Okay.
Tier 3 tower gone while Amar finds the kill onto KJ.
He did have to BKB for it, though, against the Glimpse. So-
Still an Aegis.
Yeah, with the Silver Edge. I wonder if Parker is going to try to kill him here.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he was indeed thinking about it, but the assistance of all of Falcons' heroes were arriving.
Okay, basta pasok
probably
na yung ano
wisely
ko,
not
both
trying it.
teams. Tsaka, ano,
So
yung
another
first
shard.
blood ko.
This time it is for snaking. So now they can take the ancient creeps.
So, I think
What are the best
kailangan
ones
ko
they
pa
can
more
get?
than
Definitely
33
Granite Golem.
skills.
You just want raw health
than
against the
ano.
Morph to try to
The
keep your
next
heroes
number. Hi,
alive.
Mac Gerald.
Aside from that, I don't know what snaking really wants here.
Grabe naman
I mean,
sa number 1 yun.
This is a problem. If you are losing your Nature's Prophet like this, and like we might just see right now, a chance waveform, no, backs away, and instead, it's Parker that's caught. Doesn't have Manta for a second. Lasso is there. He's over in his strength form. Does have Manta when he comes out of this. Tries to back away. Invis, drinking buddies. Parker, waveform, caught. Snowball save. Can waveform when he gets out of this. And I think Schofield is going to die. Can they get the break on Parker TP? No. So went in a little bit deep, and Falcons were able to read that movement and come in and help out their Nature's
Pag-vote
Prophet.
That
30-30
sequence
kills to.
is the perfect illustration of why Parker hasn't bought BKB this
Pasok na.
game.
Yeah.
They were on him
Hi
with all
Jason,
five
hello.
for like
What's
15
up?
seconds, and they couldn't kill him. He's going to buy it next in the anticipation that Falcons will start counter-itemizing him with hexes, etc. But for the time being, his build has worked perfectly. He didn't kill the Prophet there. I think he wasn't anticipating the Lincolns on Skitter.
Had just been finished, yeah.
And if he was, he could
Grabe
cast
talaga
more first and then
mag-support
maybe
ng
kill him.
squad.
Right.
But that time around didn't work.
Almost 25 on the Morphlane at 32 minutes.
Ridiculous numbers Parker's putting up in this tournament.
Over
They get
42
a
minutes
Yule
to, guys.
Scepter now too for
Believe
the
me.
Bat Rider, so he can have a way to break Lincolns. I mean, it's feeling very much like, can Amar kill all of Heroic before Parker kills all of Falcons?
So you mean 1v1?
Yeah.
The ultimate 1v9, where it's 1v9 versus 1v9. That
little
doesn't
bit.
make sense, but that's basically what you're
Kaya
saying.
pedante na kasi.
Yeah. Don't count Skitter out.
Okay.
He hasn't done that much just yet on the Prophet, but eventually this hero, when it gets a bigger inventory, and especially when it gets level 25, gets ridiculous damage from those treants. Because we're focusing a lot in our commentary on how the treants are able to push. But if you have two of those treants next to you with your innate, they give you a ton of damage.
Yeah.
And you start becoming a right-clicking powerhouse in the fights when the treants don't get killed. And trust me, when those treants are have the 25 talent, they don't die in fights.
Yeah.
You
Honestly.
genuinely need to focus fire them with Daggons or Midases or whatever.
We might see also, it's a Parasma that Nature's Prophet is going for. I wonder if we end up seeing like a Revenant's Brooch eventually as a way to like...
That is a potential solution to Morph.
yeah,
for sure.
have the magic damage mixed in there.
Yeah. Morph currently playing on 52 armor, so magic damage probably preferable. He has more armor than he has percentage magic resist.
That's crazy.
Skitter. Gonna TP bottom and plant a Mjolnir Treant to push out the wave.
Heroic are actually not in a position where they're dealing with this, which is a
Needs na
little
lang
bit of a
to.
concern. Because if
Damn, you
that
called it,
wave
by the
gets
way.
there, they will kill the tier 3 tower.
I'm impressed with you, Gabe.
What?
You called the Revenant's Brooch. Bristle is buying it
minutes na
next.
lang.
Let's go!
Would you look at
Pasok
that?
na yung
That is
over
super
42
weird.
natin.
Damn. Call our commentator of the year.
What a guy.
Crit will escape.
Escape.
Parker now 25, so waveform cooldown is down to 7.2. Snaking might... Okay. Parker barely... They barely avoid...
I see him.
Ward into Glimpse.
Unfortunately, Chen is not rich enough to have a BKB yet.
Yeah.
So that kill hurts. No buyback. Don't think he would want to anyways, but
Skitter's
Skitter...
just cutting mid with another
Sana
Mjolnir
bot
Greater
ng Mega
Treant.
Clips pa to.
Dude, they need to deal with this bottom wave. These treants are going to take racks.
Kasi may NP.
At the same time, though, Parker's
mag-drop
illusions are
ng-
also about to take
More
wreck, so
pwede
do you
rin
want the
mag-drop
trade?
ng NP, kaya nag-vote
I mean,
na-
maybe
nag-Mega Clips
it's
pa
Parker
yung
with
dalawa.
BKB could just go in for it, honestly. I don't think they can stop him.
He's
But
looking
we'll see.
about it. We've seen him do this with his Monkey King
Schofield?
before. It's Schofield out, start to hit the
Walang
racks immediately onto it. They take him down. Get the strength form off. Now the switch over it. My God, look at him die. But you know what might end up happening? Catapults down bottom. They haven't sent in the treants yet from Skitter. Skitter is still in this fight. Analog has to back away. Parker throws out the damage. Amor almost goes down. They pop the BKB, leashed up dead Earth Spirit. And just like that, they're going to need to get the hell out of here on Morph because they're going to lose rack soon, and there's the TPs out.
Not the worst
Mega.
result, though, for Heroic.
Yeah.
They do get the first melee barracks. They only lose the tier 3 bot. They kill Malrine as the trade-off for Analog, and Schofield can't say I agree with his blink punch on Amar. I'm not really sure what the plan was there. Maybe he was trying to communicate to Parker, let's just go for the burst, but... Once again, if you go for this bristle, you better not miss, because if he
Mega
gets his
Clips
stuff
to
off,
be
after you
spawned.
initiate on him first, the fight could
Wala.
just turn into
Sabi
a
ko dito,
disaster.
yes.
And a really quick
Walang
Roche
both
respawn.
teams
It's
Mega
instantly
Clips
there.
pala.
It will yell
Basta
at
pag
him
may nag-Mega
when it
Clips dyan
ends
na
up starting to
spawn.
get hit.
It'll be 5-on-4, though.
Pasok na yun.
No Analog, no buyback. He has nothing to TP on.
Oh,
Mega
This is,
Clips
this is
find
just a
out
dire
too
out. I mean, they kill it so fast.
they're running up here. It's
They're too late.
They're not going to be able to get it in time. And that is it. My goodness, Aghanim Scepter now passed over to Crit.
Let's see if he wants it himself. Hasn't committed for it just yet. Now he will. Yeah, okay. So have the double lasso possibility.
Basta mega creeps na
We did see in that previous fight in
or
the base
sa taas
that
lang.
Malrine was able to
Sa
fight the
both
two-hero
teams.
connection on the
I
Rolling
think
Thunder.
yun yun.
Whoa. So perhaps
I
that could
think
set
hindi
up for the double
mag-e-effect
lasso as
kung isa
now.
lang eh.
Beastmaster
Yung
with the
mga mega creeps eh.
refresher.
Kahit
I mean,
isang
Devi is
tore
up
lang.
there.
Yeah.
He's ready to do work with his Shiva
Possible
as well.
naman yun.
Let's see what tier 4 token.
Isang
item
pwedeng
he's gonna
mamega
get.
yung kahit
I'm
isang
wondering
bottom
if they're
lang
like
or
hammer.
top lang
Not bad.
sa
Yeah.
magkalaban.
I'm wondering if, like, at the beginning of this game in the lobby, Parker sent out a message to the thing that said, like, Amar, switch sides, please. I need you. And ever since then, Devi's been playing very
He's
well.
been taking it personally.
Devi is owning this game.
Yeah. Another, maybe Parker's most influential play of the tournament. The lobby chat to motivate Devi to step up his game.
Dude, they're going double Revenant's
Isang,
approach.
walang
They're doing
sinabing
it.
lanes eh. So,
Holy
I think
moly.
isang lane
I
lang
mean,
pwede na.
How much does this solve the problem?
Walang sinabing lane.
Wait, they're not going Revenant's approach anymore on Bristle. He's going back for Wind Waker.
Wala nga rin
So they're going to
sinabing
get
na
it on
boat ano
profit
eh.
and just play the one.
Boat, tingnan natin.
I think it's,
Pero kung
it's
parang,
probably the best
ano,
solution they have, but they still need the lockdown.
Isang
Right.
lane.
In
Wala
order
kasi
to
nilagay
for
kung
Prophet
ilang
to kill the
lanes
morph,
eh.
he has to be
Basta
chain stunned.
sinabi
He
lang
can't
dito
just kill him
na
head on, and that means you need to get through the BKB, the Lincolns, and the
mega
Manta.
creeps to be
Those
spawned.
defensive layers
Yes,
you have to
Team
avoid.
Falcons,
And,
heroic
and also on
second
top
half.
of it, Prophet has to be able to hit, and there's a snowball save. So
Nag-yes lang ako doon. Meron
It's
kasing yes
never
or
gonna be
no eh.
easy.
So,
He
yes
obviously
yun.
you can't crit
Simpleng di
anymore on the
mag-mega
Revenant's
dito.
approach,
yeah.
but he does have just a lot of damage
Wala
that's
lang-
built
walang
into
nakalagay
it,
kung
and with the
ilang
trance,
lane
it's
yung
going to be even
kailangan.
more.
Sabi lang,
Illusions
kailangan daw
spammed out. The
mag-yes
range
or
rack
no
is going to go
lang
down,
kung
but look at this. Mid
mag-megas,
lane 2,
quick
Parker
spawn.
shows his real hero does have a shield rune right now. Will wave from away. They roll in. Immediately lifts it, but they have the damage out. And Parker, he's still surviving through it. BKB
Tingnan mo,
out. Now
Amar,
the
ang
roar
sarap
one
mo
time.
maglaro.
Onto Malrine. Malrine in trouble, but gets away. Pops the
Okay,
refresher.
may
Can
Aegis
reset
yung
if
ano,
they want.
ah.
Schofield
Yung
buys
NP,
back
ah.
again. And it looks like that's going to be the extent of it.
Parenthesis.
Creep wave.
Cool item.
Yeah, he had the ascetics cap. So the roar wasn't so long this time around.
Hope Ice Frog is watching.
Got some news for you there, Devi Lama. He's probably busy with deadlock, but it's okay. There's a chance.
Heresy.
It's the finals.
Basag na yung bottom.
He's probably awake.
Last na lang titingnan.
What time is it in California right now? 10
2
a.m.?
minutes
There you
na
go.
lang. Pasok talaga yung ano ko. Over. Uy, nag-log yung
Oh.
Twitch.
Yeah. All right.
Do you use Doc's Ice Frog?
No.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe.
5,000 gold lead, 17 to 17. Skidder cliff jungling.
Yeah, I don't know why I said California. That doesn't really make
Mega
sense,
creeps
does it?
nyo muna yung ano.
It's okay though.
It's
Time.
fine. Valve have multiple
Falcons.
offices, ladies and gentlemen.
You never
Mega
know where
creeps
they might
na.
be.
They could be anywhere.
Hindi
They're
pa.
hiding in the bushes.
Feel ko kailangan meron ding mega creeps
Okay,
sa
so
kabila.
yeah, that's
Kasi
to get the
dalawang
buyback out
teams
of
yung
Schofield.
nakalagay dun eh. Nakalagay ano.
But at the same
nakalagay
time,
kasi
that fight
dito,
did show that even with a double lasso from
Mega
Crit,
creeps
where
to
they
be
do connect
spawned.
on the morph, they still do not
Yes
have
or
enough in
no,
the tank
Team
to kill him yet.
Falcons dash heroic.
At least
so
not with
dalawang
that
teams
setup,
yung nakalagay.
perhaps. Okay, now he has
Hindi
Satanic, so I
nakalagay
just
dito
don't think
mega
that's
creeps to
happening
be
right now.
spawned.
It's
Team
really hard.
Falcons are
yes or
confident,
no.
though.
So
They
I
wanna
think
use their
dalawang
Aegis.
teams dapat mag-mega creeps kahit isang lane lang at
Tavai
I think
does
so.
not have
Well,
refresher
Tingin ko kailangan
with his
dalawang
roar,
teams
but
saka
Skidder
mega creeps kahit
shows up,
isang
Treant there.
lane.
They immediately pop the glyph, but they need to deal with this.
Pasok na agad.
They're not dealing with it. Roar the Treant, do what you have to do, but you got to stop this pressure. Jump in, Walrus Punch, Analog, backline. Finds Amar, broken, right-clicks in, Malrine doing good work, Schofield
balat,
dead again,
basag
that's a
kasi
dieback.
ano eh,
They
walang
kill
nakalagay
one
eh, na
time
3 lanes
onto the Nature's Prophet. Roared up Amar, still
Ayan agad.
healing up with that Bloodstone. Now waveform through, Parker trying to kill Skidder, doesn't quite have the damage yet. They managed to back away. KJ is there. This is 2 heroes dead without buyback, and Parker had to go away. Oh my god, Analog though!
Gago.
Manages to take down a couple with Magnetize.
Okay, tingnan natin.
So a
Pagpapon
2
na,
for 4
pagpapon.
exchange
Iba
in
yung
the
mega
racks.
Iba yung
Oh,
mega
Falcons starting to turn up here.
Amar is just I don't know. He's just a monster. That I
Okay,
understand the
pasok na yung
temptation there for the
42 ko.
Beastmaster to roar him, but they did not have enough to kill Amar. So the roar is just not really finding enough
Okay,
impact in the
pasok
fight,
na
and
yung
Amar just
ano ko,
turns it around on them,
42.
kills the Beastmaster, and ignores the Morphling, just pretends he isn't there.
The Sprout leashing is a problem, but the Static Storm down to get out.
Not great.
How did he get out?
Glimpse.
Pulls him back in. Now trying to kill him off. Skinner in
Okay.
for dead. Some
pa
retribution
nag-a-appear
out of the
42
buyback
minutes,
from
kaya
Analog.
siguro mapapala.
Yeah, it is
Keep
expensive
vision
though.
and
These
glimpse.
2 buys.
Oh, he's too far away right now to find it.
Yeah, he'll get out. So Disruptor and the Earth Spirit buybacks, and Falcon still disengaged with everybody else in the Furion. And yeah, he was quick to pike out of the Static Storm combo, but
Wala pa,
Glimpse
di
of
pa rin
course will bring him
nag-a-appear?
back. They broke the Lincolns to get the Glimpse in,
Di ba
and still do
nag-a-appear
find
yung
at the
ano ko,
very least that
over
kill. But
42 ko?
I don't know if it's enough. So you're seeing it here. Very quick reaction here from Skitter during the
Di pa rin
formation of that kinetic
nag-a-appear
field,
din yung
but
both
his Linkage
teams
is broken by, I
i-throw
believe, the
siya dito.
Thunderstrike of King Jungle's just broken himself. So.
Pero ano na to,
Okay,
auto
what
win
can
na to.
Parker get out of this?
Dalawa na
He's
na
trying.
broken sa kanila
Range
They
eh.
have
Rax.
win
Melee
na rin
Rax.
tong ano.
Getting vision out there. Drinking buddies, and the damage, it starts coming in.
Don't give it
Amar TP's in, but he's going to be back too late. So that's a full set of Rax taken.
Yep, they value the profit buyback more than the barracks. Can't blame them. The way this game has gone so far, it feels like now it's going to come down to one final fight. Malreen
Di pa rin
trying to set
pumapasok
something up,
sa
not really
akin.
very successful though. That kind of did nothing.
I think what happened there was his smoke
Di pa
broke,
pumapasok sa akin. Siguro after
and that meant
ng
that he
game
knew that
to.
it was invis Morphlane, and so just didn't want to explode, I guess.
Yeah.
Bakit ganun?
But
Mega
nonetheless-
trips to be spawned lang na nakalagay.
Analog is close to 25.
The buyback
Would be
So
very
dapat-
big. The
dapat
Magnetize
ilagay
undispellable
dyan
again.
Omega.
It was a lot of buybacks expended on the side of Heroic, and you mentioned at the end of the
Three
last
lanes
game
for Mega
that
Clips,
buybacks were
and
how
kahit
Falcons
sino
were
sa
able to
kanila
win it.
naka-Mega win
I'm
na
wondering
yun.
if there's going to be a
3
similar
lanes.
fashion here.
Ah.
It definitely is
Tatlong lane.
possible. I think they have all 5
Okay.
of those currently, right? They didn't use
Yeah.
any.
Sabi daw ni ano, ni
There's 3 buybacks down on the Radiant, and 1 hero can't afford it. So effectively, only the Morph
tatlong
is
Mega
able to buy back,
tatlong
which means if
lane,
Falcons find a good moment of
kahit sino
opportunity,
daw
they can
maka-
capitalize in a
Mega.
big way, probably by just ending. Not so
Alam
much
niyo
about
kasi,
getting a second lane of
dalawang
barracks.
teams eh.
Right.
Mega
talked about
Clips,
the
Spawn, Heroic,
Earth Spirit
or
being
ano,
close to 25.
Falcons.
Guess who else is close to 25?
He's really close on
It's
Skitter.
everybody's favorite, Nature's Prophet late game
Yeah,
with the big treant.
and he also just now gets the
Tagal nung
Revenant's
ano,
Brooch.
tagal nung
Now he doesn't
order
have
nung
buyback.
Over 42
This is a
ko, tsaka
commitment
yung
from Skitter.
Destruction ko.
If he dies again, it's a really bad situation for him. But I mean, it's sort of weird because Skitter's kind of, you
Di
know,
ba nga,
this late game
talo
threat of
ko sa ano,
buildings.
sa
But
first
now
hero to
also
be
he's
picked
sort of
sa
focused on
position
being the
4 and
person
5.
that wants to kill the Morphlane.
Yeah, I guess he's just covering his bases. He has options now.
Right.
With this, it feels like an actual
Kailangan ko ba
possibility
ng
to kill
16
Parker. It's
pins
definitely not
para
going to be
sa
easy,
over
but now
50? Tama,
it's
over
within the
50
realm of
spawn.
possibility instead of the
Dapat mga
previous fights. They
57
weren't even
dun.
close, right?
Right. Ayan.
Now you can try for it, but as you said, you can also try to avoid the fight entirely and be clever about it. Some good split push could do it.
A very quick Roche. If Heroic were over in that area just checking, they would see it and probably be able to take it immediately
that's
before a
good.
Falcons response. It was 10 seconds, and not being up on that side of the map might come back to hurt them a little bit here. It is up with an Aghanim Scepter. Think about how much that would change with the Disruptor in the game.
Yep.
Instead, Heroic,
Isang flash
do
pa
they
para
play
sa
for a
ano,
fight or do they
sa
play for the
Falcons, tapos
objective?
flash pa pabalik sa ano.
Amar, they
Heroic.
run in, they see this Bristleback.
He has Wind Waker, so
Yeah. Jump in,
Feels
roar.
confident.
Onto the Batrider, trying to kill him, and they will get him.
he has buy.
Shards, looking for more. Ugh. The Glimpse kind of in a weird spot. Now under control, they buy back on the
Buyback
Batrider.
yung Batrider.
Analog rolls in, finds Snake King, kicks him a little bit closer, but there's the lasso, and
Eh.
now the Nature's Prophet
Nice
immediately onto
one.
him. They're going for Megas on Parker. He's gonna pop
Okay,
the
all Mega,
BKB,
pasok
take
na
him
daw, all
out.
Mega
That's
yan,
full
ah.
Megas.
Na Megas
Oh,
na.
Invis in trouble.
No
Hits,
escape plan
trying to
for
kill
him.
him.
Mega Crips
Critty's
na, pasok
dying
yung Mega
too,
Crips
but they're leashed up in the damage. It's coming through fast and furious.
Uy!
Parker waveforms in, but nowhere
Tangina
left to
talaga.
go. He is going to try and get out of there. No TP in the
Mega Crips na
leash,
sila.
but they have Megas.
Okay.
Okay na,
It's
pasok
gonna-
na. Pasok na yung ano ko.
What do Falcons do?
Yung mega creeps ko. Tingnan nga natin.
Oh.
Lag guys, for
Okay.
what?
Jeez.
Yesterday we made this joke when somebody said lag. That they were just pretending, but it was actually lagging. This might be the case again. There might be a little bit of a game breaking here, but okay.
Mega
This
creeps
feels
na.
like an all-in
Tatlo
from
na yun,
Falcons. They're megaed up.
Pero di pa rin
There's no
nag-a-upgrade
buyback on the Earth Spirit though, so it's a 5-on-4. Can Heroic hold? They will have to buy back their Morph.
They
Go,
buy
go, go.
Refresher also on Morphling right at the start of this.
There's absolutely no way that Falcons can't force this buyback out in 50 seconds. They push so stupidly fast when they reach the base with this Prophet 25 and the Bristle. Look at this tower.
Oh, they're
Well,
dropping.
Amara isn't hitting it currently, but you'll see in a moment. Here come the
They are
Treants.
dropping. They're going to need to buy back. Megas,
They're going
tier
for it.
4 towers. They do not have it on analog.
Holy shit,
Can
this
they
is so
stop
Ay,
that?
putang
You
ina
gotta
mo,
buy back soon.
idadaretso.
Parker, they will just kill your
Ah!
base.
Free mag!
They go with the buyback, and now they try and get out. But there's the glimpse. Round 1. Can they find more? Onto him. Static
Ipanalo
Storm.
niyo
It's
tong
not
flash
good
na to,
enough. But
Heroic.
Malrine rolling through them. Schofield is dead. The roar is out. The right clicks come in. But Malrine,
Windwaker
the
from Amar.
Windwaker saved by Amar. Wait for it. Tries to kill him. They don't have enough. Malrine. He's going
Okay.
down. But not in. The shield crash surviving. No. They managed to get the control from Crimp, but the right clicks are not there. Skinner wasn't hitting him.
63.
Waveform, Parker. How much you have left in the tank? There's the Satanic, the turnaround. 1v5. It's real when they get a little bit of help.
Seven na lang.
Parker moves in, kills off Skinner, and now they win the fight. There are creeps on the tier 4 towers. You got to get the hell out of here, Falcons.
And they have 2 heroes without buyback.
Ilang kills na lang sa akin, oh. Walo na
To
lang.
be able to just finish
Ito
the
na
game
lang
now in this
pala.
4v3 situation with a
naman?
naked throne.
Opo, ang hirap nito.
I say that. There is 1 tier 4 tower.
Kakapatayan kaya sila ng pitong
Okay,
ano.
well, I guess Skidder is alive.
I mean, the
Amar
safety
has
is
buyback.
Roche.
He's gonna just run at them immediately when they reach the base. They can't let them hit the
Kinakabahan
tower.
ako.
Can't you just go Roche? Oh, this is scary.
Amar's gonna go
He
in.
bought a rapier. All right, Parker's not messing around. They jump in with analog. Starting to hit the tier 4
Eh,
towers.
patayin niyo na
Analog
yan!
under control. BKB is there. Parker hits. What's the answer? Waveform away. Amar down to half HP. They still do not have Malrine or the Bat Rider. They pull him back in with the glimpse. Parker under vision. The sentries see him. They're still playing footsie around here. Will finally pop out, and there's the Wind Waker to interrupt. Waveform forward, tries to take it down. Tier 4s are gone.
Ay, wag
Manta
muna,
out.
pre!
Static Storm down. Parker eyes on the prize.
ina, wala
Trying to
akong
take down
40.
heroes, take down thrones, even up this game. 1 series apiece, and they will get the glyph out. But Amar, nothing left in the tank.
Putang ina mo.
With that, it is
Kulang.
going to be Heroic taking it. Best of 5 like this.
Tang
They
ina,
are
tatlo
feeling
na
it.
lang, oh.
Oh
Dalawa
dear.
na lang pala sa 56 ko.
Whew. Man, every game so far of this grand finals is delivering. This one was 50 minutes, but it felt equally close to the previous one. It felt like just at any moment Falcons could have done it again, but this time Heroic stands strong, especially the Morphling pick of this game. Just Falcons tried to get creative with their
Ayun!
item builds. They just couldn't stop Parker. He was way too strong.
We've got the
Di
makings of a
tatalo ako.
classic here. 1 game apiece.
Nanalo
We'll
ko
see if we
dito.
can go the full distance for now. Heroic
Ano
tie
to?
it up 1-1 as we
Yes.
head back to the panel.
Both teams to,
This
ah.
game
Win
was
dapat
so
to.
different from game 1, but also so similar in certain
Mega
aspects
clips,
as
ito.
well. We started off,
Winton, dalawa to. So,
so quiet.
apat yung win ko.
you know, we just came off the most
Kita
hyped
nyo
game
naman,
1 of the Grand
pulang-pula yan,
Finals
oh. Matches ko
remember.
na yan.
And we went into
Pulang-pula.
game 2, and I think also the players take
Sayang.
off. They were like, okay, okay, you know, let's see how this goes. And we were taking it slow.
Yeah, I mean the drafts, you know, they're chilling. You know, got to farm a bit.
Chilling.
Who wants to break
Grabe
first?
si-
And maybe that
dalawa
was
na
Falcon's
lang,
biggest problem, right?
putang
When you
ina,
let
di pa
Parker get to,
binigay.
what, 8K, 9K net worth
Dalawa na
very
lang.
early in the
Tagal
game.
naman
It's like,
ito.
wait a second, that Parker guy, he be farming. And here, I think we're already starting post third Aegis, right?
Yeah.
Falcons, they feel like they got a good grasp on the game. They walk up to the high ground, they take this fract, but once they move to mid, then they lose Skidder, and Heroic run down mid, taking the mid racks. And this is where Parker goes, you know what, lads, all I need to do is get me to the base, I'll get us megas.
Sayang yun,
And
dalawa
you know,
na
the
lang.
entire game felt like Heroic even though they lost second and third
naman.
Aegis, they had the confidence to keep playing in the face of the Falcons, never really allowing them to get to the base. And the one time they did, they were able to punish Falcons and send it right back at them.
Yeah, slow burner, slow start. The first like 70% of the game, I would say. Both teams very confident in their own ideas.
Yeah.
You farm your side of the map, we farm our side of the map, and we'll see who's stronger in the end, right? But from the get-go, from the pick phase, really, like you see this Morphling and you think they have no burst damage, they have no really great item picks for him, and they try to itemize, like Lyrical Cinder, and they were talking about that. Almost at Sunspan. We're talking about that, like they went for this Remnant's Brooch, like they had some ingenuity with their approach to the game, but that doesn't help when this man is just a maniac on the Morphling. He's way too good.
Yeah, I'm not one to harp on draft normally after a game, but the fact that your first phase banning Morphling in other series against Heroic, but then for him to get it in the final phase, like you ban Shadowfiend, you ban Medusa, like of course hindsight is in play, but like to play against Heroic, to give him a Morphling in a good Morphling game, like you're basically asking for Heroic to take it to another game.
This was the Nature's Prophet first phase. We've seen Skeeter and Falcons, even in the hands of Maureen, the Nature's Prophet, we've seen them be very, very successful with this strategy, especially when it comes to late game with the backdooring, with the Ironwood Treant. Why didn't that work out for Falcons?
They play the map very well when they have this Tricore on Falcons, where everyone can chip in a little bit. Everyone can take a tower, everyone can team fight, everyone is there ready to fight later in the game, because they have a very good take on the game when it comes to sharing farm. Even their supports in this game, like everyone had farm, everyone had items. Snake King was having a really good time from the get-go, from killing off the Morphling. However, that's it. It's the Morphling, really. Like, this time around, the difference is Parker can take objectives. Like, they gave him the hero that scales well, is good in all of these one-on-one matchups with the Prophet, with the Bristleback, and with the Pangolier, and then on top of that, he just takes objectives very nicely.
What are these numbers?
They're ludicrously high, but they're high because when you think about the draft from Heroic, at any point, if Beastmaster gets a Roar, if Earth Spirit hits a roll, you know, even a Static Storm from Disruptor, a Punch from Tusk, like every hero has a way to control someone long enough for the shotgun and Morphling to connect, to then, you know, break it open. And Pangolier, Marine, he didn't have that strong of a game. We saw the stat on the previous time. It was like, what, 1-7 scoreline from Marine, 13 assists. Every time he comes in, there's a Roar. Parker instantly waveforms over, right click,
43 ka?
Tango is now
Sige,
out of the
sabayan ko
fight
yung
or
43
dead.
mo,
So
friend.
we spoke about all these
Over
numbers,
yan,
all
no?
these record-breaking performances on both sides. Parker having like
Over
always
ba yun
the
o under?
highest KDA and whatnot, but his team enables him.
Yeah.
And Schofield this time around, and in the first series, in the first game, that is, like this task. Look at that. This is from the last game.
This is from game 1, yeah.
He has to die here. Like, Parker has to die, but
Team to
Schofield
destroy
saving Private Ryan mode right there, jumps in, uses Ice Shards, saves him. Second game, basically
Mahirap
more or
silang
less the
dalawa.
same. It was, of course, a little bit harder to kill off the Morphling here, but once again, who's coming to help? That's it. That's all he needed. Yeah, he just befriends him, takes him in, sends him away, and then Morphling can wait for him. Look at this. That's a high. Schofield brothers, the two of them.
Yeah, and that's why you should never look at just a scoreline or based on the support performance, right? Like Schofield, he's 0-12 in that game, right? He has
They're 12-11 even, I believe.
Yeah, he has 11 assists, but it's like, it's still moments like that, like just saving Private Parker every single time. Just help the lad out, don't let him die, and then they have, again, insane stuff, honestly. I'm every game so impressed by
I'm not
by
sure
Parker.
if it's saving Private Parker or is it Prison Break with Schofield here, but in
one
either
of them.
case, it's really damn good performance by him.
It really is. And games like these do make me wonder, why are the games like this so back and forth? You know, we've come off a season of Dota 2 where... Well, it was very different. Let me go there. It was a very different style of Dota we watched. What's the big change?
I think there's something in the air in the Romania.
Yeah?
I think that's it. Because if you remember Wallachia season 1, we had exactly the same thing. A lot of all chatting happening versus Falcons in the lower bracket.
We're at the best grand finals in the year.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
had the
easily.
like this is okay. This now has to be the best grand finals. But before this one, it was Wallachia 1 as well with XG and Team Spirit.
Technically,
Yeah.
there's only one tournament so far in the Dota year, so it has to be the best grand final.
That's going to be a hard one to top for sure already. All right, guys, we're 1-1 in this
Game
best of
3 na
5
yan,
grand
putang ina,
finals.
mainit-init
We're
na
going to
yan.
have a game number 3 very soon, so get ready for that one. We'll see you soon.
Mute ko lang to guys kasi nakailang Roshan kanina. Hindi ko napansin eh. Basta ang alam ko both teams nag-Roshan eh. Nakailang bet na ako. My bets 3k ako over over 54.5 yung the fuck? What's that? Oh, nag-ano ng yelo. Single bet. Mega clips. Roshan, both side. Ay, gago! Ah, di pa pala settled yung ayun. Total towers destroyed. Wait lang guys ah. Total heroes alive when drone destroyed. First blood ba natin? Ano? Wait lang ah. Tingnan ko nga kung pumasok na yung ano. Ano yun? Wala pa rin. Ah, i-win nyo na to. Sakit sa mata ng loss. 1H. First blood, Falcons. Kaya mo na yan, pre. Godlike third map. Yes. I believe may mag-godlike dyan. 1-5. I believe may mag-godlike dyan. Okay. Okay na ata ako. Godlike ko, yes, meron yan. May tiwala ko mag-godlike. Aabot yan ng 54. Kanina kasi 56 eh. Abot yan. Game 3, mainit-init. Mega clips. Posibleng di mangyari yan. Parang libre na yan. Both teams, possible yan. Ang tagal naman umano ng ano. Hinaan ko lang to guys. Baka kasi makopyright ako eh. Total, ano. Ayun, tumataas yung ads ah. Ano pa ba? Yung last ko, tinatago ko para di ako ma-down. Map ends in daytime. Wala ka naman talo dito, yes or no eh. 0.85 lang naman both ano. All in heroic. Mag-all in kayo heroic. Medyo hirap ako sa match winner ngayon kung Falcons o heroic. Kaya sa lang ako. By taking first blood yun. Kayo ba? Mukhang ata kayo eh. Ang batak ata kayo Ang batak ata. La 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 la. Yun na
Now,
nandun.
we saw the top of TI, they're not here.
For the best.
I think that
Over 4 maps
it's
na ako
such
din.
a breath of
3-2
fresh
sa
air,
Yeah,
July.
honestly,
guys.
I
Some
don't
of the
know.
games we've seen have been like, oh, they're so
Main
good.
You know,
Know what you should do? You just
Correct
you power seed the
score.
teams, right? You then take the top teams.
Yeah.
You shuffle up. You pick 2. You
hirap
put them in the
talaga,
tournament.
hirap.
The other 4, sorry mate, you watch from home, and then you switch them out each time. So then you have 2
Nahihirapan
of the
talaga
top
ako dyan,
every
guys.
time,
Medyo hirap
and then
ako.
it's like the contenders, like who can beat the top teams. And now,
Ito
like
lang, wala
Heroic v Falcons, if there was that one Liquid here, if there was that one
Talo
gaming,
lang ako
you
eh.
could argue that maybe Heroic would have fallen short. We wouldn't have been able to see, you know, the
Bawi lang
magic of the
panalo
Dota
ko.
that they're providing right now. So yeah, I like it. Honestly, refreshing.
You know what actually a big factor might be as well to see the glow up of Heroic in not just the
Tower
series but over the
destroy.
entire tournament? It is because they were able to play as many
Total
games
tower destroy.
as they did, especially against consistently better
Paano yung
teams. I mean,
total
that's
tower
the way
destroy
that the
nito?
Swiss format works, right, Lizard? It's you start off against a team and then you go
Hindi
up
ko pa
against
to
team that have the same
nabebetan
record as
eh,
you, so you go up
total,
against team that are
tower
from your own
destroy.
skill and you constantly get that little bit better.
I would say that's probably one of my favorite things in this tournament, that we are using this format, because just like you said, you're constantly having some really nice matchups. We had Alliance Navi as well. And
Even that one delivered as well.
Yeah, and even that series delivered, right? It was a fun
Yeah,
series. It
it
went
really
to full
was.
stretch. So overall, I don't know. I'm really enjoying this kind of a system. At the same time, I have to say for Heroic, I don't think we should take. We should have that take that if better teams were here, maybe they wouldn't have went as far. I feel like the potential in this team is really there for a tier 1, and if they're definitely a tier 1 team after playing like this in grand finals versus Falcons that were owning the full year.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Unexpectable.
what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
Because they are able to reach their potential because they are slowly climbing together with all the other teams, and they're just having that better shot at getting that potential that you talk about.
I mean, also, when was the last time, like, again, on social media where you actually loaded up and everyone from any region is hyping a single player? Like, I'm looking at Twitter, I'm looking at, you know, Reddit, whatever, and it's like, Parker here, Parker there.
Yep.
You know, I felt kind of bad on the panel. Like, we're talking about Parker
Hindi na
quite a lot.
tayo.
Of course, you know, Morphling moments, Bloodseeker moments. You know, he's got 4 teammates around him, but the fact that everyone is just unifying around Parker being like, this guy, he is just insanely good. And Falcons, they're going to have to, you know, they're going to have to deal with him. They're going to have to find a way, craft a strategy.
They tried. In game number 1, they banned him out a little bit. In game number 2,
They gave him the Morphling.
they gave
They
him...
did?
Yeah, exactly. Team Falcons, this time around, the opener.
The opener, we're going to talk about that in a second, but mentioning social media, I do want to point out that if that graph with all the dates was too fast for you and you were still running to get your agenda out, make sure to keep an eye on the PGL social media channels, because all the dates will be visible there as well, so you can make sure to mark it properly in your calendar as we head into game number 3. For the
Dito
third
na
game,
natin
Falcons will be
malalaman.
Radiant side, Heroic will be Dire side. Heroic also second pick and therefore
pang sumugal eh.
overall last pick, which is potentially important
Sana
for
yan.
Parker. Well, that depends if he's going to get his hands on the Morphling that late. I would imagine Falcons is going to address it earlier than that, but we're here for that draft. We got ourselves the Doom and Sand King banned out on Heroic. No surprises
One
there.
five.
Falcons,
Di
Storm
ako ulit
Monkey, no
dito.
surprises there.
Yeah, a little bit
Sa
different,
post
right? With
position
Heroic having the
4.
ultimate last
Ay,
pick.
putang
Falcons,
ina mo!
obviously, they are second pick enjoyers.
First blood
But
pala
I
yun,
wonder if Morphling
gago.
will
Hindi
be
ko nakita.
considered for that
Saan na yung
first stage
pick?
of bans now. I
Tang
know
ina.
he can be answered.
Putang ina,
I know there
bobo.
are heroes that are good against him if he's
First
picked
blood
first.
pala yan.
However, at the same time, Storm was
Dito?
also that hero. Storm was considered, yeah,
Wala
you
na,
can't first
nawala
phase
na
this.
yung
There's
first
no way
blood,
to
ano,
first phase that.
first
And then
pick.
suddenly he just
Sige, malay
slowly
niyo
rose his
makahula.
stonks
Ito,
from
first
the last pick
blood,
material to the second
up
phase, and we've
to-
seen today even first pick, first
Yes.
phase.
They get another
Earlier every time.
Huskar ban from Heroic. Like, they really just want Analog to play
Malay mo,
Earthspirit.
sige.
Sure, Falcons, I think, have dabbled
Yan na
maybe
natin.
with it on Malrine, I think once, but it's like,
The one thing that I've noticed from Falcons so far,
Patayin na
they
kayo agad.
always, like, look at the last game. Malrine, he wasn't really on a
Oh,
winning
RD ako
matchup.
dots after
And they
nito.
struggled throughout the game, right? Every other game that I've seen, so recently at least, he's always this dominator.
Yep.
He's always, because they have second pick, it's natural that he has a good matchup. And we've seen even versus
Yes na
Heroic, he
naman,
had that
mid.
Lina into the Queen of Pain, and now they snatch the Earth Spirit.
this is cool.
Stolen.
Mm-hmm.
Dapat
But it's
takbo
also
na lang
a
ako.
statement, right? Like, you ban the Invoke as well, another mid hero that can deal with the Earthspirit.
Basta may mag-pick lang ng
Heroic's
post
like,
4 and
you're
post
the
5,
Earthspirit
oh.
specialist team. Are there only 2 counters to Earthspirit? Analog, I'm sure he's cooked up some additional ideas that maybe he hasn't shown yet that can play into the Earthspirit. We saw Timbersaw shut down the mid Earthspirit in the in the first game.
Yeah.
Mag-pick
Needs
lang
to
ng
be said,
Posporo,
though,
Post 5 dyan.
Even though our Spirit is played
Dito
mid
na lang ako sa
in
Heroic.
almost every
Pick kayo,
single game
Posporo,
right
Post 5
You're
muna
gonna
mga
hit
pre.
a throwback.
It's a
Ihuli nyo
throwback,
na yung
but
mid
there
nyo.
is a certain person on that team that would definitely enjoy to play anything else but a Hoodwink. Maybe some old school Earth Spirit crit.
Yeah, potentially. It is something that even though you hardly see it, you have to take that
Iba na
into
ba
account.
talaga meta
As
ngayon?
Primal Beast is the answer for Heroic.
It's the
Okay
same
na,
like
sige na, pwede
we've
na.
seen today and yesterday. Like mid one, he plays the bounty hunter. Like maybe it's a mid lane hero, right? Even though it's mostly played on 4, it can be. Flexed and yeah, first time they get their hands on the Primal Beast.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Of course, Primal Beast was banned out by Falcons in the first phase. Heavily respected as well. Second phase ban in game 1. Yeah, I think for Heroic, it's one of their strongest strategies, right?
And there he goes.
Farewell, Morphling.
It was fun. No,
We
you know, the
needed
one game we got from it. It's
We
nice.
won Parker Morphling Grand Final. That was like minimum requirement for a good Grand Finals. We got it, and
The question that still remains is there is another hero that right now, for me at least, is the most impactful for both of these teams, and that's the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Still in the pool. Heroic will
Ilan na
get
yung
one ban before the next phase begins, so perhaps they want to prioritize that. It's Alchemist that gets removed by Falcons, so another carry getting targeted.
I feel like
Heroic are yet to play Nature's Prophet themselves. So I think it's
Exact-
more on Falcons. If they want to play it, they'll pick it, but I'd be surprised if Heroic...
I feel like I didn't mean it in a way that Heroic would pick it. I feel like no matter what gets picked here, if Prophet is for Falcons, that's the most impactful.
Yeah.
Like, however, do you think that maybe because they have Primal Beast, they'll opt to not ban it out? Because I kind of feel
Heroic
nice
is
about
fine
that
against
matchup.
it.
Yeah.
I think if anything, Falcons have shown a similar playstyle in game 1 and 2, where they have
Shadow
high
Demon.
pacing semi-cores, right? Like Alchemist is of course strong, but he falls off as the late game goes later, right? And in game 2 they had a Prophet, but they're pairing it with Pangos, Bristle, Timber. Like it's a lot of early aggression, take over the map. But if the game gets difficult and you're against a scaling core, you're playing on individual, map like positioning and outplay, and that's where Heroic have looked really strong, right? Parker often is playing the scaling core, so I'm hoping maybe for Falcons coming to game 3, they change up that playstyle to ensure they have at least a scale versus scaling option
Yeah,
within the
they
lineup.
still. I mean, if there is no Morphling, I feel like
Yung-
Bristleback still outscales
Sige,
most
gusto
heroes,
niya
even though
nating
he's played on
bilis.
offlane. Keep in mind that Primal is picked. Clockwork is still left in the pool as well, like one of those heroes that you really enjoy playing into him. But Omni Knight kind of throws a wrench in all of your plans. I'm not sure which hero besides the Shadow Demon can single-handedly deal with Omni and everything that he brings to fights. They go with the Clock. Clock Snap, standard combo, very easy to execute, and it's basically Clock into the Primal Beast. I feel like this is most of
incredible.
the reason why they picked it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, again, like for Heroic, if Divine Lumber gets shut down in the offlane and Parker is pressured early on, you can already see the motions of Heroic having to mount a comeback, right? Therefore, Clockwork, like Lizard mentioned, is going to set it up. These 3 heroes, with Smoke's early game, if you have a core you don't want to play Dota, these 3 heroes will kill that hero.
And just make sure to remind people, we did check if Parker played Nature's Prophet, but he's only played it once in the past 8 days in a pub, and he lost. So I don't think they'll pull this one out in the grand finals. But hey, there's no need for Nature's Prophet if you can get your hands on the Parker Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, Parker Shadow Fiend, and it's not like a standalone SF. Like you already see that there's a lot of crowd control coming from the Primal Beast,
Malakas ba yung sounds
and you have an
natin?
Omni Knight with you. Like this is
Para
my
marinig
favorite
niyo.
duo with the SF is still the Clockwork, but now you have a Tusk SF and you have an Omni SF. Like he should have a good time, even though he's playing into Clockwork, which
Tingin
isn't
ko
really
mahalaga na rin
the
talaga
best
yung
matchup,
support,
at least when it comes to core to
pick
support.
ngayon.
I also don't feel bad now hyping Parker so much for Heroic when they literally draft for Parker, right? It's my Omni for you, Mr. Parker. My Tusk for you, Mr. Parker. Primal, I will tank everything for you, Mr. Parker. Like everything is for Parker in this draft on Heroic. And Falcons, they have a mid and a carry to try and prevent the positioning of supports and to threaten Shadow Fiend's ability just to stand and right-click in the fight.
Yeah, do you need to do something armor-wise in order to deal with that?
Like you can buy some barriers as well. Some armor too is obviously nice. You can't pick certain heroes into him, but maybe Bristleback isn't the best option any longer. Like when you look at these heroes, like you have the Primal Beast, you have the SF in the lane itself. I know Amar is very capable coming from that offlane with the Bristle, even when he's playing into a rough matchup, but Maybe
So
there is
true.
something a bit easier to execute with.
I wouldn't be opposed for the return of the Mars, right? I think anytime we talk about range,
I love it.
but he's fallen off in favor, I think.
I love it. My only problem here is there's a lot of save from the Omni. But if you can layer that Mars with something extra, like have a couple of these big ultimates, these big circles, then perhaps Omni Knight is going to get caught in one of those and he won't be able to reach the SF and save him.
Yeah. That's why Heroic is so annoying to play against, because we're talking about that one jump, that one find. It's always then layered with there's a Tusk as well and a Primal, and it's really hard just to get to the key target you want to get. And we kind of forgot about Medusa a little bit, but it is the outscaling core. It's what I kind of asked for Falcons coming into Game 3. They've gone for, you know, layering aggression, not with the late game really in mind, and this time, late game, boom, secured. SFE Medusa will win.
I love the anti-mage respect still coming out. You can always have the Shadow Fiend mid coming out, and Parker still taking that anti-mage.
Good old Arcane Blink Yules from the mid lane. I mean, why not? But
why not if you can fit the anti-mage in?
Exactly. Like some matchups, of course, break the game completely, and Parker has played that anti-mage before into a position for Medusa, but still. I'm not sure. Like I still like that they went for Medusa, because this is the first time in this series and in the previous one where Falcon met Heroic, where we will see position 1 for the late game on both sides, not something that Falcons are playing like kind of sharing the load between the three of them. No. This time around, let's see if Skitter can actually out carry Parker.
And Heroic, they have ultimate last pick, so if they want Analog to play a team fighting hero, then they can go for like a Pangolier. If they want a hero to just break the map and be annoying, then like a Broodmother mid can also be fine. Urspirit, yes, you play into it well in the mid to late game, but still laning, you will concede your tower, you'll draw heals to you.
I really don't mind the Pango idea, but there are some problems, right? Like the hero that he's playing into. However, he could build, they ban it. Because of him building Diffusal, he's so valuable, so they ban it out.
So what's the Amar hero now? Again, the Mars was banned, Beast was banned.
Something maybe simple like a Centaur also comes into my mind.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
If this was 33, it would be an instant Visage pick. But unfortunately, they aren't playing it that much, or at all.
It's a big contrast again in regards to how much bonus time the teams have left.
Oh, the Brood on the other side.
The Brood coming out.
Vote for it for Heroic, but yeah, Team Falcons, they have played the Brood before. They played it on offlane, right? And they had a pretty good time with ATF Brood in.
I'm not opposed to it, because I think the Brood now complicates Heroic a little bit. Laning phase, Tusk Shadow Fiend, if that is the lane, sure, Omni Shadow Fiend as well, is very strong, right? But as soon as you hit Ultimate on Brood, you get the spiders, that's when Shadow Fiend needs help. And now you're dragging Divine Llama from the offlane into where Brood's playing. And often the Primal or Divine Llama wants to be off on the map doing his own thing, running around. But now he's forced to, where Amar goes, he must go. If not, you will lose that area.
It's just that now you have two problems. Like, these heroes are basically problematic heroes. Like, you have to deal with them in your draft. You can't just draft for yourself. It's not only the Medusa, now you have the Brood problem as well.
Yeah.
Primal Beast, at least is a hero that can lane against her a little bit later on. Like, he can show up to the lane, trample some spiders, run away, sure, but it's not a great team when it comes to defeating the Duza.
And this is where now a lot of the analog heroes would have been pretty good here. Like the Alchemist mid would have secured the late game for Heroic. You don't really care too much. Because Falcons, it's a lot of farm and then playing behind Brood.
What are your ideas? Like, I'm seeing the Alchemist that's banned, maybe a Timber that is still in the pool, right?
Yeah, again, they could do Timber. Timber
good
works
versus
well.
Earth Spirit,
Yep.
good versus Medusa. Like, overall, it looks like a really good game, unless they don't feel comfortable on him.
Lockdown would then be a problem. You'd have fun for 15, 20 minutes, and then once items kick in for Falcons, you're like, I wish I had that extra stun for that Medusa.
You know, we've gone a long way from the beginning of the tournament when people weren't drafting stuns at all.
Yeah.
We were actually considering
did.
this. Lockdown, guys, lockdown.
Again, stun-wise, then like Void Spirit and these heroes would rise up again for Heroic, if that's what they want, because you can go well against Earth Spirit, you mirror his rotations, you can hunt the Brood early.
What is it gonna be? It's gonna be Darkseer coming out, and that would mean the Primal goes to that
Primal
mid lane.
mid, yeah.
Okay, sure. I mean, that's quite a nice switch up, right? Like, we're talking about mid laners that maybe could do it, maybe couldn't. We're kind of struggling to find it, but just put the Primal mid and allow for the Darkseer v Medusa matchup, and it complicates the build a little bit for Medusa. She can't just go,
BK
I'm
sa,
always
wait
going
lang.
butterfly, right? But
Kain mo
yeah,
na.
no, I like it. It's a nice change up from Heroic.
I love it. I mean, it throws another problem now towards Team Falcons. However, there are some solutions. I feel like for this Darkseer, I want to see one of the supports on Team Falcons. I know it's silly, just buy a Dagon. Make sure that the Medusa isn't their strongest carry. Like, this is something that's very easy to fix if you saw it before, or if you come up on the spot to that solution. Because Dagon just completely negates the fact that Darkseer, yeah, vacuum wall Medusa kills everyone. No. You just kill that illusion and you run away.
We'll see if they'll go for that route. I also want to point out that for the 3rd time in a row, Schofield gets his hands on his tusk. Saves are incoming. We've seen a very big shift from the beginning of game 1 and the beginning of game 2. I know they both ended crazy, but just focus on the beginning because that's what the teams generally are focusing on. What type of beginning to the game will we have for this? Like, will the teams both be, once again, just happy on their side of the map for the first 20 minutes, or is there a team that you feel like should be taking a lead at that point?
When I look at Heroic, I feel like they have a lot of potential to be aggressive. You have Darkseer Tusk. At the same time, on the other side, you have this clock snap. All they need is level 6 and they can hunt for kills across the map. The mid laners are also very active. I expect an action-packed game.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic have the 4 protect Parker strategy once again, and Falcons, you got a Broodmother, right? You want to take the early game, you want to have an Orchid to find the Omni, to Orchid him, to stop saving the Shadow Fiend. So I think Falcons have a bit more tempo to dictate early on before Heroic just clump up and become that ball that we have known to become to love.
Okay, well, I can't wait for the later stages of the game for obvious reasons. We'll see in what kind of shape or form we'll get there. Before we head to that 3rd game, we're going to head over to Slacks, who is with Coach Cavs.
Go ahead, you're live. He said he wanted to ask the question. Go ahead.
I'm live?
Yeah.
Okay, so Slacks, I want to ask you one question.
Sure.
Why I didn't ban Nature's Prophet and they didn't pick it?
Oh my goodness, I believe that is because you broke the Prophet. You defeated Falcon's Prophet. You're pretty proud of yourself, huh?
That's crazy, isn't it?
All right.
Where are all those haters? I want them in line to apologize.
Okay, we'll line them up outside because there was a big line of them. You dunked on them pretty hard. Congratulations. Big game for you guys being able to take out that Prophet finally. You know, they're scared to pick their hoodwink, too. No, it feels like you're in their head, bud.
Maybe a little bit. Let's say.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about this draft. This is a sick Omni draft. If Omni Knight wants some people, he wants some melee cores, and you have really gone above and beyond the melee cores. Do you think Shadow Fiend is good enough as your solo ranged hero this game?
Yeah, I think so. I think he doesn't need to carry the game alone. I think the Darkseer does a lot as well. And also the Primal. I think we have some good heroes against Medusa. I didn't quite understand the Medusa pick there.
Okay.
I think the hero is strong, but maybe not that strong, you know.
Were you offended when they took your Earth Spirit? Were you like, oh, no, how could you do this?
I mean, the opposite, right?
Yeah?
If they took it, they think they can't answer it.
Oh, there we go. Man, you are just exuding confidence.
Analog should be the one that's proud for that.
Damn. All right. Well, this is going to be a spicy match indeed. I'm excited to see you guys take that last game. I have to know, looking at this draft, do you think you'll be taking this one?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I always think.
You always think. That's a good thing for a coach, always be thinking. Thank you, my friend. Well, this is a badass right here. Do not be confused. This guy talks shit, and he is ready to hit these guys up. Thank you very much. I'll see you for the next winner's interview, my friend. Let's head over to that game and see this action for Game 3.
Thank you so much. Oh, that was beautiful. I love to see that because Cavs, he always comes across as like a mild-mannered kind of guy. He comes on, give me the microphone. I'm talking here. That was sick.
It's kind of like the players all chatting in the game when they're winning. He's like, we're all the haters now that said we can't give them profit, you know? Beat it one time, that's when you talk shit immediately.
You gotta love it.
Well, I was surprised, genuinely, in this draft that Falcons didn't pick it.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a team that isn't known to just give up on their ideas and their identity after a singular loss. But they feel like there's a different approach to this game that's going to work better than the Prophet. So that's very interesting to see. And there is a possibility now that this hero does come back later. This is something... Oh, hang on.
Oh, living.
I think they'll be okay. So I just quickly want to mention this because this is a theme that happens a lot in BO5s. Wait, Malrine, what's going on? They're diving him mid with Omni and the Primal?
I mean, this is what you do. You come and take our Darkseer, we'll run at you, KJ.
That is the weirdest first blood I've seen all tournament. They just ran him down with 2 melee heroes mid.
Are they going to full-on tri-lane this? Down here bottom, by the way? I mean, I'm not sure. This is a very strange start. Schofield, not really sure where he wants to go. Crit can probably come close to killing him now.
So you and I have talked about this a couple of times with Darkseer because we're both, you know, Darkseer enjoyers. We've played the hero a ton. This hero is all about getting level 3 and level 5.
Yes.
And if he gets tri-laned early on, the hero kind of just sucks. So at the same time, there's a limit to how many resources you can put down there. So eventually they will move Crit top here to play with Amar. As Davai Lama will get his first experience point, minute 130 here.
I mean, this is the other thing that's really tough is it's not just getting to level 3, but it's also your level 1 engagement that sometimes happens.
Yeah.
You can ruin your own game, and I think that's what just happened. Like, all of those heroes running at him, even if you get tri-laned, it sometimes can be better than this, because he came to lane with no resources, basically, too. And now Schofield dragging the waves around. This is what they need to do to try and salvage this lane. Davai is going to pull the next one, and hopefully then they can get up the levels.
Now, the other thing I wanted to mention quickly, just to finish off on the Prophet story, is a lot of the time what ends up happening in final BO5s when they're very close is that one team has an idea, it gets countered, it's down prioritized, and then now both teams, or especially Heroic, I think, are kind of going to forget about Nature's Prophet later down in the series. And this means that there's a possibility in Game 4 that Falcons pick it like 4th.
Right.
That's something that could end up happening. We've seen that plenty of times where the priorities shift around, but still, you see Prophet will be better when he has better information about what the enemy team is throwing at him. In this game, that was not the case for Falcons. They didn't opt to go for it later in the draft, as they saw a potentially insane Medusa game, which I would definitely agree with. This should be a very good Medusa game. The counter pick of Darkseer as the last solution here from Heroic can play a big role, but it very much comes down to Davai getting any sort of game to begin with. Now, the good news for Heroic is their mid and their top lane are going great.
Yeah.
Primal is doing awesome against Malrine, and of course the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane. 16 for 4 against Amar, 6 and 2 on the Brood. Looking good so far for Parker.
I think this bottom lane should start to stabilize pretty soon, and as long as you can get to level 3 and maybe Schofield can make some stacks, he should be okay. But yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing, as you mentioned, is that these other lanes going quite well puts you in a situation where you'll have time to catch up on Darkseer, and Primal can maybe even make some rotations and gank your lane, because a surged up Primal Beast will absolutely destroy.
That's definitely a very nasty combo. Those two heroes together are a classic. Analog, good damage onto Malrine. We'll back off, though, as the creep wave dies and he starts taking tower shots. And this is something about Heroic picking this hero as well. I think the majority of their games this tournament, this has been played by Davai.
Yeah.
So probably Falcons were already anticipating this would be an offlaner, and it kind of threw them off that they changed the priority around here. May have even been part of their conversation about picking Dusa, that they were like, well, they can't really pick Darkseer because they're going to put the Primal off. And then they maybe came to the conclusion that, all right, well, if they do put the Primal mid, because they know Analog does play it, he just hasn't played it much this event, then they feel like the overall trade-off is still good enough. And yeah, as you talked about, they're going to pull the creeps around.
This is the thing he needs to be careful of. Davai didn't kill the small creep, so it purged him and got rid of his Ion Shell. It's so annoying.
Yeah, that particular camp is annoying for Darkseer for sure, but they get it done. Snaking on a walk over, finds Schofield. Anything to snowball, only the clock.
Davai, in the meantime, trying to play this one cool. Is he going to go for it? Has not skilled yet. Can throw them up on the cliff, but they're not biting. Falcons understand the cliffing option is there, and so they're going to step away from that. Now Schofield onto Snake King, still hitting with the Ion Shell, clicking him down. Davai connects it up with another Ion Shell. Vacuum back in. Is it enough damage? The snowball forward, and that should not quite enough. Oh, the raindrop! You can't get him.
Oh my God!
Oh, that's so painful. What a terrible hero, Darkseer. Please buff him, Ice Frog.
Yeah. Only getting last picked, and what's the win rate? Is it any good? Eh.
Unreal.
That hero feels like a lot of the time it's kind of polarizing. We've had patches where Darkseer was just busted.
Yeah.
Just a first pick in Pro Dota. And then you have patches where he's completely ignored even when the conditions for the hero in theory are amazing. I guess he's in an overall pretty good spot right now where he's like a situational choice. But maybe a little bit too situational.
Oh, and in the meantime also, we will see probably pretty soon the Broodmother try and have some Spiderling buildup once she gets to 6.
Snaking on Analog mid.
This would be a nice kill if they can get it in time, and in fact, it looks like they might Analog down. They bring numbers, bring them down.
Great rotation. He did not expect that one. And obviously, you can't onslaught out with Clockwork on top of you. As long as he isolates you in the cogs with no creeps nearby, you're staying there. And that brings back Malrine in the game. He was losing that lane quite hard, but now it's looking stable again.
Divine trouble goes down.
Malrine will pay it back immediately. And now Schofield, no TP. Kick's gonna miss though. He'll probably make it out.
This is the other thing about Medusa is if you get a level advantage, all of a sudden you have to do these weird lane pull shenanigans. Because if you Ion Shell your own wave, Medusa just kills it with Snake. And now you also have this Gorgon Grasp, which is a problem. They're going to need to make some type of a move to help out here. But as they get to the 7-minute mark, Devi gets dove. The vacuum pullback, they should be able to secure the Wisdom with Schofield. They do manage to do just that.
Devi had less experience than Omni, so
Yeah.
he got half of the Wisdom.
It's a really rough lane right now.
I don't know if you want to look at that the positive or the negative way. That really depends what kind of person you are.
He got the XP.
But yeah, you got
yay!
half the XP from the Wisdom. That's great.
Really good catch up there. They also have no
Top
stacks.
tower's gone.
That's something. I mean, how good of a Shadow Fiend game is it? Because Parker has so often been the win condition for this team. Can he eventually just completely take over this game? Or does he need the sort of the Darkseer to have a good one as well?
I think Repel is a bit of an X factor in that regard because it potentially allows Parker to go for a slightly different build path. Nice damage there onto Amar, triple raise combo.
Kick back.
Okay, though they find Analog
Catch
again.
him again. Where's the help? Nobody nearby trying to get it in time, and the Purification Repel.
Oh, now
it's
King Jungkook's
not
probably dead,
enough
too.
to save a life.
They hit a roll.
KJ in, kicked back if they need it, or just kicked to death.
Snaking is owning this game. He is really the MVP for now on that clock. Part of 6 out of 7 kills. He's killed mid twice. He's killed bottom. And now he's looking for his next victim in the top lane. This will be spotted by a nicely placed aggressive ward, though, from the side of Heroic. So Snay probably not getting in on this unless Parker wants him to. Oh, baiting it out.
Oh, buddy.
But Snay not walking into that. But yeah, it is potentially a good Shadow Fiend game. I think the Medusa matchup is kind of bad, but Omni Knight can swing things. You have the drinking buddies that amplify you. So I think it can be good. My bigger question is what happens now? Because Amar has been very quiet this game compared to most of the games he's had. This is one of his worst starts of the entire tournament. But now he's 6.
Right.
This is the kind of hero that can solo Shadow Fiend. If you get the right angle with the Spiderlings and he doesn't kill them off with raises, you can at the very least force a Requiem or a TP out and start taking control of the area. So Heroic kind of need to plan how they want to solve this. The panel was talking about moving Primal up there, and then maybe you put the SF mid, but he's super vulnerable there. So I guess the SF kind of wants to play top plus jungle rather than the mid area.
This is big, though.
Pulverize.
Oh, a little bit of a pause. There was some lag there. Nonetheless, they were able to grab it. Why you pick Brood, bro? That's pretty sick. I like that. Ready to go again.
He is maybe alive?
Purification. Slowed. Pummeled. Degen Aura.
Yeah.
Hunting. I think he gets out. Man. Just barely able to get away from that one. So they will spot the Clockwork coming over this direction. Cannot do anything to cut him off at this point. Snaking gonna have to traverse back towards mid. Feels like the first movement that we've seen from Snaking that hasn't resulted in a kill. Alreen gets the invis up top. No. Chance to go for more. Drinking Buddies chase down. Snowball there. Pulls them back in closer. They do have the Pulverize slowed down by the wall, but still Analog not able to make it work. Purification is out. They still, well, they don't have Repel anymore, actually, so Analog's just got to run. Magnetized damage coming in clutch. And the roll in looking for more. Aureen can reapply if he wants again. Throws out the rock, but they're able to dodge.
Analog had insane movement in the river there. He got hit by, I think, one kiss from the Snapfire.
Wow.
So credit where credit's due. Crit's accuracy, not the best there, but I feel like that was more about the Primal than the Snap. Just very good sidestepping with the phase boots and the wind lace. As you said, there was no repel to protect him, but didn't need it. And that's quite some time wasted for some of Falcon's heroes. However, the Medusa and the Brood are happily parked in their respective side lanes, getting the farm.
Well, another round of smoke ups. KJ and Analog hunting for this Brood. Crit is nearby, able to interrupt this if the Pulverized play comes out. They'll spot KJ, no sight yet onto Analog, but ready to see a PC crash again in a moment. They run on in, try and get him. Can they get in range to grab?
No.
It doesn't look like it. Got Amar very quick to get out of there. And it is one of the downsides.
They've brought Skitter up here as well. They want to contest the tower. Snaking, hiding in the trees. Not level 6 though. But Malrine from the side.
Finds him. Drinking Buddies pullback. Holding on to Purification, holding on to Repel. They back away. They start to move in with the Darkseer. A Surge play here could be okay, but he only has level 1. It's on cooldown. Finding a way into this fight is just kind of tough. They'll go for the Onslaught, immediately cancels the charge forward from Analog, throws an Ion Shell, but again, no real chance for a Surge here. Snaking control, but immediately they're gonna break the Pulverize. Now they run forward for Parker. KJ is nearby, can provide some assistance, but he gets stunned. Silenced, able to dodge away for a moment. There it is, Purification, Repel, available. Amar hit, one more punch is enough. Just barely enough damage to take him out. Schofield starting to fall. They get away again. Parker's still standing tall in this one. KJ's there with the GA. The Purification lets him live. Repel at the last second. They played this fight perfectly. Schofield kills Malrine too. They have the wall out now, so the Illusions starting to beat into Skitter. They're taking out the mana. Oh man, Skitter has to run away from this one, although now completely out of mana. Divide burning through her, and they come back in at the end with Analog.
What an I can't believe it.
That team fighting was so good.
I can't believe it. Everything from Heroic there was so clutch. From the save on the Shadow Fiend on super low health to the turnaround on the Medusa. The snowball kill on the Earth Spirit mid-roll as he would have killed Schofield and survived. Instead it turns around the other way. And they get a nice teamfight victory there for Heroic. It did cost them their tower, but well worth it. That was bound to happen. And all of this was despite Amar finding a good angle in the beginning and finding a kill. Wait, hang on. Divine, no Surge.
Oh,
it's close.
Run away. The hook shot.
Okay.
Snaking takes him down. The problem of having, you know, this Darkseer that's been so hampered. Surge only level 2. Shards block off. Nice play. KJ comes in to get the rune.
Now, can they get Snay? Yeah, they can. No escape path for him. A couple hits from Shadow Fiend will do it, and Parker. Can you believe it? Parker top net worth, just like every other game. In here, 14 minutes, and he's got a very healthy lead on the SF. Has the Omni to back him up, and that's what's going to be interesting for me to see about his item build this game. This is pretty standard for him to go the Dragon Lance and Falcon Blade into Manta. But what's he getting after? Does he feel like he can get away with not buying BKB? And he can get just really, really strong? We've seen Parker not shy away from going like Shadow Fiend, Sandunyasha Scotty builds or Daedaluses. He could finish his Pike if he wants against the Dusa. A nice way to create distance and not get petrified. Plenty of options.
Parker obviously has been known as a carry player for a long time, played at TIs, had some good success, but I feel like this tournament has been just his show from the outset, basically. Player of the tournament so far. The only thing that could cap it off would be a victory here. Falcons have put together solid team effort after solid team effort. We'll see if they can manage to pull a lead here in the grand finals. But off the back of this Shadow Fiend, I'm worried about the way that this game is going for Falcons. I don't know if they have the tools to deal with all this defensive heroes, and Omni feels like the biggest one.
I think some of the questions will be answered when Amar becomes more impactful in the game. He's closing in on an Orchid, which does give them an angle to target the Omni. If he can flank in, we've seen a couple of games of mid-brutes in particular with an Orchid finding a pathway across trees and just killing supports with the Orchid. Being able to do that on the Omni is probably the highest percentage play, but still a snowball save. So there's 2 defensive supports. One of them now, Schofield already with the Solar Crest, is definitely going to be something to overcome, as the win expectancy here is dead even. Parker walking past Skitter, and you see Parker's quick buy. There is no BKB in sight.
He is walking straight into 4 heroes, and they are running away from him. Devi Lama is off to the side. Maureen trying to roll to get away.
He doesn't have a TP, so this is a bit awkward, but I guess he'll just roll in toward mid.
I mean, this shows how Falcons feel about the game state, right? They do not want to go into a straight-up fight. They are trying to wait for their items to get online before they have any type of a fight happen. And as you said, the most important one is going to be this Brood Orchid.
Shadow Fiend is just too beefy.
Yeah.
He's got 2,000 health, Repel in his back, Solar Crest, he gets drinking buddies.
That's a monster.
Snowball save. And yeah, Falcons probably not even going to try to defend this tier 2. They'll just concede that area entirely.
And one thing I am a little bit concerned about for Falcons too is at this point they don't have a Dagon. They don't have like an answer for the Medusa illusion. She's building Scotty next. These like, stat-based Medusa builds, she will start killing her own team. With all of the stats here, I'm a little bit concerned that when the timing comes that Heroic want to like fight and try and really control the game, they're not going to have an answer for this.
That's a good point. I wonder if we're going to see a Dagon come out from perhaps the Earth Spirit after his BKB. We did see Analog buy it in his Earth Spirit game as they go in.
Maureen there, trying to run away now. Completely out of mana, does have a roll, but it's not going to happen. They kill this Earth Spirit. And Heroic starting to run wild in this game 3.
Solar Crest now completed for snaking, so equalizing that item for both teams. But yeah, when the Heroic ball is running together, I think these fights are just very difficult for Falcons. And it means that what they need to accomplish is setting up skirmishes effectively, which is what they're trying to do here. But I think Devi is out of here.
Yeah,
and maybe a counterplay.
A chance to turn this back around. Do they want to drop it?
They're not.
Surge forward, no.
But yeah, if you can't break the fight apart, if Heroic get to maintain formation in their team and get to protect their heroes with the defensive supports, it's hard to see an avenue for Falcons to really kill off the targets. And so much of it comes back to what happened in the first 10 minutes of the game, where the Brutes lane got shut down really hard. So Amar is playing catch-up, which is quite unfamiliar for him in this tournament. And they'll just keep the ball rolling. 3,000 gold lead now for Heroic. See if they can get something more done here in the mid area, if they will back off. I mean, their lineup isn't half bad at killing Roche either, by the way.
Yeah, this is pre-Aegis, right? Yeah. They got Pipe now on Darkseer. This game is really starting to get into a dangerous position for Falcons. And I mean, does just farming up solve this? Like, they're looking for BKBs, 4 staffs, all the rest of it. They're going to roll in now on Parker. KJ tries to get there. Repel out. Can they keep him alive? Yes. Immediately, they drop down that wall. It connects onto Skeeter. They get the GA out. Everything for Parker as he backs away, manages to survive the onslaught. The rest of Heroic very, very low. They try and run away. Analog will get dropped by Amar. Still in some trouble, Parker. They don't quite have enough to kill him as Devi Lama is going to surge, run away, TP out. Can they break it? Oh!
Clutch.
Gets away.
Just barely. Yeah, they had to do a pretty pristine setup there from the side of Falcons. So they roll in, they kick Shadow Fiend into their team, they immediately cookie him. But despite all of that, he still lived. They just get the Repel and the GA off, the Requiem, because they have no BKB piercing stuns except the Petrify and the hook shot, but I think the hook shot was already used. So Fears all of them out, gets back, but still a pretty good result in that fight, all things considered, for the side of Falcons.
Snowball in. It's getting careful about this. They think that he's away, but he is not. Amar just drops.
He might have thought Parker went back to base.
Yeah.
Actually.
And the Shards, Snake King forced to use the hook shot just to get away. That is Shadow Blade done, and now Maureen tries to roll out. Not gonna happen. They got him caught again. Heroic are just completely inside the brain of Falcons.
Damn. Analog's going in game and chat.
First timer spirit.
All right, they get the Tormentor for Schofield, so that's going to be the better shards. So we'll be able to farm a bit faster, do some more damage in team fights. Crit will try to take away the Heroic Wisdom Rune and will be successful, so it's a 1-for-1 steal.
Divide, does he guess the right way? He will see him there.
Well, see if he can keep him in place. He does have the vacuum in a second. That's a good wall. Can he pull him back up? Yes.
TP out
no
now
TP.
On Crit. Oh, yeah.
Snakey gets killed by Parker.
And Crit is just going to get run down and punched to death by the purple-headed man.
For Staff, he has a Scatter Blast and a Cookie. He might actually be fine. This could be a disaster for Devi if he goes too far.
If he goes in too far, okay. That's also wall down, long cooldown there.
Yep. Still a very healthy lead now for Heroic. 7,000 gold. Parker, an absolute monster. How is he 5,000 ahead of the DOTA with similar CS?
That's crazy.
Just ridiculous output from these team fights.
And now,
I assume he must have been farming higher quality creeps too, like more lane creeps and less jungle than the DOTA, because otherwise I can't see this amounting to 4.5k. Parker just getting more gold out of the map. He will now get the Roche. Will now lag.
There is a little bit of lag. It's for everyone. Please stop. Okay, all right, okay. There is a lot of all chatting going on.
I wonder if it's this. So if they're saying it's the Brood causing it, I wonder if it's the Spiderling cosmetic that's causing it.
Next time, not pick. Parker's having a laugh. Trying to keep a hold of your carry player in the midst of this. It's a tough
I wonder if reconnecting fixes the issue temporarily at least. But sometimes in the past when we've had these like FPS drop issues with cosmetics, it's specifically been, a lot of the time it's been heroes with a lot of units. Like Phantom Lancer, Monkey King ult, Brood, Spiderlings, Nature's Prophet Treants. And I think there was one time as well where it might have been with one version of Ion Shell as well as causing some whatever, because it was animating a lot.
Yeah.
Just constantly casting. But either way, I'm up for a truce of not picking Brood for the rest of the finals. That's okay with me. I feel like this hero, I don't like representation for it because I hate it.
It's gotten better though. Come on, surely.
Okay. I agree with that.
Dude, you're trying so hard to remain professional right now.
But
Cinderine is just like blistering with rage.
And you coat it in 24 karat gold, it's still a turd. Okay. It's just gold coated. That's Brood. Okay. All right. Here we go. Aegis for Parker. Somehow this felt like it was the second Roche of the game, but. Just the first one, so no banner. All right, we're pausing.
Nice. When I said
it will not fix.
When
does DC help? Okay. How about you try and find out?
Lex will stay. I'm Brood.
Oh man.
I was gonna say what an X factor to a pick, but it's lagging his own team.
Listen, they're trying so many different ways to get inside each other's heads. When I said Brood's gotten better, I could see like your body have a physical reaction when I looked over.
No, so like, in all honesty, it used to be worse. I think the worst version of Brood, not in terms of win rate or whatever, but in terms of design, was the one you go back to like 2012, 13, 14, where you last picked Brood, the enemy team didn't have wave clear, and you just won.
Yeah.
It was very uninteresting, very polarizing, and it felt like the ultimate cheese. People nowadays complain about Huskar being a cheese hero.
Right.
If you started playing in 2020 and you're like, wow, Huskar is so stupid.
At least maraming pera. Ina.
We had Huskar be whatever
Mukha ko kung pangit ako, tapos wala pa
as
akong pera.
Broodmother. Well, they force out the glyph here on the side of Heroic, and they will take the mid tier 2.
Sarap. Nakahula pa yung first
Feeling
blood
like they
ko.
don't want to play this game anymore. They are just running at towers aggressively. Take down that tier 2 tower in the mid. A smoke up though from Falcons, who they find Devi is a good target. They hook shot in, connect onto him. Pipe is out immediately, and now the turnaround Analog manages to find the Broodmother. Can Devi live through it? Yes, but it get the call
Pasok
off in
din yung ano ko
time.
nito. Over ko dito.
BKB expiring, they have repel.
Medyo
They
ano sila.
chase, they want to get after him. In the meantime, Parker finds the kill onto Crit. So, Parker moving in onto Skinner, continuing to throw him out. Has the Manta there as well. A couple more punches, the break, the right click. That's another dead Clockwork. They roll in, find KJ snaking, buys back into this fight. They have to be careful now. With Omni Knight dead and also Darkseer, they don't have a lot of ways to fight left.
Yeah, Falcons feeling the heat a little bit. I've been praising them this series in the tournament for how they use buybacks. That was such a reckless buyback from Snaking. He didn't have T. At least I think he didn't have TP because he didn't use it. He just bought back, started running down mid. He didn't have hook shot, nothing to connect on, and that's effectively just a wasted buyback unless it dissuaded Heroic from chasing, but I don't think so.
Wonder if they forgot they had Aegis.
Pag-check ng akin. Ano? Wait.
That GA
Tine-check ko nga eh.
is a problem for
Yes.
Falcons that they have to deal with. And you know what item is good against it?
What's that?
Armlet Brood, apparently, because that's what Amar has in his quick buy.
I was thinking Nullifier, but
Yeah, I was also thinking Nullifier. So I was like, I wonder if Brood has Nullifier in his quick buy. Nope.
dude, these
He has
spiders take
Armlet,
us
and
away
then he has
from 'em.
Refresher in his sticky buy. I really hope he doesn't buy Armlet. Or I really hope I'm going to learn something.
You know,
one or the other.
Universal Hero, it's pretty cool, you know?
Why is that cool on Universal?
Because
It doesn't
you like
give any
stats.
stats.
You like stats, man.
I mean-
What do you mean?
Sino ba yun?
I mean, yeah, it gives strength when you activate it.
He's so strong when he activates
Checking
it.
ako, Henry.
Look, you can
Ikaw
activate
ba
this.
naka-bet?
Okay, he probably put it in his quick buy to buy the
Mga
helm of Iron Will.
basher mo.
Well,
And then he's turning
Yan
it
mo na yan,
around.
pre.
we will see.
Ganun talaga.
They find Amar.
Di yan
He starts to
mawawala.
die. Imagine if he had an armlet to toggle
Okay
right
lang
now. In
maging
the
pangit,
meantime,
basta
Parker
maraming
is
pera.
dying to
Putang
play
ina,
Bell
pangit
and
ka na,
kisses.
tapos
That's Aegis down.
wala ka pang
There
pera.
are a lot of heroes
Wala ka
around
ng
him. Can they
silbi.
keep Parker alive?
Nabuhay ka pa, di ba?
The cogs break it off. Schofield tries to get there
The
for the
GA
save. It's
green.
not going to happen. Parker, you went in too far. And with no
God,
help
like the
nearby, he does
Packard
go
na natin.
down. That is not a hero you can afford to lose.
Snaking coming up big. That's just perfect cogs.
Di-
They create so
Uy!
much separation between the Omni and the Shadow Fiend that they
Parang-
actually couldn't reach each other
Parang pre.
to get him
Wait,
repelled, to get him
checking ako
GA'd.
ng ano ko ngayon dito eh.
And they find 2
Yung
kills on Parker,
over
the
ko
big boss of the
dito,
game, finally goes
54.5.
down. First death, he was
Yung
8-0.
over ko dito.
Analog
Snaking just can't stop hitting.
still finds it. There's the turnaround, though, with the repel. They have the wall down, too. It's more than enough.
Okay, maybe you should have missed that one.
I mean, you forced
Ooh.
out wall.
Oh my God.
Maybe it's not the biggest deal in the world.
I don't think that's what he was going
pa
for.
lang.
It's fair.
Amar
TP.
Di na tuloy,
trying to
guys,
get out of
nag-comment yung
trouble.
hater
Will?
ulit.
Yeah,
Kumain
King
they're
ng
not gonna get
back.
Tapos nag-comment lang.
So he still has the armlet in his quick buy, and like I was
Uy,
saying, I think he
huwag ka
genuinely
naman.
just put it there to buy Helm of Iron Will, and then he will turn this into a nullifier, and he's probably just memeing, as he
Dali,
likes to
walang
do.
kausap eh. Ano na yun?
But
Di ko dinilit yung comment niya.
we'll see.
Hahartan ko
What if he
pa.
accidentally buys it, though?
Yan.
Now he's queuing up
Bakit ng streamer na to?
nullifier.
Okay, interesting.
Yan,
Who would have
hinart ko
thought?
na. Comment ka ulit,
But yeah, this
eh.
previous fight is extremely
Alam mo, sa
important for this
stream
game.
natin.
The position that Heroic were in was starting to look very, very solid,
Gago,
but
ito yung
one
ano ko
misstep, the
ngayon,
kill on
yung
the
mga
SF is
ano
worth
na ko.
so
Panalo
much.
na ako eh,
And
apat
it also
eh.
is a proof of concept for
Eto,
Falcons
guys,
for how
oh.
to approach the fights.
Right.
I think if Clockwork
So,
can reliably
1, 2, 3,
get Omni
4.
Knight just separated from the fight in any possible
Eto.
way, they definitely have enough damage on the rest of their heroes to kill off the SF, considering he doesn't have the BKB.
Eto, balik lang.
Now Parker will buy it now, out of necessity.
Yeah.
He learned very
Nakahula pa
quickly
nga
from
yung
his one
first
death,
blood
and this
pick
is
ko.
what separates him from all the viewers.
Dapat
is that
ano
after
to eh,
his
pick
death,
to eh.
to not
Tapos
having
naka
BKB, he
first
will
blood
actually
yung
buy
position
one.
4
I
and
like
5.
Instead of being like,
Pasok.
I don't need BKB.
Tapos, godlike natin. Tingnan nga natin kung
Ever.
sino nga ba naka-godlike na.
Very good.
Probably not a good line of thought
Malay
in
mo
this video game.
godlike.
But some people
Parker.
stick to their beliefs forever and don't
So,
improve.
nag-yes
And
ako.
in a way, you can respect
Who
it.
hurt you?
Tapos,
What's going on?
total ko,
What is
54.5
happening?
sa third map.
We've all been there. I'm pretty sure everybody watching
Mega
this had a
clips
game where they're
ako
like,
ulit.
please just buy
Tapos,
BKBs.
both
And
team
nobody
beat
wants to do it.
So, tingnan natin.
You know, it happens. It's not a very fun
Namatay
item.
na ba si
That's true.
Parker?
I think in the survey, what's the most fun item? I think BKB got 0 of the 100
Namatay na ba
votes.
siya?
That's pretty messed up.
Saan na ba yun?
Snaking, trying to get out of there. Malrine
Ano,
will
ba't di ko na
roll.
maklik?
This is an awkward snowball now,
Nangyari, hindi ko na
but
maklik
they're
yung
not going to
ano,
turn it into
zero.
anything.
Wala
Next
yun.
on the
Falcons
snake,
are not ready.
but That force staff away.
Gago, naglalag na.
They're
pati
still
page.
controlling the map a
Wait
lot,
nga
but you
lang,
can see.
loading. Load ko lang.
But yeah, he does not buy Armlet, buys the Nullifier.
Baka namatay siya.
Now, this
Baka
isn't
namatay
going to
siya.
be reliable for killing
Namatay
the
siya
Shadow
isa.
Fiend now that he has BKB, but it's going to be very helpful against everybody else.
Divide buys a Blink Dagger. After the Crimson Pipe, a lot of good auras here on the side of Heroic. Roche a minute before it's capable of respawning, while Falcons looking to try and take the fight first. If they can find somebody here on this board to be
Namatay nga
really
siya.
good, Analog is a target. Can they bring him down in
Ah,
time? No, Divide
namatay
is there.
siya.
Aura's out immediately. Now the turn
Ba't di
onto
siya namatay?
Malrine.
Godlike mga 9
They
kills
still
eh.
have
9 to
more
10
that they can
kills.
go for if they
Dapat
want.
walang
Throws out the
patay.
Requiem,
Kaso
pulls
namatay
back in
siya.
Amar, pops his BKB.
Ilan ba
Now
siya
they
na
back
namatay?
away.
Ilan
Goes for
kills
the
ba niya
invis.
na namatay siya?
Looking for a chase down on these creeps, Parker.
Kasi uulit naman yun eh.
Back to farming.
Yeah, not too much coming from that, but at the very least, Heroic maintain formation and okay.
Sino sasali
Have to be
dyan?
careful,
Kulang
backing
kami
back up in
tutok
10
sila sa
seconds.
laban ngayon,
Falcons, they're
Boss
all in the
Ano.
river together, but they've
Panay
already
bash
killed
mga
all
yan
the
pero
careful of his
nakaabang
positioning now.
din
He
sa mga
cannot be
pa-pre-credits
silenced or nullified out, just
Ewan ko
killed.
ba yan?
Looking
Sino
for
ba
more,
nga
they're
ba
off
yan?
to the side. Skinner is there, still hanging
8 na,
onto
isa
this
na lang,
wall.
godlike
Divine
na.
Llama can drop it down.
Patay ata siya ng isa. Unang patay niya ba yon?
Oh, he
Unang
missed the
patay niya ba
vacuum.
yon?
Skinner just immediately left to his own devices. KJ is there. He's going to go for the TP out on the Shadow
Kasi
Fiend,
kung
but
8 kills na siya, tapos
clutch
namatay
miss.
pala siya, wala din yung godlike.
for
I don't know if
Divine
those two
Llama.
words go together, but
Well, it was really important that he missed. It was really clutch that that
Ah,
happened.
yun na.
I wonder how much
Ilan
of
na
the
kaya
Heroic team
siya?
comes are like, Divide, that was so clutch, bro.
Ah, 8-0 siya nun.
It
So,
happens,
8.
sometimes you
Tangina,
miss,
hirap na
and
nito
sometimes it
mag-godlike
costs you
ulit.
dearly. They do get Parker out, though. And that really is the
Reset
focal
ng
point of
ano,
this game is
another
can you
9 kills.
can you protect the Shadow Fiend? Can you let him play his type of
Namatay
fights?
kasi siya ulit eh.
And while Parker did do some good damage,
Wala
he got
kasi ako,
forced out by
may
Skitter.
kinain lang ako.
They had to GA and just TP him out. And this is the problem. This is what we were talking about in terms of formation. Schofield goes in a little bit too far, gets caught, and look at Amar. He's immediately identifying, if I start running around the outskirts of this area while my teammates are fighting in the center, he's just looking for King Jungles.
Yeah.
And for the Darks here. They're doing a pretty good job navigating
Sige,
around the
titingnan
left side.
natin.
So credit to KJ here for getting his spells off.
Tingnan natin.
But yeah, with that repel onto the Primal, Parker just has to get out of there. And they GA him for good measure to make sure he makes it out.
It might have actually been a silence and not a miss on that one, but regardless, whatever
Gago,
the case
di na
was, he
tuloy
got
bumalik
caught
yung
out
basher.
and
Di
killed.
na tuloy
And
nag-comment
now
Tower down.
Parker
Ayoko kasi.
takes down that tower, or excuse me, Skitter does. Parker is up top though. Trying
Oh,
to
they're
bait out
going in.
some type of a move. They roll onto him. KJ's still nearby.
Okay. He's slowed by the Scotty, has to BKB.
Divide kills Amar. He pops it. Oh, the turnaround. He TPs away. All right, that is a very, very, very smart TP. I would have turned and tried and killed Skitter and died. KJ is going to TP out as well. Both managed to escape while.
When all's said and done, they just kill the
Amar.
Brood.
Yeah.
So, good outcome for Heroic. I really thought this top play was going to cost them something, but
Yung
with SF
basher
covering his own
member
bases,
ng
that means Omni can
Jesus.
just protect himself and get
Kids
out. There's no hook
Foundation.
shot nearby to stop the
Legit
TPs.
ba? Di kasi nakikita
And we continue
yung
like
account
nothing
ko yan.
happened.
Pero,
Now it is
ano
worth
gagawin
noting,
by
as you
them?
pointed out, it was a fat Requiem. Medusa lost all
Okay
her
lang
mana.
naman.
But we're
Yung
starting to
mawawala.
reach a point now where I think it starts
Baka
getting
may
problematic
magsabi
for
na
Heroic to
namang
deal with
content
Skitter
creator
if they
di
don't get him
kayang
walled.
mag-handle ng
Once he
ano.
gets this butterfly, I don't know if the Shadow Fiend can really stand up to him. He's going to go for Daedalus. No, not going to have
Tama
any true
naman
strike.
sinabi ko, di ba? Sabi niya, pangit ako eh.
And still,
Di
no
bali
way
ng
at the
pangit.
moment
Basta
to
may
deal
pera.
with that illusion.
Ang
So
ina kung
if
pangit
they
ka na,
get
tapos
it
wala ka
down,
pang
if they get
pera,
it
wala ka
created,
pang
it's solid.
silbi.
You literally have one job
Mapa-
as Divine, and that's to
mapapasabi mo
get
na
a
lang
wall
talaga
on
sa sarili
Medusa.
mo.
And if they can
Nabuhay
manage
pa
to make
ako.
that happen, it will do massive damage.
Jungles.
KJ face check.
Sabi ko mabalik nga siya eh, para ano, di ba? Para may
That's
buhay
one
yung
time
stream
down.
mo. Ganda nga yan.
Are they going to go for this fight or not? Jumps in, back wall onto 4. The right clicks are going to start to come out. They also catch them in the shard. Skinner in no man's land here, forced to pop it out. The shards and the wall are perfect. They're going to run away on Skinner, on the rest of them. Analog, Onslaught,
Okay,
forward getting interrupted by Snake King. They manage to find the slowdown, and now the snowball forward. Requiem out. Skinner, you're done. Can they get any more now? Divine Llama chasing, finding crit. A couple more hits are there. They buy back on Skinner.
Shit!
Now the big magnetize is there. KJ able to dodge away again, but Amar in some trouble as they hit them down, find the kill. Not to back out now though. Parker nowhere left
Uy,
to go. It's a
putang ina, may
rampage
nag-rampage!
as the frames are
Putang
dying.
ina mo!
So too are the Radiant Heroes. Oh my god, if he lives here on
Putang ina ka!
27 HP, is just gonna walk away. That shard is so
Putang
good
ina!
it slows and she can't chase.
Tang ina talaga.
Unreal.
Sabi ni,
Holy,
napadaan
he
ako sa
actually got out
rampage
of that?
kanina eh.
Rocket flare?
Dapat
Oh,
clinic ko na
hunting
yun
but not
eh.
finding.
Putang ina eh.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, sa
So
mga
this,
batang
they do get the
nanonood
GA
dyan,
off, and they
magtutularan.
immediately get nullified by the
Wala
brute who
na
kills the
atang
Omni,
gising na
but job well
bata.
done, right?
Tang ina,
It's okay for the
wala
Omni to
nang-
die as long as he's
Mga
protected his
thunders
team
na
and
lang.
got his spells off. This is a bit too late from Amar.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, what a crazy fight again.
Tang ina
This
naman.
Parker guy, they're setting him up for success, and they have all the
Okay
trust
na,
in the world
may
in him to
nag-godlike
deliver
na
in
dun mga
every
pre ah.
fight.
Tingnan natin.
And it's paid off. That was a great fight, but the thing that set the whole thing up was this back wall from the Vailama, right?
Putang
Like getting the
ina na,
four-man
ano na.
back wall. And then they got the nice shards as well. You're going to see it here. It's just
Iba
a
rin
beauty.
nagsisettle.
This
Godlike,
catch,
oh, pasok na
sharding
to
over
ah.
to Medusa.
Baka naman,
And
mga
this is
expect,
a
pasok
very
na yan.
different story if Skitter has Pike.
Yes.
But he only has the Manta, so he kind of
54.5.
has to stand here and lose 1,500
Ilan na
mana.
ba to?
With a Pike, he loses
18,
basically
17.
nothing there and just gets out.
Parker.
And you could argue
Huminga ka
perhaps
dyan.
in his item build that that's a little bit of a mistake here to not cover himself against this potential threat of the vac wall into shards
20 kills pa. Kaya
to
ni
get that
Parker.
distance. And you see here, King
Barubal
Jungles, he
yan.
will get nullified up, but he
Sayang
gets GA
yung
off on his
rampage
teammates.
kanina. Dapat
He's already cast the
pinadaan ko
repel
na.
on Amar.
Mega creeps
He's doing
pa
his
ako.
damnedest to stand strong here, but when the BKB expires, he
First
just pumps.
Roshan ata sila
Now
Parker, no?
looking for
Second
more.
Roshan pa
A
lang.
break and a hit, did not get a crit. Now the smoke up. Smoke on smoke. Skitter, Parker, they're out of it.
Wait lang, di pa pwedeng makita ulit eh. Ay, putang
10k
ina mo.
lead.
Hindi.
Oh, they're in on Parker, they kick him in.
Jumping again.
Ito pa
Divine Llama
makita,
back
mga
wall. Another
idol.
great one.
Ito pa
Parker pops the BKB. Requiem out. Already dead on 2.
Ano?
Where's the rest of the help? Skinner is still off to the side, and the Medusa illusion is still
Naka-rampage
doing
na si
massive
ano,
damage to her.
si
Snowball's there. If you
Parker.
fight around this wall, there's going to be a second salvo of vacuums. Skinner finds them, surge away. The other thing that is a problem in this
Kanina
is
pa
this
ata yung
Darkseer
first
shard,
blood niya eh, no?
Medusa can't chase in it. Like,
Kasi
if they want
nag-ano
to
na eh,
disengage, she
nag-rampage na
cannot
eh.
run through it.
Bago ka mag-rampage, dapat dadaan muna ng
I was going to
godlike.
say another problem is, will the server crash?
I know.
Because with
what the
every
hell?
team fight, I'm losing more and more frames over here. The vac wall, the spiders.
It reminds
It's
me
a
of,
new game. It's understandable it
Nag-rampage
hasn't
na
been
siya eh,
optimized just
diba?
yet, but we'll get there. A couple of patches to go.
Surely.
We'll find the root cause.
It reminds me of watching China Dota from back in like 2015.
Oh,
Like lines of marching machines.
casting Chinese games
Ah,
online on the
okay.
Perfect World servers was an experience
Okay,
that I have had.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Tignan ko nga.
Roche goes
Bago
to
di-
Heroic.
Di maklik. Kanina nakiklik
This one is
eh.
Aegis and Banner, Roche number 2.
Okay,
They get
okay.
the feather also on the Shadow Fiend. And dropping
Kaka-weekend
his
sick
boots
niya lang,
onto
ano,
his
Ben.
courier. Not even opting to throw it into his backpack.
Siguro
So
ano na
many
siya,
stats
naka
right
limang
now, and
kills
a
na siya,
15,
kulang pa
1,
ng
and
mga
3.
4. Ganun, 4 na lang.
He's a beast.
Para sa godlike.
He's a monster.
Pasok
I feel like
kaya?
at this point, you just, I mean, the problem is like they have the perfect answer for trying to all in him, right? You just repel and GA. And it can't really do much against it. On top of that, he's got his own BKB to survive.
Ah!
He's hitting the tower.
Tier 3 tower.
Oh, ay, dalawa na lang. Tama, dalawa
Falcons
na lang.
are not ready. That tower's gone. Parker? Okay.
There it is.
Buhay pa ba
We'll finish
godlike?
it off with the illusions.
Ano? Oh, buhay pa siya. Dalawang
Progress
kill
being
na lang,
made here,
ano,
and
pwede
this fight
nang mag-godlike.
is extremely
Pasok
difficult
nyo
for
na.
Falcons.
Dalawang
Parker has
kill
the
na lang.
Satanic,
Ay,
he
hindi.
has the Aegis.
Possible na to. Naka-Aegis na to. Hindi maka-countdown yung die
And
niya
Divine Llama
sa
getting even
Aegis.
more his way now. A 9-second BKB on
Ano
the
bang mas
Darkseers. He can
masarap?
very
Beef o
reliably
pork
get in there.
steak?
Not have to worry about getting Orchided, not have to worry about getting stunned. Just needs to deliver
Beef steak
one more of those big back
Beef
walls.
steak.
It could just
Na
win the
may
game.
onion pa. Uy, yung sarap. Diyos ko po.
Falcons very much cornered in their own base.
Still no
Have
date.
Heroic
Ano ba
cracked the
yan?
code
Di
about
na
this
bumalik
team.
yung
Most people going into
basher.
this
Ano
finals
ba?
were saying
Balik ka na.
not necessarily that it was a formality, but that Falcons definitely were the heavy
Ito na
favorites
ako.
based on the tournament and them
Pangit
leveling
ko
up.
na,
But
oh.
Heroic have really risen to the occasion and learned from
Ayan.
their previous loss
Natulog
against this
na.
team what to do. The game is still absolutely not even close to over, but still, arguably already Heroic have shown more promise in this series than a lot of people were expecting them to.
Para pasukin pa.
Little
Pasok
trample
pa.
action. And I mean, realistically, were it
Grabe
not
yan,
for a
ah.
couple of
Parker,
choices and various moves in
Ano?
game number 1, we
Good-
might be
good
staring
i-
at a 3-0
good
in the
item,
favor of
ah.
Heroic.
Yeah, that
It
was a
very
possible
easily could
outcome
have
for
happened.
sure.
Drinking buddies walk up.
Parker's in.
This tower is dropping so quickly.
Hindi pa, 54.5 eh.
As
Pero
they
pasok
roll
yan.
forward, try and find that snowball to disengage.
But
Repel
Maureen,
is there.
mga
Damage
8.5
out,
pa,
feared.
mga
Now the
ganon.
wall.
He didn't get BKB or Ghost
Monster
off.
kill.
Just changed on the dice. No
And
buyback.
Skinner completely out of mana because of her own illusion. That's going to be a full set of racks. Easy peasy for Heroic. It could not have come simpler.
Easy po,
As they
Heroic.
will take down that range racks, move in towards mid.
Omega, please.
Megas.
Off the back of Parker here.
Omega,
How do you fight
please.
without the Malrine
Omega
Earth
din.
Spirit?
They chase.
Got nothing off.
The damage is there. They break, they back away.
I think Parker's going to go and hit top.
Why not?
Oh, maybe not.
Baka nga,
they
no.
got the bridge.
Pero legal naman yun sa
They
ibang
hook shot
bansa
it,
eh.
but they don't break it. The
Ginagamit
Cobra is
nga
still
nilang
going.
gamot.
Parker kind of
Ang
isolated,
ilang net
but
worth
it's
to
not going to matter. He has Satanic
17,000.
in turn. They hit. Staking is gone.
Ayun
Now
na,
Skinner
guys.
trying to
Pasok
run
na.
away, but you're caught in
Pasok na
shards.
talaga
He's
sa
on
wallet.
the high
Nag-godlike
ground, but
na.
they can't get him out. The cookie to get him away.
Omega, please.
Skinner trying to
Omega.
solve this problem. The biggest, baddest Shadow Fiend
Omega,
in front of
Omega.
you.
42
As they
minutes.
take it down, another rack.
Skinner's out of mana.
They are just right-clicking away. He still has the Aegis. They finally bring him down. Floating above the haters. Parker comes
Post ko
back to
tong
life,
mga parlay
takes
ko.
down that range
Mga
racks, and they can go
panalong
top.
parlay.
Falcons cannot afford another mistake like that from Malrine. When he's rolling in, the BKB needs to be
Nakataya ka rin,
instantaneous. You
Adrian,
cannot
kay
get
sa,
stunned on this
ano,
hero.
sa-
Parker's been so much of the
Omega!
damage, and they do it again. The back
Omega!
They're gonna take him. Malrine's so low, and Skinner completely out of mana now. Dying
Lalag,
to his own
grabe yung
illusions.
lag.
How much more damage can they really hang on to here? Amara's just tickling him out on the side, but it's not enough. Analog off to the side as well. They'll throw out the Requiem. Parker, in celebration, takes Mega Creeps. They
Okay.
go for a hook shot. Can you really stop this? Divine Llama is TPing
Wait lang,
out.
guys, sorry,
Parker decides to back away. The roll in, try and kill him. Wait a minute. They actually have it.
Wait a
They take down the
minute.
Shadow
Buti
Fiend.
na
The
lang.
damage is done, though.
Nakagodlike
These two team
na
fights in a row in the
siya.
base, very uncharacteristic from Malrine, but both times he does not get the BKB off when he rolls
pa
in.
mag-count.
Gets immediately changed on. The
Godlike,
second fight,
pasok.
sure, he lives, but he had to get out of the fight immediately on like 400 health.
54.5. Ito yung
So he
medyo
couldn't have the
malaki-laki.
impact in the fight that they needed him to. You see those
54.5,
damage numbers,
putang ina.
insane damage from the
Woo!
DOTA, but
Kakabalang
it
ko,
doesn't cut
putang
it.
ina.
They're just too tanky on Heroic.
Can we just look at the damage
54.5.
numbers as a whole too? Like, not just in this
Pasok
fight,
yan,
but I feel
pasok
like in
yan,
this game,
kikina.
it has just all been the Shadow
24
Fiend
blasting.
pretty much. 47,000 damage done, more than
Uy, apat
basically
na
the
lang,
next two
pre.
heroes
5 na lang
on
para
his team.
sure.
It's crazy to me that Medusa has the same damage as the SF when you think about it.
It's
true. He's playing against GA, and the SF has been so far ahead on net worth and really been in there, but
Mega
Skinner is doing
Creeps,
his
pasok
damnedest
din!
in these fights, just running in and popping all his stuff,
Roshan
but
na lang.
really feels like they're missing a little bit of extra damage
Falcon,
in the tank.
galaw-galaw. Pwede
And
na
a lot
kayo
of it comes down to
mag-Roshan.
whether Malrine gets to play his hero in the fights.
Right.
Dalawang beses na
If he
naka-Roshan yung
goes
ano.
in there, insta BKBs, pops
pa.
all his stuff, gets to reset out, keep the Magnetize rolling, you're starting to look at the structure of a team fight that you could win, but just hasn't been the case the last 2 times.
Orchid has BKB.
Yeah, very
They
good.
repel instead.
Uh-oh.
And Amar, this is not what you wanted to have
hook
happen.
shot.
They force
Hindi,
out. Actually, the hook shot
Sige, katsi-katsi.
It also
Katsi-katsi.
took the wall, and this was not on Dusa this time.
needs to run away. Analog, does he get stunned? Yes. He's caught and actually going to die. Oh, hold on.
Off on the
Is
side,
this,
they're
Up na
killing
Roshan,
Schofield.
is
He'll
this a
BKB.
chance
Up na
for a
Roshan.
comeback here? I mean, they don't
Ako
have
dyan,
buyback on
magro-Rosh na
Primal.
dapat.
Also, Medusa
Ako dyan,
now has
ro-Rosh na ako
MVP, so
niyan.
she can kill her own illusion.
These Megas, though,
It's really hard.
it's... If they had even one
Roshan
barracks
kayo,
left, I
Falcons.
would be much
Please
more
lang,
of a
mag-Roshan
believer, but
kayo.
this one is going to be a true challenge no matter
Sana
what.
lang ni Roshan.
It is the makings of something that they find that
Gago.
kill. And Medusa, yes,
Walang
she is
nakita.
one of the best heroes against Mega Creeps. It's
1 in
giving
30 minutes pa,
24%.
Roshan.
I mean, it's not a good
Roshan
one-to-one
na ba yung
matchup.
nice?
The Shadow
Sa
Fiend
inyo
against
na
the
yan. Kunin nyo na,
Medusa.
please, Falcons.
Falcons.
I have not seen that this game.
Well, okay, that's fair.
But theoretically, yes.
After na
I
tong
guess it
stream,
helps
ah.
when your Shadow Fiend is like
Opo,
5 to
kaya
10,000 gold ahead the whole game.
Yes.
That'll offset some
Napakalupit nga
potential
naman ang mga
issues.
predictions
But now
natin.
that both heroes are starting to max out, that is a potential concern. Shadow Fiend doesn't really have much more room to grow. The Medusa
Ayun,
can still get the
talo lang
Ags. I
talaga
guess
ako
Shadow Fiend
sa
can also
ano.
still get Ags.
Pero,
But yeah, ultimately, you
binawi
would
ng
imagine
ano
Medusa will
kung
pull ahead.
manalo. Bawi ako kung ano
But there's
lang.
just so many
Bawi lang din
expectors. Omni
if
Knight
ano,
offsets the
panalo
matchup
sa
quite a bit. The fact
over.
that there's more auras on the Dire also helps.
Secret!
With the Darkseid having both Crimson and Pipe.
He has the wall cooldown too, so can
After
throw that
stream,
out much more
propose
often.
ko yung
Every
mga
minute now
parlay na
instead of every
panalo
100
ko.
seconds.
Alam nyo na yun,
grab
matik na yun pag
allies
pinush yung
with
panalo, syempre.
The Earth Spirit. So a way that Malrine can
Actually
maybe
guys,
keep
bawi lang
this
talaga
Medusa
ako.
out of the
Laki talaga
wall.
talo
Yeah,
ko,
that's
pero
true.
mamimigay
That's
pa rin.
actually very useful here, using it to reposition the Medusa, but it obviously is only going to work in those situations where he's not in the middle of the fight himself. And a lot of the time that feels like what needs to happen. I think Malrine's job in this game on his hero is to get the fight started. Just go in there, pop your stuff, become the center of attention, find a way of navigating the fight and getting out again, resetting, and then Clockwork can come in.
There's
You need to
another
keep the
thing,
heroes
too.
isolated so Medusa can hit.
Another thing here is they don't have any more racks to lose,
Amar,
so that's helpful as
Okay,
well.
sayang yung Tundra talaga.
Eternal Envy.
Tangina talaga, no?
He's a big enjoyer of that.
Yeah.
He's watching
Sige
this
lang,
game, he's
guys,
like, this is
okay lang.
over, Falcons won, they got Mega.
Now is your time to shine. 45 minutes in and only an 8,000 gold lead. You can see Heroic in terms of their change in demeanor and how they're playing. Never mind, Parker's hitting buildings from the low ground, okay? They're still very
Well,
confident.
he is taking them from the low ground.
That's true, yeah.
You're not wrong.
A Blink Dagger done for Snapfire.
What is the idea? Just blink Cookie out Dusa, play far behind the fight with your kisses, I guess?
It is a little bit of a different look than I was anticipating.
I mean, in the past when Snapfire support
Sabi
went
ko sa
blink, it was
inyo,
because of the
sumabay
Scatterblast
kayo.
stun.
Right.
But
Dapat sumabay na kayo sa akin,
Snapfire
ah.
doesn't have that anymore. So,
I mean, it's been a
I
while.
guess just
since Parker played
overall
Snap.
mobility and being able to save people with the cookie has to be it. There is a world where he could have bought Ags for the same purpose, but
Also, another time now where Heroic have the option
3
to
or
go back
5
and hit
kills na
Roche,
lang.
but trying to control this
na,
side of the
patay na
map
kayo.
instead.
yeah.
They are not smoked,
Okay lang.
and Falcons up on a high
Parker's still
ground.
raging in. He has a moonshard as well. Okay, let's just hit the building, shall we?
Uy, gago!
Okay.
Parker!
Sure.
Well, now they could
Huwag mo
Roche.
munang tapusin!
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
they're
they
gonna
jump.
pull
Yung
Rise
kills
Malrine.
po!
Find him.
Nice, nice.
Oh,
Back
vacuum.
misses.
Not where they wanted it. Now the Walrus Punch. Now Schofield is
Go,
dead.
go, go.
Is going to
Go, go.
fall.
Just barely.
Okay.
Parker.
Uy,
Going
putang
in to
ina
hit
naman,
the tier 4s
Parker!
again.
Wag muna!
A very weird series of events, and that's Aghanim's delivered. Enchant Remnant tries to force away, immediately going to go for the Requiem run out. TP out, can they get there in time to break it? No. And, I mean, hook shot used bottom, so fair enough, but it does beg the question, do they need to do this?
No. But it sure as hell is fun.
That's true. You're not wrong. All right. Shirley Roche. It does not feel like in this series Heroica valued it that highly.
No.
Because now they're taking a
Legit
fight
yung
here.
taya ko eh. At least, tong ina.
They are getting out though.
Screamin'.
This Medusa illusion.
Susugal, nanalo
Actually
1
getting
million.
mana burned by the
Ang
cogs.
itsura.
That's one way to kill it.
Sure.
Sumanugan.
It's gone. It's not that big of a deal though to
Kung
throw
ina
out a
siguro
casual
kung
wall like this
nanalo
now
ako
that it's a
ng
60-second
1 million
cooldown.
sa
So,
True enough.
not really a
Hindi
big
ako
deal here.
makakatulog.
And at the end of the day, Falcons are still mega. It's crazy to me that somehow in this time period, though, Falcons have been able to like lower the gap.
Esports.
Yeah. Well, Heroic have
Di
run
pa ako
at them and died
nananalo
a
ng
couple.
million.
That's fair.
So that's
Suntok sa buwan. Talo siguro.
So this will go down, an Aghanim Scepter in hand. Feels like Tusk would be pretty good for this one. The other option, of course, is KJ getting it, having global GA, but they're going to go for analog.
Ipasok
sure
niya
who
na
has
yung
actually.
panalong 8K
They're still
para
passive.
kahit
They gave it to Darkseid, right?
paano
Interesting.
sa talo ko. This
normal
is
punch. Get a reliable Medusa illusion.
Yeah,
Not bad. Oh, they find Malrine.
tries to go in for the punch, TP out. Did not save the Wallace punch.
What? Didn't you have it the whole time?
Ghost Scepter.
Just
Wala
warned.
ba
Oh,
yung
he was
both
Ghost.
teams
Okay,
Roshan
okay.
ko ah. Third time Roshan na to ng ano eh, Heroic, di ba?
Yeah, I got confused. I was like, what the hell? There's no way he messes that up.
Ah, bilang pala ng Roshan sa'yo ng
All right.
Asian.
So
He gets out.
we'll have the Medusa illusion with the punch. The one thing that does sometimes happen, I feel like, is that you end up putting
Dalawang
yourself in
kills
a
na
bad
lang.
position as Darkseer to get the
Para
punch, and then you
sure.
just die.
That's where his BKB is quite handy, though.
Yeah.
I think you can
Very good.
pretty confidently get it. Malrine, this time he won't have BKB.
Very slowed by, and they
He's
drop
kicking
the
himself out of
wall. Already down,
Yeah.
Parker looking for more, walks up high ground,
Back.
vacuum
Ayun na.
back, jump in, pulverize there, immediately broken, snaking in. Skinner doing good damage, trying to onslaught to get away. Schofield still playing around with them a little bit, and now Parker walking into Falcons
Putang ina mo,
base.
yan na naman si
They're
Parker.
still kind of chasing them and zoning them out as Parker hits the tier 4 towers. Nullifier down, Schofield in trouble, Repel is there, still waiting for an opportunity. They break and hit, and Shadow Fiend forces them back, but that's a BKB from Medusa. Will back away though. Damage down,
Okay.
Malrine is dead. Skinner was battling Parker. In the meantime, they don't get what they need. Disarm now onto Medusa. Analog tries to back away. Amar
Okay.
ready for a target.
Okay.
Immediately out.
Pasok
They
na.
find him again. Parker is down low. He's dead once. They get the punch now
Okay,
onto Amar,
pasok
but
na,
look at him. KJ is getting destroyed. Needs to go for the surge away. Babel to get a little bit of separation, and the slow keeps him alive. Barely
Na.
walking away from that one.
Okay na.
A buyback from Schofield. And
Falcons hold.
yeah, they're still
They-
hanging on.
They
Uy,
didn't
pasok
really
na.
lose
Pasok
much
na,
on that.
pasok na to. Putang ina.
Their tier 4s are still alive. I mean, Parker
Bahala
did
na
some
kayo
damage to the bottom one,
rambulan
but
dyan.
they didn't really progress the game. And that's their Aegis down. Clockwork has a Hex?
Oh my god. Another way to deal with the illusions.
Yep.
Godlike.
It'll help.
pasok.
Oh man. Oh.
Malabo na yung
Skinner.
Roshan ko
They're in
ata.
there.
Shards.
Good shards.
Magkahimala.
Runaway Gorgon Grasp.
Eh,
Still
tapos
hits him.
pasok.
Now
Nullifier.
Nullifier has BKB, might need to pop it, hanging on to it for the moment. They throw it out once and now trying to walk away. They will manage to get the Shadow Fiend out without popping BKB.
Oh, naglalag
Dude,
talaga.
I don't know if I can handle these games. This is so stressful. What the hell? How are these players playing this?
It's only Falcons' third game of the day.
That's true.
It is Heroic 6th, but You could argue that they've gotten used to it already, although their series against Tundra was not... Every game was not like this.
No.
Gago ang lag, no?
52 minutes in, and we have come to expect from these two teams.
Grabe
Mega
laro to,
creeps
pagod na
looking
to,
for
Heroic.
comebacks, getting to
Falcons na to.
60-minute items. Parker
Falcons
now
na to,
has
guys.
bottled an amplified damage rune. And we have seen
kayang
him be
baliktarin ni
willing to
Parker
just pop
yan.
BKB and hit buildings. I don't know if he wants to do it
Grabe
here.
si Parker, no?
The other thing is, we're
Tangina,
reaching a
parang
point in the
di
game where
napapagod.
we should start theorizing some rapiers, right? Because Medusa is going Swift Blink over it. Shadow Fiend is... I mean, it's Parker. He buys a rapier every game, so he's probably getting it eventually.
True.
Basher on Brood. Big item here, actually.
Octarine Core for Darkseer and a Dagon being built for Snapfire. So finally coming in with that
Basic
answer.
DOTA lang yan.
Medusa
Para sa
illusions
mga
hard to
ano.
deal with. Rocket flare out, the punch, the wall, down onto Skinner, vacuum back, caught in the cogs. Look at the damage come out. Snaking has to go for the Ghost Scepter and then the walk away because these illusions hit mighty hard. And now they run in Analog, able to get control over Clockwork for the moment. They have the pulverize onto Skinner, trying to hit, see if they can kill her. BKB wearing out, the heal comes in, Parker staying alive, and there's the damage that they need. Medusa in trouble, disarm, dead. Does have buyback. They're gonna TP out. Try and run away. If they can all get out from here, this is terrible for Falcons, but the roll-in is there. Divine Llama pops his BKB, goes for the surge runaway, and they will be able to kill this Omni Knight. That's 2 heroes dead. Schofield, does he get back? Oh, first hit bash! And dead for 2 minutes, no buyback.
That is such a heads-up TP out from Parker, though. I really like that play. He knew the Skinner buyback was coming. He was just getting out before it got too late. He had used everything, so he really didn't want to stay around for that fight. And sure, he's selling 1 or 2 teammates, but keeping the Shadow Fiend alive is paramount in this situation. They got what they came for with the Medusa kill and the buyback forced. And they'll disengage. It is worth mentioning at this point, we haven't talked very much about him this game, but it's been relatively quiet for his standards. Amar is starting to reach a point on the Brood that is scary for the side of Heroic. He's got the level 26 now, so he has the insatiable hunger talent. So does way more damage. With that attack speed, he's going to bash more. He's now going to be able to finish Abyssal if he wants to as well. So he will, in these fights, find some sort of a flank onto any hero and kind of lock them down. And that could be SF. Even if he doesn't kill him, if he just keeps chain stunning him and making his fight miserable, Medusa might just be able to stand her ground against everyone else. That's the one angle. The other angle is isolating and killing off other heroes that are a bit more vulnerable, but look at Heroic, they have 5 BKBs. The classic Omni 5 BKB, not one we see all that often, down to 7 seconds now on that. 6 seconds on Schofield, so they're all starting to drop rather low.
The other thing that starts to become relevant in the late game that we don't talk about that much is like the necrotic webs from Broodmother too, reducing healing and all the rest of it while you're under them by 30%. It starts to matter a lot in these late game engagements, and the entire base is covered in these webs.
Is it all types of, it says regeneration. Does that work against Satanic?
I am not sure.
Based on the wording, I would think it's only regen and not lifesteal and heals.
Okay, fair enough.
But I don't know.
It's
sometimes the text isn't 100% reliable.
Medusa Rapier done.
Yeah, there it is. It was that or the Swift Blink, and Skitter goes for the hard hitting. Now, the major upside to this is this allows him to kill the wall illusions way easier without them getting stronger. So,
a Hex done on Primal. Yeah, this is actually, I think, now a territory where the fights become a lot more difficult.
I think this is a take that most people would agree with.
Yeah? I'm gonna use ulti, Brood. Please. No more ulti. They're tired of it. Spawning spiderlings. The great issue. Although it does give them information, they know when he's in neutrals. Look at that.
Yep.
Oh, they're gonna come kill Amar. They're just angry at him.
Maybe he's just gonna kill the spiderlings all the time. Okay, he killed everything else. Well, if you're unhappy about the lag because of the spiders, maybe you should kill them.
It's a possibility. Just kill the spiders.
Brood first ban next game.
Marsho's on
I
the
bet
way.
Amar loves this.
Ready to jump in. Requiem back punch. Pops the BKB. Do they have enough damage to bring him down? No. But they did kill the spiders. Got him.
Yeah.
57 minutes. And not an easy way to end this game.
Guys,
If Amar
hindi na siya
steps
sa
too far
net
out,
ko.
yeah, he's
Sa
going to
laro
TP
talaga
back
siya
now.
mismo.
Wise decision.
Kahit
He's 100 gold away
i-refresh
from
ko
buyback
siya,
after buying the
ganyan
Abyssal,
pa rin siya.
so
Ayun na, nagiging
they'll
okay
probably
na
let him take a
konti-konti.
couple of creeps to secure that. Heroic. Still rather hesitant about trying to finish the
Sabi
game.
ko
I'm
kasi,
assuming they won the
sumabay
next
ko yun.
roast. We're 25 seconds away. This one's going to spawn on the dire side.
Another Aghanims going to
Yeah.
be available.
Divine na Medu.
I mean, everybody
one is-
kind of has a nice one, I think.
Yeah, I think the Tusk
Mag-RS
one is
na naman ata.
possibly the best here. Just kick Medusa either away or behind your own team.
Just kick her
Ayan.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Labo
Doesn't
na
matter.
talaga ata RS ko.
It's good
Labo
in
na
either
RS ko.
direction.
The Omni Knight one is nice too, though,
Yeah.
because it removes the problem for King Jungles to get in. But at the same time, he has BKB, so is that really that big of an issue if he plays it properly?
I know. That's
Probably
fair.
not. Roche is up. They
So
know.
they see it, and they're going to go back for it now.
Wonder if Falcons are going to try to contest this at all. We're reaching another important part of the game for the Falcon side defensively. Malrine is almost level 25. Very, very late in this
Yeah.
game. But that Undispellable Magnetize is going to start playing a pretty major role in their defenses, as all of Heroic have a means of dealing with it currently, or at least delaying it when he gets that Undispellable one.
Wala na, malabo na Roshan ko.
So Analog at the moment taking the Aghanims and does ingest it. So more gold into these cores. We'll see what they decide to do with it. Darkseer working on a refresher. For side of Schofield, it's a Heaven's Halberd as Crit will try and get away. We are 1 minute away from tier 5 neutral items. Could be a big opportunity
Eh,
here.
hindi na last hit.
For the side of Heroic, you have the map control, can try and keep Falcons from
early, no?
getting a
Dapat
set of tier
dinilay
5s, and
muna
then make a
ng
fight
Falcon.
happen when you've got yours.
Nice banner.
Where's the banner?
Using it as a ward.
Good. Very nice.
High ground here. Free award.
Don't hit the creep, stack them. No, Parker, why?
How many more banners do they have? Just the one, right?
Yes, they have one on Omni.
No, they have two.
Okay, they have two on Omni. Somewhere
Wait,
else.
they have one. They have two? One? Two? One?
They have one.
One. Okay.
Very good,
All right.
Syndred.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Just starting to see double. 60 minutes.
Let's see it. Clockwork caught. Primal just pounding him to
Grabe
death.
tong laban na to.
A lot of lag there as Snake King
Ito
starts
din
to
sa
fall.
Falcons,
He has a
ah,
hex
grabe.
because that's a thing. And
Ano
now
na dito
Divine
sa
Llama
Heroic?
shows up. That should be enough to secure the
Naku,
kill.
Misses the hook shot on the cam.
Tignan nyo
No
guys,
break there.
re-refresh ko yan.
One-
Ganyan pa rin talaga yan.
Amar getting out onto
Ganyan pa rin
Ancients
talaga sa
actually.
Dota talaga.
And it's an apex for Shadow Fiend. 5H tick servers. He's a very big Shadow Fiend. He hits mighty hard right now with this apex. 637
Dota?
damage on the
O
Shadow
sa
Fiend.
PC ng mga nilalaroan nila.
As of yet, no other tier 5 neutrals claimed. Maybe this will be enough where Parker feels confident to walk on in and hit the building. Requiem out immediately there. Buyback comes from Clockwork. They roll in with Malrine, able to find him, but the repel has already come out. Now Amar starts to drop a little bit low as they back away. Another round of the Requiem. In the meantime, Illusions are hitting the Ancient, and Parker Illusions are hitting the Ancient. They need to deal with this. Roll in, trying to find him. Parker turns, punches Malrine, killing himself on Malrine. All of Heroic is going to try to run away. Schofield, in the meantime, cannot get away from Amar, but when Parker shows up and now they snowball to the creeps, they have some good damage there. Vacuum crit inside of those shards, but Parker has already
The
killed them.
creeps are winning.
The creeps are taking it down. The Ancient is exposed. At this point, you can probably just BKB and walk in, although the Hex, the turnaround, forcing out that surge, and then the GA. Analog
Pulverize
has
Amar.
Amar, gets that kill. Now the buyback comes that direction as well. Skitter's still hitting very hard, does manage to kill the toss. Parker goes for the all-in play, but they're gonna pop the clip. Wait a minute, Parker has to back out. They got him controlled, the back is there, the break, the damage. Do they have enough? Yes! That's one life down. Analog trying to stop all of this. They have the disarm, but Skitter still hitting. The Ancient, though, it's still being hit by these creeps. Can they get damage onto it? Parker tries to run away. Skitter is out.
The creeps are
The
winning!
creeps are winning, and they get it! The creeps
Of all
the greatest
things.
in the end take it down. And Heroic go up 2-1 in this series.
Sa backdoor, Parker, oh.
It is what it is.
1 hour game.
Oh,
It felt. This 1 hour game felt like it was 80 minutes because of the lag. It's like everything happened in slow motion, even though it obviously doesn't. But man, there were some DOTA things happening here. Unfortunately, that
Grabe
did
tong
make that a
larong
bit
to,
of a mess. But
no?
ultimately, Heroic with their early megas do get the job done. I don't know how long that mega's for. It feels like 20 minutes.
well, so
They get there.
I'm going to take a nap. Falcons on the back foot. We'll see if they come up with answers in this game 4 as we head on back to the panel.
I really hope we won't have a Broodmother in our next
Falcons
game.
na ata, game
But
4 na.
that aside, they do it again. I don't even know how it gets to those points in the game. 3 times in a row. Heroic now also on match point for the first time in history. We could have a South
Standing
American
natin.
team winning a
1,
grand finals
2,
at an
3,
international
4,
land.
5,
There is so much to break down
6,
from the game 3
7,
we
8,
just
9,
witnessed.
10,
Starting with the
11,
very
12,
confident Coach
13,
Cavs after the
13.
draft was done, all the way through
So,
with Parker's rampage, and in the end, of course, the Ancient
Pasok
falling.
to.
Here with Lizard and T-Gov, breaking the
Pasok
madness
to.
down as best as we can, Lizard,
pasok
because
to rin.
there's
Ay,
a lot
dito
happening in
pasok.
games like this.
So,
Yeah, there
ilan
was
yung
a lot of
panalo
happening,
ko?
sometimes in slow motion as well, but
1,
it
2,
was an
3,
amazing game nonetheless. I have to touch up on his
4,
confidence. I feel like
5,
sometimes it
6,
can bite them
7,
back,
8.
right? Like with the overconfidence leaving the Nature's Prophet through. This
8.
time around, it definitely did not. Like they let it go through. They had a good
3,
plan. If
4,
it gets picked up, and
5,
honestly,
6,
I liked what they drafted. I liked this
6, 8,
SF.
parang
Like,
ginawa kong
wasn't
games,
really
no?
sure because you know a lot of people were like Medusa
8.
matchup, sure, but
8,
this isn't
6,
Medusa versus
8
SF
wins, 6
matchup.
loss.
Just look at these heroes on Heroic that are supporting the Shadowfield. Parker was an absolute beast, but there's a lot to talk about here, right?
I mean, there's so much to talk about, right? Already from the laning phase, you know, Heroic take the offlane tower of Falcons at like minute
Sige,
8. Often you get to
magkano
see
na ako.
Broodmother at least take over the top
All
lane
in
and force
now.
Shadowfield to jungle. But no, they crushed the lane on Heroic. And then throughout the entire game, it was this constant back and forth, you know, trying to whittle down Falcons. Even when they got like the rack, then Parker's like, okay, I'm just going to walk in and quickly hit a little
Tangina,
outpost
sayang
area. Or I'm
pala
going to go
ba
hit
tong
a
rampage
tier 4
kanina?
whilst you're not paying attention. Like, they're constantly just whittling down Falcons. And then when
Raise
they
to
do
15
jump
kills,
Parker, it's either a
Falcons.
Darkseer Surge or a Snowball Save or a Repel or a Guardian Angel. And it's just
Sige, sige.
death by 1,000 cuts. And Heroic,
Guys,
they just keep
napansin
allowing
nyo ba,
or keep
dalawang
propping up
beses
Parker
na
to get this. But
natapos
again, the team
yung
is
laro
doing it.
na
Of course, we
umaga.
keep praising Parker.
Inumaga na
They're
inumaga
putting
na.
everything into him. Like Synth and
Okay,
Lyrical,
so
they were
para
like,
sa map
where's
4
he getting his
tayo.
gold from? How is he suddenly 5k
Map
ahead?
4.
And I'm checking the game, I'm watching the way he's playing. Omni Knight is literally, he presses the move button and he presses on the SF, and that's all he's doing the whole game. Literally just follow the
Take
Shadow Fiend,
over.
and keep in mind, he had that shovel. So every now and then, he would shovel up a cobble, and it would be like a trio of them moving around, getting some extra gold while he's farming. In this kind of a game, of course, it's very understandable. As an Omni Knight, your main and only job is to repel the
56
SF and save him
57.
if anything goes wrong.
Kaya
We
eh.
did see also heavy focus coming out from
Kaya
Falcons
talaga
to
nila
try
eh.
and deal with Parker, and they tried so in, I believe,
Tara
in very
laban, para
many
may
different
kaba.
ways.
Sagad
the end
natin,
of the game
58.5.
also snaking, getting that hex, seeing if that was
3,000.
potentially a good way for picking off the SF. But I think, T, by that time, if it's that late in the game, you're already having mega creeps against you, it's just hoping for a mess up.
May ano din
that's
kasi
kind of
guys
what the
dito, may
Falcons' late
odds
game feels
pag
to be, at least
ano,
so far in
every
grand
time
finals.
yung
You're hoping
daytime
for
and
Heroic to
endtime
make mistakes,
matatapos
and they're
yung
not
game.
really making them. Like even when you go back to earlier portions of the game,
Laban
you're
ako
jumping the
dito.
Shadow Fiend, and and
Kaya
Falcons,
naman,
maybe they're in
possible
their own head a
naman.
little bit. They see
50
Shadow Fiend, it's like,
ano.
we gotta go for the Shadow Fiend. We need to kill him off,
54.5.
but Heroic, they just
Over.
keep finding ways to keep him alive.
Under
Like, this
ng
time around,
52.5.
he TPs to the top side of the tier 1, and it
Parang
looks a little bit spooky, right?
malabo
Like,
sa
look at the
kanila
positioning.
mag-under.
Heroic on the far right-hand side,
Siguro
Falcons on the
possible
left,
tong
but then they still were able to get him
54.5.
out, and
Pero
it's
mas
just
mataas yung
constantly
odds
like
kasi
this. And
nitong
Falcons,
ano eh.
if they get that one kill, if they get that one chance, then maybe you could argue they turn it around. But there's gonna be
Sige
this
na,
clip, there's another
maganda
clip.
na to,
There's
ah.
even a time where Parker lives on 23 HP, so every single time Heroic do just enough to keep him alive. And in this fight, Falcons overstay their welcome because clearly, I'm gonna guess the comms are
Labang
kill
replay
Parker,
dito.
please kill Parker.
He's almost dead.
And eventually, they're like, wait a second, we can't kill Parker. And then
Wait a
Heroic
second,
wrap
we're
back
way
in.
too deep.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God.
The Primal Beast died at the beginning of that fight. Look at that. Like, he's actually respawning,
57 na lang.
tipping back into the fight, rejoining
Kabado
it,
ka
and finishing
din.
them off. Like, this
Kabado
is,
din si
we don't see
Danix.
it really often. We have seen similar scenarios so far in this tournament, but this is just a pleasure to watch.
Sige,
And it
laban na
happens
to.
again, right? They go in, this time around, they kick the Shadow Fiend into the tier 2, but then Omni Knight's here to help with the Repel, with the Requiem. They disengage once again. Falcons, their entire early game with the Brood pick to try and win the lane, they didn't. To try and pick off Parker a couple times in a row, they didn't, because the support network
Kaya
within
nila
Heroic,
mag-over
the
ng
supports, the other two cores, they're doing everything in their power. And Parker, he's playing positionally very well to not feed in that position. Some carries there, they just die. Oh well, you're out of position, you're too greedy, too confident. But every single time they go on him, they're ready to capitalize on it.
Duration map.
Phew. Christ.
Yeah. We are going to see Parker as a standout player a lot for this team if they continue, I mean, not just playing this way, but obviously also drafting in the way that we see them do.
Pera na to agad
But it's
eh.
working out, and it's kind of scary when you know, and when
10,000.
Falcons know what's coming. They ban out the
Surbol
Morph,
naman na
they
to.
banned out the Alchemist.
Surbol to.
They know, obviously,
ako
Parker's going to
dito.
have to play one hero. They probably assume it's going to be SF.
Godlike,
I think
yes,
that
putang
that
ina.
was probably the other hero they were thinking of banning. Like, he's going to do that on every hero, right? Like, how are you going to stop that?
5K.
Not necessarily on every hero, and you need the proper combination of heroes as well to make that happen. Omni Knight
3K
was a
lang.
focal centerpiece of
Late ng odds,
Heroic and how they made
1.7.
everything work for them. And the SF, he didn't have a BKB for the
Parang
majority
ayoko
of that
tayan.
game. Well,
Late
why?
lang
Because
ng
he
odds
has a
niya.
repel. However, Falcons, to give them credit, like they had one 26-minute fight, which was really incredible. I think it's this one right here. SF, he's alone on the bottom side. There's Omni Knight, there's Tusk. But the way they separate them, you see the Tusk, you see the Clockwork. Look at Clock. He literally just cogs in
Mega
between
Crips
the Omni Knight
again,
and the
yes.
Shadow Fiend.
So, sure ako dito sa
This,
Mega Crips
making
lagi.
this possible
Tatayaan ko na to ng
is
malaki.
very difficult. Like repeating
10K
this
na
kind
ako
of
sa
a play,
Mega Crips.
it's probably not gonna happen. So kudos to Falcons
Ultra
for
kill.
making the impossible possible in that
Malaki
one fight.
oh,
But
malaki oh,
overall,
ultra kill oh.
it's too hard to repeat.
4.4.4
Yeah, I think you need to
oh.
pretty much
Possible
simplify
yan,
how you
putang
kill
ina.
heroes maybe for Falcons, because a lot of their fight is the perfect wraparound, the perfect
Let's
position.
go,
If you watch back that
5K,
replay, a
ultra
lot of
kill.
Falcons' movements is sweeping around trying to catch him, and that's why
Sa
Parker has
Rampage
got
ba
optimization.
tayo?
He's got the Hurricane Pike
Sige,
to disengage,
1,000
the
ako sa
Silver Edge,
Rampage.
and then with the repel, so not only is his team enabling him, he's itemizing
ina.
to survive. He's not trying to be the I
Di
buy
pa
a
kasi
Daedalus and just right-click
lumalabas
carry. He's
ulit
playing
yung
the
ano ko eh.
I mechanically will outplay you, and if I blunder,
1,000
my team
ako
protects me,
Rampage.
so I never actually die. And that's where Falcons, in this potential final game, crazy to say, they need to find a way to actually
2-5.
shut down Parker and the entire support network, because right now that is, they got nothing in the tank.
2-5
it feels like.
Rampage.
The plan for Falcons, we talked about it a little bit after the draft was done, was to go for that Medusa and to have a ultimate late game carry with the Clockwork backing that up. It
First
came
blood,
close
up
to
to-
turning it around. I'll say that. They held on tooth and nail.
Dito rin sa first
There
blood.
was-
Pasok
it
ako
could've
dito
gone
sa
for
first
another
blood.
15, 20
Medyo
minutes
ano,
potentially.
gutom
Who
yung
knows?
dalawang hero na
It
yun.
definitely could have, but there is
Okay
a
na,
huge
nag-all
difference. On
in na
one
ako,
side, you have this
putang ina.
Medusa that's kind of a standalone position,
Okay na
one
to.
hard carry that's supposed to carry the game for Falcons. On the other side, you can't even benefit from that because you have the Darks here. Like, the Vailama, not the
Total
one that
rush
we
over.
praise, like
Saan ba
the
yung total
chat is
rush?
kind of hard on him.
Sabayan
But this
mo nga rin
game, it
ng
was kind of
total
simple for
rush
him,
na yan.
and he did all the right things. He won his lane.
rush,
Later on, he was
total
always
rush,
on point with the
total
walls on the
rush.
Medusa, and he made the game much,
Saan
much
yung
harder
total
for
rush,
Falcons.
pre?
Like, yeah, sure, your Medusa is strong, but we're going to use them. They actually use that against them.
They really did. Well,
Depende
I'm
sa
already
hero
very
eh.
much impressed with
Pero
the 3
gigil si
games
Parker
we've
eh,
had.
maglaro
The
eh.
4th game of this
Alay mo.
best of 5 grand finals will soon start. See you in a bit.
Suntok sa buwan. Ayun ko lang to. Pet history ko. Di pa umaano, di pa nagpa-pop up tong mga panalo ko dito. Okay na guys. Share ko ulit. Share ko lang yung mga ano ko. Sa game 4 malaman. Sa game 4 guys, dyan mababalato na ako dyan. Share ko lang tong ano natin. Mga sa panalo ko na tamang prediction. History. Ang tagal mag-pop up, no? Ayun, sarap. Sarap din sa ice ng green beans. Di pa nagpa-pop up yung godlike. Maganda na sa screenshot oh. Small bed. Sige. Tagal lang mag-pop up nitong ano. Para maganda na sa screenshot eh. Sige lang, Lods. Ang tagal mag-pop up nung ano lang. Naka-copyright tayo dyan sa music na yan. Nag-godlike na si ano. Tagal naman.
We're heading into the fourth game of the grand finals here for PGL Wallachia Season 2. And it is match point. Heroic could take this one home if they win the next game over Falcons. It's 2-1 in favor
Ang
of
tagal
Heroic.
naman ito.
And with 53
Nung
kills
godlike.
under the belt of Parker, I think we're gonna see Falcons targeting him or his lane pretty hard in the upcoming draft. I'm joined by T-Gov and Lizard, and I'm very much all ears. How on earth is Falcons gonna do that, Lizard? Because I think
Iyan
this
ako na lang.
is something that they've already tried.
The way I
Total
would
ko na
approach it,
lang
I
lahat.
wouldn't target him actually.
Oh, okay.
In the laning stage at least, he's a hard carry. He plays
Total
a lot
ko
of
na nga
these
lang kung
heroes that
magkano
scale
lahat na
like extremely
panalunan
well,
ko.
but in
So,
the mid game they
nanalo
don't
ako
perhaps do that much.
ng
Who enables him
2-8.
is the mid laner, is the off laner. The way you pressure him in that mid game is by winning the mid lane and making sure that Malrine actually has a very favorable matchup, which is something that we haven't seen in the last game or the game before that. Like his lane goes wrong, and after that everything kinda is falling apart. I really think that
Nakasan ko na.
the success of Team Falcons is actually Maureen. Just enable him and give him a favorable matchup. So far in the tournament, they've been doing that. In Heroics games, in the last couple of days yesterday, they also did that. I mean, in the games versus Heroics, the Falcons played yesterday. So maybe that's something that they can roll back to, because right now they're looking much weaker than the day before.
Yeah, I mean, Marine game 1 was 25-6-11. Timber saw incredible performance, right?
And they won.
And they won, yep. And then the following games, what, it's like a 1-7 Pango. Game 3, if I quickly double check, was, what was it?
Sa ice ng game
His Earth
talaga.
Spirit.
4-8. Of course, we can include assists and stuff, right? But from your mid laner, again, Maureen being a statement player, I fully agree. It's very easy to get caught up in the Parker this, Parker that.
Oh, that's me. Yes, I'm caught up in that for sure.
I mean, again, he's got, what, 53 kills, 10 deaths, 28 assists. It's across, even with 1 loss in there in the grand finals, that is incredible. But no, I would agree. Like, preventing the economy of the supports, prevent that Glimmer Cape or that 4 stuff. Stop, Davai Lama from being tanky enough to actually frontline and then to buy time for Analog to initiate, right? Like, if you take away the little pieces that help Parker step up, then sure. Especially on a hero like Shadow Fiend, that without his team, he can be a little bit vulnerable, right? Also just ban Morphling.
Just a little.
Just a
I
reminder.
feel like Morphling is just such a high skill ceiling hero. It's like, what other hero? Like Storm Spirit that we're seeing right now. It's extremely in the meta, and if a player is really good, like the Storm Spirit, he doesn't need the Keeper of the Light. He doesn't even need a great matchup on the mid lane. He will carry the game. That's why he's first stage banned. I feel like in this situation versus Parker, Morphling deserves the same reputation, basically.
And don't forget, in this last game, Maureen, he has played Earth Spirit, but it's not like the top specialty, right? They banned Invoker to then pick the Earth Spirit. They could have just banned the Earth Spirit if they really wanted to. They could have done an entirely different draft, but they set themselves up for this type of setup where they are forcing Maureen to play his hero early. Yes, you can entertain, there might be a flex, but a 1% chance you put Earth Spirit support in the current meta? And yeah, I think Falcons now, they're going to be changing up the strats once again.
There's also the fact that they were first picks last game, right?
Yeah, they were.
And that first pick maybe leaves them a little bit more exposed than they usually like to be, because usually this man on the camera, he gets the last pick. And if he gets the last pick, of course, he's going to get a really nice lane to play in.
I love to see the dynamic on the camera where we know that Snake King and AY, they're the drafting duo, Crit and Maureen were like chilling on the side, but it is Skeeter and Amar that are having that discussion with AY and Snake, and it's having me question what they could be talking about.
No, I think it's important because when you compare Falcons to Heroic are propping themselves up to put Parker on this pedestal, right? And Falcons have always played with Skidder being a somewhat, a little bit active over carry. He did just play Medusa, but their success has always been like the active DKs, earlier in the tournament, the active Nature's Prophet. So I think if there ever was a time where Skidder really needs to step up and talk to like Aoi in the draft, it's right now. Before your potential last game, like what type of carry does Skidder want to play? Then you build around that, because that's what's Heroic doing for Parker.
Yeah, for this game number 4, Heroic will be on the Radiant side. They'll have first pick as well. So Falcons do get that overall last pick and therefore second pick that we talked about. That could be setting them up for success and forcing us to a 5th game of this best of 5. But we'll see where it goes from here. We do have the bans coming out. Naga Siren Doom, no surprises there. That Morphling, respect must be given.
It would have been nice if Falcons entered the bans. If they knew they wanted Morphling, they should have first banned the Morphling. Just be like, no, we really don't want to play against it. But, you can second ban Morphling, it's fine.
And do you think there is a statement there, like, because I believe there is. Sometimes teams, they first ban the hero, and it's like a statement, you're not playing this hero in the series. This time around, it's Naga into the Morphling. On the other side, we get the Razor. Like we discussed this many times. If there is a Morphling, it's very difficult to draft the Razor on your side. So Falcons, they understand that. They ban out the Morphling. On the other side, Heroic, of course, they know that there's a possibility of the Razor, so they remove it as well.
Yeah, we are going back a little bit to the draft maybe of game number 1.
Yeah.
The big thing that I'm curious about, we heard Kaf saying, yes, we beat their Nature's Prophet, so they ignored it in game 3. But I'd still be curious to see if Heroic will give it some respect here, because it is comfort for Falcons.
I feel like it also depends on the Primal Beast, if it gets picked up or not. If Heroic can open up again with the Primal Beast, if it doesn't get banned here, I think they might not even ban the Prophet. That matchup looks a little bit scary for them just because of the pace in which you can play around the Primal Beast, and also, of course, you can always get on top of the Nature's Prophet.
We got the Shadow
Yes, sir.
Fiend. I mean, there's two carries banned there for good old Parker.
I mean, okay, I understand it, but this man has played so many carries on such a high level this tournament. Are these two even the highest one? Morphling definitely is.
I mean,
but
now Monkey Kings.
Monkey King is
Monkey
the
King is
first.
still in.
Exactly. And the TA from this morning as well. Plus the
Ooh,
Sand
the
King, which
Sand
was left in the pool,
Yeah.
A lot of heroes are available for both sides. Bristleback, by the way, as well for ATF if they wanted to. It's in the pool.
I mean, that's what you get to, right? The later you go in a best of 5, the more we see a little bit of an individual meta develop, and more respect bans are given, and that just gets us heroes in the pool that we normally don't get a chance to see.
It's absolutely developed. Look at this. Like, you have Shadow Demon, you have Pango, you have, what did I say, Bristleback?
Yep.
There's another one.
Monkey King?
There's a Monkey King, yeah, but that's for the other side. I'm just thinking about Falcons and their full comfort zone. They have so many heroes and the Clockwork as well. By the way, credit to Snake King, he played a mean Clockwork
He
game
really
last
did.
game, but they go with the Bristle.
Yeah, I like it. I think when you think about Sand King, if it's in the off lane, it's relatively slow to enter the game. You do need 11 or so minutes of farm, you farm stacks, so you move from your 5-minute timing back to the jungle, 6-minute. Same thing for Bristleback, right? After your laning phase, you don't suddenly run around the map, you go back to your triangle. So now, at least Heroic and Falcons, if these are their offlaners, equal pacing will be set from them.
Just when it comes to my intuition and how I see the games right now, the offlane Sand King, you've been on it for quite some time during the group stages as well. From the mid lane looks way stronger than on the offlane. And Falcons, they've enjoyed the Sand King on the mid lane most of the time. Let's see what Heroic does with it. I still feel that Heroic will most likely put it on Davai Lama.
Yes.
They've already did that today.
Which I don't think is the worst for this team, because they need a sacrificial lamb, right? Sometimes if Davai Lama's having a bad game, he throws himself into the mix, then Analog and Parker will step up, right? If Analog's having, they always kind of interchange it, because one core needs to take an L for the amount of farm Parker takes, right? And Sand King offlane does fit that bill to some degree.
To some degree, like, I agree with that, but at the same time, if a Darkseer doesn't have the best game, at least there's some vacuum wall, there's some auras from him. Sand King, when he's having a rough game, he's really having a rough game. And we've seen some Sand Kings just go
sabay na kayo.
at the bottom, don't Google their
Sayang
net
yan.
worths, basically, type of Sand Kings
So,
in
na
this
yan.
tournament. I hope that
Ayun
they
na lang.
make sure that at least the Davai Lama, sure, he can be the scapegoat, but make some stacks for him. Make sure that he recovers a little bit at least.
I mean, the games have also been so long that we might also forget about what happened in Game 1 and Game 2, right? Team Falcons, they were able to build a really strong lead in both of those games. Heroic made a comeback in the second game, but in the third game, Heroic just crushed the entire time, right? You do need to respect Falcons. They are slightly stronger in the lanes and often do break open, but their draft again in the previous game didn't allow that.
I like
Slightly
this,
stronger in the lanes.
Red Little Demon, even versus the Sand King, I feel like this is a nice pick. Like, you get a lot of resetting from him, and of course you get that purge. Like, Sand King just jumping into the fray, he can't get out afterwards. That's the problem. And usually you need at least one resetting tool on the Sand King. You might need something like an earlier BKB here, but let's see. First and foremost, they get the
back at
task
it
for
again.
themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, by the way, it's the first time we see Crit. No, Crit getting his Hoodwink banned. But I think this will be maybe the 4th game in the row, indeed, that we'll see Schofield play the Tusk. I mean, at some point, you do have to wonder, I feel like, how strong is this? What is it?
Did we talk about the Prophet as well being banned?
No, we did not yet,
like,
no.
we kind of went over that completely. I feel like it's, once you see the Bristleback on Team Falcons, it's really nice to ban out these semi-cores that they pair it with. Prophet definitely fits the bill.
After the previous game, we also showed the kind of the footage of Schofield's Tusk, right? He keeps playing Drinking Buddies. He isn't playing tag team. He is saving. He's enabling. And everything that we mentioned about Heroic, it plays towards Tusk. It was one of the best heroes at TI, and Schofield's still emulating that in his performance so far. But what to pair it with? Another support pick here? Do they want to reveal anything too early? I would assume that it's going to be the KJ hero.
Why not?
Unless, again, this is normally where like the Earth Spirit Prayer or something comes into play to
it's
be
KJ,
strong, but,
KJ Enchantress. One of the heroes that I actually feel like this is way out there, right? But Enchantress actually has a pretty good win rate against Bristleback. Around 70% in the tournament.
Any pure damage is important. High range as well.
Like, you have high range, you step away from him, but there's also this fact that he can't whittle you down that easily in the laning stage. Like, you've got your healing wisps to work with, the nature's attendance, also you go for the facet. Overall, it feels good to play into him.
Yeah. I'd assume this is just a bristle offlane for Falcons. I don't think they need to be creative with it. Therefore, again, we want Malrine to have the counter pick for them to feel strong, and
I think one of the reasons why this is picked isn't only...
it's for Malrine, I think. Not to play, but for him to get the counter pick.
Also, the Enchantress. Do you really want to play into Ench Alchemist on that lane? It could be a little bit rough, even for the Bristle, but they go with the Dark Willow. By the way, the hero that we were talking about a little bit earlier hasn't been touched recently. I feel like teams kind of forgot about the Dark Willow. Hoodwink is banned, crit. I think he's gonna be very happy with this one, though.
Yeah, Heroic have done really well, though, in kind of that one smoke comeback, right? That one big action. I am a little bit worried that their first 3 picks into the 15-20 minute timing of like Radiance BKB Alk, Bloodstone, Bristle, their current 3 heroes don't do the damage. They need an extra couple heroes really to obviously do that. So
one thing that Heroic have also done well, though, so far is find Parker's ultimate carry, like the ultimate win condition. Alchemist most of the time isn't the ultimate win condition. So maybe they can switch things up a little bit again and get something that can play well into him. They played it in game number 1.
about the Monkey King again, right?
First and foremost this. Like, I was thinking about this when the Enchantress was picked. Like, why not? You're playing now even into a better... at that point, you only saw the Bristleback. Now you see the Alchemist as well.
Do you have preference on who plays the Sand King and who plays the Timbersaw? Because both of them can play either.
I would just rather have... you don't see the matchup, right? So right now I feel like it's much easier to put the Sand King on the mid lane and Timber on off lane, just because you don't see the matchup. Like, for the Timbersaw, you know you're going to be playing into the Alchemist. Not really... Alchemist right now is a strong laner, but into a Tusk Timber, I think he isn't. Tusk Timber should be absolutely fine in that lane.
Yeah, depending on the lanes for sure, but I think if you had free choice and you didn't care about the lanes, then I think Divine Lama Timbersaw, very powerful, one of his entry heroes in his pro career, and then everything we mentioned about the pacing of a Sand King, allow Analog to be that space maker from the mid lane. But it's also on Falcons if they can find a hero that will maybe pressure that and force that to be changed up. Of course, right, banding up the Husker once again.
Yeah, the last ban they've made so far was Earth Spirit. Now, of course, in the next stage of the ban phase.
All right, so Parker, you get overall last pick. Well, not overall. You get last pick for your team. You know what lane you're up against. You know your carry matchup.
That was one.
Muerta's out.
That was a really good one as well, because it kind of outscales the Alchemist. It's also really damn good into the Bristle. We've seen what she can do today already.
We know he loves TA, but I don't think you want to play that too much into the Alk anyway.
I still don't mind Monkey King.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
the
I think that's...
stand your ground type attitude.
I like it. I feel like Monkey King is maybe the simplest approach here, but let's see. Falcons, this could also be a bait, because so far they've been banning out Monkey King very often. This is the first time I think we are seeing it go through, and versus Alchemist versus Bristle.
And there's no way they forgot it.
Well, they did forget Morphling in a previous game.
I don't think they forgot it. I thought they could beat it.
That's
to be
true.
honest,
That's
Medusa is also a very good ban, because we've seen Parker pop off on that as well.
Yep. It's also slipped my mind, to be honest. And yeah, we kind of praised the concept of Medusa in the last game, but the speed in which Heroic played prevented it coming online. With Falcons lineup, you are aggressive, but it's kind of after 15 minutes. You don't just break the map as early as Heroic did. Therefore, like a Medusa would always get to Manta +1 before it's actually important.
Doesn't Timbersaw sabotage your own Monkey King sometimes?
Sure.
I think on this level, they can play around the trees.
I went for like the polite answer, but yeah.
All right.
Sometimes it does, definitely.
I mean, this grand finals is very good. We would like a game 5.
Yeah.
I mean, I
not
get-
biased at all here, guys.
I get sabotaged by many different heroes in my games, and I sabotage myself, but I don't think these guys will be doing it.
No.
And Monkey King, like a pretty solid pickup.
Nothing too surprising at all. As expected, it facilitates the late game, it's strong, it's good laning.
What's also really good is it would be decent on Falcons as well as that mid lane, but they take it away. What is this? Is this a Malrine Shaker maybe or something like that?
I think Malrine, again, he's had a rough couple games. Like, he's got last pick, he sees everything.
Invoker is in the pool as well, but I mean, is this really the Invoker game? I don't feel that way.
You're gonna most likely go up against that Sand King.
Most likely.
Mid Necrophos. No, it's not Timberman, no.
There's there's quite a few heroes in the pool that he still has also a level 30 on if he cares to go for that one. Because the choice is, do you want to pick a hero that's good for the lane or good for the game?
Because also they don't really have
before
team
they
fight,
just
right?
tango in the end and play the game. A puck is...
A puck?
Okay,
Yeah,
this is a hero that we kind of forgot. It was all the rage in the first couple of days of the tournament.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they had no team fight, right? If we kind of analyze the first 4 heroes of Falcons a bit more, there's no real kind of glue to bring them together. They can set fights up, but
They have some combos now,
They
right?
need- now they have a
you have the Dream Coil into the Terrorize. It's a nice setup for some
Parker,
area of control for the
Rampage,
Bristle,
MK.
for the Alchemist.
Yeah,
It's
yun
solid.
ako.
Overall, I feel like Heroic,
Pang
honestly,
antukin.
I think they're in their head. This draft from Heroic is looking better to me.
Hanap buhay na nakataya
But also,
sa
it's a very good
mga-
puck game, right? You get a last pick puck, your lane's fine. There's no real easy lockdown to consistently shut down the puck. You need to layer a Sand King and a Monkey King whilst dealing with Bristleback. So we've kind of critiqued Marine having a bit of a rough grand finals after that first game. He can also easily pop off.
You feel like this game, more so than the other 3, he's been set up for success in this one.
He definitely has been. If this was some other team than Heroic, I could even see Monkey King going mid. Because that was one of the solutions that we have seen to Puck.
Yeah.
And it was very strong in a lot of games. Monkey King just wins that lane, which maybe some of us didn't expect, including me, that heavily. Like, it was a really strong beatdown versus some players. So,
Nandun pa
overall,
rin ako,
if they don't
guys.
switch the lanes up, like T said, Puck is set for success. We'll see just how strong of a hero he is,
Sira na
because
naman ang body
maybe
clock.
these lesser teams, in comparison to Falcons, of course, played the Puck and didn't succeed with him.
I just know that if this game does go late again, Heroic are so scary, right? Like, late game Monkey King, out falling off, Scardy on a Monkey King as well. Like, I think for the sake, like, if Heroic are to beat Falcons, I kind of want it to be like the 55-minute game, the big Parker performance once again with the initiations of Analog. But yeah, it's a really strong draft from Heroic. But Falcons, again, I think they've got some big player comforts coming into a potentially your last game, and that is really going to help them deal with some of the kind of confidence that they've lost, I think, in this grand finals.
Well, we know that maybe Alchemist falls off a little bit, but the Bristle doesn't, correct?
Yeah, he never falls off. I feel like he itemizes him in so many different ways. Eventually, he comes online one way or another. And look, seeing game number 1, 2, and 3, we're probably getting to game number 5 as well.
I would love to see it, but if this game is going to be at least anywhere close to the games we've had so far, we are going to have one heck of a show. This could potentially be the final game. Will Heroic win this grand finals and take that trophy? We're finding out after some words from AUI 2000.
Thank you, Shiver. Yes, I am here with Howie from Falcons into a very big game here. Now, I have to ask before we begin, did you have a conversation about the gentleman's agreement to never pick Brood again? Did this come up? Is there an agreement, or is it still on the table?
There's no agreement. PGL just told us that it's like something to do with the set. So just don't take off the Brood set if you're going to pick it.
So we could see it again?
Yeah, but not hopefully. Hopefully we can see it again, so because the series doesn't end here, you know?
Yes, yes, indeed. I do hope so. Well, not. I don't want to see that one again, but I hope the series doesn't end for sure. So let's talk a little bit about that draft. Or Puck, I haven't seen that little critter in a long time. You know, it's pretty popular in the early tournament. Why this game?
We just think they don't have that much catch for it. I mean, there's like some Monkey Stun and maybe a Sand King Stun, but like I think Maureen's a really good Puck. So if he's having a good game, I think he can honestly, like, he's actually the real carry of this game, even more than the Elk.
Okay, that's a pretty standard on your team, you know, floating carries, whoever, you know, rises to the occasion.
Is what it is, you know. Whoever's having a good game, I think we're like happy to roll with it.
Absolutely. Now, there was, speaking on carries, a lot of targeted bans coming out this time from your guys' side. Of course, Parker been kind of popping off. Although I was interested in why the Naga ban. It was one of the other ones. It was Naga and Storm, I believe, the ones that weren't specifically targeted at him. Any reason you could share?
I mean, they beat us with Naga last time, and honestly, like, I think their 5-player plays, honestly, I think he's just very good. And if you give a good player Naga, like, I think this hero makes the game very hard.
Well, it should be a hard game, I hope, either way, as we are all hoping for the Game 5. You guys have already put up an incredible, incredible series. Better than anything I saw at TI, so thank you very much for that. And we'll go into Game 4 and see if we will be making it past 4.
Yes, we will. We're going to see if we're going to be making it past 4. We're already into the game. Send the Parker Monkey King. It's through. I'm terrified. Should we be terrified?
I don't want to read too much into this and speculate too much, but I saw Malreen's facial expression when that hero got picked. And we didn't hear it in the coach interview. I think a lot of the times if something like this does happen, AOI himself will actually bring it up, but I genuinely wonder if they kind of forgot about it in the end. They've been banning it first phase the last 3 games. Sometimes you're going to let something through and be like, we'll deal with it later. But ultimately, it comes out it's the very last pick for Heroic here, and they choose to run with the puck in the end, which you heard from AOI there's not the best catch for puck. I still feel like Monkey King has looked really good against this hero in general.
Yes.
I don't think the heroes necessarily have to lane against each other for that to be true. But we'll see. Maybe they didn't forget about it. Maybe it was by design. And maybe, you know, sometimes you just catch a player in a weak moment on camera.
Ooh, Analog given the question mark and the immediate buyback. Malrine not wanting to miss those creeps, but still never feels good when you see your mid buyback at minute 130.
That was really, really close. I think he got baited by the fairy fire.
What's going on here? Sin, they're actually going to beat down Skidder too. Hold the phone, Falcons. It came to play in game 2, but this one, it's looking a little bit spooky. Holy moly, man. They're getting kills all over the place.
Good start for Heroic. Especially the mid kill is huge. This is a lane that we've seen the Sand King lane against a lot of heroes, and if you have a tough time with the Dust Devil facet that he's running this game, you can just pull waves. But now there is a potential of winning the lane against Malrine's puck, which would be a very good start for them.
Pop it
Damage down bottom onto Parker, but they do have the Nature's Attendants to heal him up a little bit.
Also has that Boundless Strike at the ready. Analog going to need to go and get a full bottle, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to make that work. And for a second, we also did see Parker with the Simian Stride, but he did switch back over to Wukong's Faithful.
Okay. Right.
So we are not having the running all over the place Monkey King.
Yeah, I think he was debating it because this is the one he has now is the one he's been taking the majority of the time as carry.
Right.
But we were discussing whether he was thinking about Simian Stride specifically as a target, as a way to target puck.
Yeah.
This does shift my opinion of the matchup quite a bit, actually, because I think part of the reason the Monkey King has been so good against puck has been that facet. Now that you're playing without it, you can't as easily chase down puck indefinitely when he jumps away. So you can get the reset with that hero when you're under pressure. So I do think, for me, that is good news for Malrine's game specifically. It's bad news for everyone else, as I do think he's got a lot of value out of the Wukong's Faithful, but for the puck, I do think you'd rather not play against Simian Stride.
Fair enough. Malrine going to be able to deny out one of these creep waves. You did see that Sand King pulling it over to the hard camp and was able to farm up both of those simultaneously. Now, Rain does have a wave coming in underneath his tower, which he's going to hit with the curveball, try and draw aggro. And that does mean that a good chunk of these creeps are going to be gone. Boundless again, but the glyph. Oh, he did not manage to get the heal up from that one on Parker, but KJ there with the Nature's Attendants to keep this Monkey King a little more survivable, and then he'll salve up after. So a little
breaking it immediately with the Shadow Realm.
Does have Boundless still, so I think that he's going to be able to full heal off of
he'll heal on this wave now.
Yeah, that keeps him fine. But an interesting dynamic that we find ourselves in here, as Snake King will get hit. Snowball to dodge, pulls him inside, and a self-stun onto Skidder. Further damage forward. Devi Llama brings down that Shadow Demon.
You've got to be really careful with the stun in this lane against the Snowball. When you don't have a reliable stun setup, Schofield can just cast Snowball after a second and a half of channel. Damn, Skidder is really getting punished here by Devi. He's, okay, maybe a little bit too crazy, maybe not.
They go in
they just kill him.
Skidder, dead. This top lane is a disaster for Falcons.
Oh boy, have they broken them. This is the most one-sided early game we've seen in this series. 2K gold at 5 minutes. And it's also the first time that Heroic have really had this big of a lead. Or a lead in general, it feels like, in the early game. At least to this extent, we've not seen that.
I mean, it does beg the question. You always think about this a little bit, but a team that has so much success, how do they handle the pressure when they're down in a series in a best-of-5? Are they going to be able to stand up to the challenge here? Now, it's obviously a team that has a bunch of veteran players. They're going to be able to make a comeback happen at some point in this game, but 2K down right now is a great start for Heroic.
And they have some good matchups later in the game. This time around, they have Timbersaw against Elk and Bristle. And with Devi having a head start, he's even getting the Lotus there. He's just going to go with Skitter right away.
Skitter.
Down to half. He'll live, but the pressure in this lane is massive. Coil.
Trying to find this kill, but he snowballs him out of Coil? I did not know that was a thing.
And Schofield will also just... Okay, he'll also live.
Oh, man.
I think Snaking was about to disrupt him, but the drinking buddies will pull him over. And not only is this move from Malrine unsuccessful, but Timber's ready to go again.
Yeah.
He's full HP and mana almost, so if Schofield sees a moment of opportunity, Skitter is probably not going to expect this. They're in.
Try to chase. Shards are there. Big hit with the Whirling Death. They will disrupt for the moment, but honestly, Devi has been known to go in time and again. When he hits level 6, Elk cannot stay here.
And this was Devi's
wraparound? Down bottom? Oh, the timing, heroic. They're really starting to turn up now. Crit is going to be able to get the Wisdom Rune here, most likely, unless they can outclick it. No.
Okay, that is big for Falcons that they at the very least defend that, so they get something. Oh, yeah, this is looking great for Heroic. Remember, this was the hero for Devi Lama back in the NADPC when he was playing there.
Yeah.
His Timbersaw was flat out solo carrying games almost in some of the matchups that they had. And obviously the level of play that he's facing now and how much he has improved is... It was a training ground for him. Now these are the real games that you've been preparing for all this time, and he's showing a lot of experience and prowess on the hero, just crushing this top lane together with Schofield. Devi got some criticism in his previous series for not performing to the level you'd like to see, but so far in the finals, I think he's had a very good showing, and he'll keep going.
Snake's dead.
He is level 6 now. Skater just cracked 5. I think it's time to abandon ship here on Alk and get out into the jungle, because you're going to die in the tower.
I mean, Timber is walking all the way home. He took a lot of damage from those 4 stacks of poison, so it's a little bit of extra time that Skitter can hold this wave here. There is going to be a coil, and Analog in some trouble, trying to dodge away, still living. KJ in the area, the snowball, it's ready, and they also have the heals coming in. Analog is fine, Malrine is dead. This could not be going worse for Falcons.
How's Crit going to get out of this predicament?
Is he going to go for a snipe maybe? No.
He's just walking back the other way.
I mean, they're just running at them. Like, Falcons, they're not doing anything. They can't do anything. Skitter is also getting killed by Devi Lama. They are going to bully and kill Snaking, trying to save the kill for somebody else, but does not end up mattering. Amor shows up now. Burrow strike it. Oh, you have to kill him here. The snowball is not in time. They do manage to bring down Analog finally, but the tower is dead at 8 minutes, and Amor is still starting to die. KJ takes him down in double kill. Oh, KJ, the body block's coming in from the illusion, and they boundless. They finish him. Level
Analog
6
gets the kill with his illusion rune of all things.
Listen.
Oh boy.
Parker had carried them through all of these other games. It is now all of Heroic that are online, and Falcons, I mean, they're getting their puck creeps denied out by a freaking Tusk in the mid lane.
Skitter will get off his concoction, but he is not happy up here. Is he actually gonna...
Oh, very close to dead, and Analog comes in. They disrupt, though. All right, Falcons trying to bring numbers. Devi Lama goes for the zip away. Schofield is nearby, ready to help out. Snowball save onto the creep. Malrine shows up. Analog is here. They have more damage. Epicenter getting ready to channel it. They do kill off. Finally, this Timbersaw. Schofield tries to run. Wukong's command boundless. They managed to bring down that Tusk. Now Malrine hiding away, and needs to make sure he doesn't get ran at here. Just the high octane tempo coming from Heroic. I mean,
It's a good defense from Falcons, though. They finally get something going. They find these 2 kills. The kill on the Timbersaw is really valuable. He was 3-0. He gave a lot of gold over. So now the lead is down to 3, but they find Malrine.
You're gonna run out of tips, guys. Take it easy. My goodness. Sin, were you expecting this type of gameplay coming out? Like, is this sort of to what we should be expecting from the Heroic draft?
I think they're doing exceptionally well. I was not expecting this. I'm not surprised to see them do well in the lanes, because I think their matchups are pretty good, but not this good. They're just really on fire, and Falcons seem a little bit stunned from the previous 2 games, and they have pretty short time to get their stuff together, because this is the current state of things.
Oh, wow.
It's an Alchemist that's behind in the early mid game. Dota Plus doesn't like that. It likes when Alchemist is ahead. And it's going to be a challenge to overcome. And I think what Aoi said in the interview is actually going to be kind of important right now. I don't think this is a game that Alc, in theory, necessarily needs to carry. But I think at this point, he can't be the first one to carry. I think now the puck, and especially the bristle of Amar, need to come up big in the coming fights, but it's just not the best bristle game.
Yeah.
You have Impetus, you have Timbersaw, you have Monkey King. The Monkey, by the way, with a very early Mage Slayer.
Amar almost dying to Ancients here, barely surviving through it. Keep in mind, these Enchantress makes the jungle stronger, which is making this harder for Amar to finish off. He's actually going to smoke up now to finish those Ancients. Meanwhile, Sand King, Analog, does manage to get away, but now Snowball in, and with a Chakram out, it does look like Crit's getting away for the moment, but the Epicenter in, and yeah, they will kill you off. I mean, the other thing that Aoi said was that this was supposed to be a puck game to carry eventually. That's not happening. Like, Malrine is completely destroyed in this early game. He needs so long to catch up.
Yeah, it's definitely not happening for the foreseeable future, that's for sure. It's going to come down to Falcons finding some sort of strong teamfight combination and winning something. Because the return goal they get if they find a 2 or 3 hero fight will help a ton. At the current point in time, the problem is nobody has a meaningful item. You're stuck with half an Axe on the Bristle, you have half a Witchblade on the Puck, and Alk is working on Radiance. So you have, like, let's say you have 6,000 dead gold.
Yeah.
And the enemy team has a 5k lead. So it's not 5 then. Their current net worth value, like how they convert this gold to meaningful items, it's probably more like a 10k lead right now.
Yeah.
Alk is a phase boots, you know?
Rough.
Still doesn't have the relic. Oh, they're thinking about going on him. They will, Skitter.
If they can get him here.
They're not getting the shards.
Close, very close. That is the relic coming out. Trying to go now onto Analog and blow him up. They bring everybody and they kill off that Sand King.
Yeah,
like you said, this is the type of play you need to make if you're Falcons and trying to force a game 5. They have a bunch of stacks in the jungle here too, trying to catch up through that.
Yeah, step by step, try to stop the bleeding and get Amar the eggs and then fight around him. I think is their play call. Puck will have the Witchblade now, so that's something coming his way as well.
Dreams of boots. As 14 minute is coming in close. They are moving in with Schofield to try and get this rune. That is not going to happen. And in fact, it's going to have to snowball to dodge the Curse Crown. But you can see, like, Falcons bring everybody. And now if Analog seals these stacks...
Oh, that would be big for them.
They are going to be able to do this.
Yeah.
I don't think that Falcons can come and contest this.
You know, they had to go and protect their wisdom, and that's going to cost them.
Yeah. Skitter is starting to accelerate his gold a little bit too. Almost has Radiance completed, but it's a Diffusal Blade done on Monkey King.
Yeah, his build. This is not a build I think we've seen from Parker so far. He's generally been focusing on the Battle Fury and becoming a hyper carry. This is way more of a tempo build from the safe lane. Mage Slayer plus Diffusal Blade, obviously amazing items against the Bristleback and the Alchemist currently, but it is also a little bit higher risk. If things start failing, Parker will not be farming as fast as we've seen in a lot of these other games, but he will find Skitter here, and that's good news.
Diffusal Blade, and obviously not having anything else really to answer to this. Now Parker will throw out the Wukong's command. Boundless Strike is there, completely out of mana. Hex, but walking away. Now Malrine in, trying to do what they can. Amar throwing out some of these quills here. They still have Schofield nearby to protect him. There's going to be the snowball save. The rest of the team moving in. It's going to take him a little bit. They jump away on Parker. Parker gets out, and now Divine Llama shows up. A whirling dervish of damage as Skitter tries to get away, but they chase down this Alchemist. He is going to die. Everybody is going to die. You got to get the hell out of that corner.
That's What an unreal result in that situation. Parker's tree got cut when they initiated. He was stunned for 4 seconds and didn't get his spells off. It becomes a super long chase. Falcons don't have enough damage to burst him out. They snowball save him for 4 seconds. He jumps on the trees, and the cavalry arrives from 20 seconds away. They had to trek half the length of the map to go help them. And somehow, Schofield and Parker buy the time. Look how far away their teammates are.
They're on the other. They're across the river almost. Yeah, they were running for a while, but hats off to Schofield for how long he was able to keep him alive in this. Oh man. It does make me wonder what would have happened if like they just all in on him. Because they kind of just backed away a little bit.
Yeah, respecting the Wukong's command a bit too much there, perhaps. But you also got to remember the Mage Slayer is really negating some damage.
That's true.
Parker's itemization here is what's keeping him alive.
Now up to an 8,000 gold lead here at 15 minutes in. Bloodstone done on Analog. The map feeling very compressed for Falcons. And at this point, like you said, there's always this worry now with no Battle Fury and Monkey King. Do you think that like he has to be staying out there getting kills, or is it just that like he can't afford to lose fights?
Oh, hang on. Okay, I think if you're playing on the enemy side of the map, it's okay that you're less rich than usual. So you don't have to stay super farm, but obviously you have to stay relevant.
Right.
But I think playing a constricting playstyle on Monkey King here is okay. If you're hunting but that's where it comes into play that you don't have Simian Stride, in my opinion.
Right.
Now that he doesn't have that, he's not nearly as good at just jumping around and finding and killing the Alk. So things will take a longer time, but I mean, I can't talk against the amount of lead they have. They're 8,000 gold up minute 18 against Alchemist. It should be pretty straightforward as long as he finds good enough farm and they keep controlling 60-70% of the map. They don't need Parker to be the monster that he's been in so many games, because this time around the other two cores are also filthy rich and have those good matchups.
Well, from bad to worse, they're starting to also get answers now for Alk. In terms of his regen, you have a Veil done on Analog, and I'm sure this is going to be going into Ashiva's very shortly. Game does not feel easier. BKB's coming out soon. And for Falcons, I mean, this is not what you see from them regularly. Sort of everybody around a tower hoping somebody was going to jump on them. And if that doesn't work out, now all of a sudden they're in a situation where you're not really farming the map too well.
The thing you can hold out for if you're Falcons here is they've shown in previous series this tournament, they've shown an exceptional understanding of how to play from behind and playing out on the map and finding farm. So if they can execute that and get to a couple of key items, the potential for a team fight definitely does exist. Especially until BKBs come out on the side of Heroic. You have this combination of catching people in coil and just killing them with the Bristle and the Terrorize. So it's not out of the question, but it is definitely going to be very hard and harder than some of the games they've had to overcome. So we'll see if they can get there. Heroic are not slowing down. Snaking will break a smoke here. He's super dead, but that's okay. All things considered, this smoke, they were hoping for a better target. Yeah, have to settle. Levi will blink in and take that one on the Timber.
Getting closer to these BKBs. And what has felt like at various points in times throughout this series, usually Falcons taking some type of a lead, Heroic being able to pull themselves back into it. Now we're in a situation where it's very much Falcons that are going to need to buy enough time. And as you can see, Maureen able to escape from that one.
That was plan B. He was trying to go through the gate, and then he got stomped by a Centaur creep from Ench, and instead he's forced back to base. So it might not seem like the biggest of deals since he escaped, but think of the efficiency he's missing and what the objective is for Falcons in the game right now.
Yeah.
The fact that he doesn't get to cross the map, he's losing a lot of GPM right now. Because now he's stuck in mid, and he wanted to be bottom and play all of this bottom range of the map and just get all of these camps. Instead, he has to settle for one wave.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. 20 minutes, Tormentor up, and Falcons in position where they would normally be taking it. Heroic are coming in. KJ is right on top of a ward.
They try to set this up.
This is an interesting idea for a fight. I mean, again, this is before Heroic get a lot of their items. Thinking about going. They do have the Bloodstone and almost the full Shivas, though. Jumps in.
He got the wisdom.
Schofield gets it. Now Wukong's down. They'll back out on Heroic for the moment.
I mean, that's good enough for Heroic. They don't have to brute force anything here. Skitter?
Are they the ones doing the brute forcing? Able to burrow strike away, still got caught by that fear, and now Divine Llama backline finds Malrine. Schofield tries to back away. That's a coil only on a Tusk, who will be able to snowball to extend this a little bit longer. And in the meantime, they're just destroying the backlines. Now, the Heroic do not have Wukong's command. Boundless out, able to hit, but Skitter in a lot of trouble now, trying to escape from this one. The epicenter is there. Do they have anything to keep him alive? They buy back on the Shadow Demon, 2 dead. Devi went too far. Malrine is going to fall to the impetus hit, though. And with that, is the fight going to break down? No, because they're still willing to go forward. Parker finds a kill now onto Crit. Amar impetus just dying to the right kicks from KJ. Skitter tries to throw out a stun. Still a lot of heals are there. The continued action as they chase down and kill Amar. Parker able to find him. Skitter now getting hit. They're out of mana on this Enchantress. Still looking for the chase down. Skitter throws a stun, tries to back away, but I don't know if Parker's going to stop here.
This is a bit too crazy, Parker, and he knows it too. It's hard to quantify this, but you just feel it when you see the fights. Holy shit, this Mage Slayer is doing a lot.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy how much this singular item decision from Parker is influencing every single fight. He keeps making sure to hit the bristle, he keeps making sure to hit the puck whenever possible. And you can tell Falcons are struggling to bring heroes down with this damage mitigation. It's just working wonderfully in this game. And it was kind of close, as you pointed out. They were starting to find the kills. They find the one on Timbersaw eventually. And a lot of it is coming from that bristleback, but if they can't keep the heroes contained and if they can't keep the bristle away from the Mage Slayer, it does get a lot harder to get the job done.
21-7. And still a situation where, at least for now, Heroic have been able to get complete control over this game. They are going to head on into the pit now. Roche back up again. Just play, says Amar, as a lot of smiley faces in King Jungles with perhaps the the call of the tournament. Fake like in pubs. Oh no. Oh, don't bring the pub beef into it.
Uh-oh.
All right, Lamar's smiling. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay.
I think Divine needs to be a little bit careful with awakening the beast here. He's reminding Amar of the pub games. That's when he's going to bring out his A game.
Oh,
Schofield with a more logical take.
That's right.
We have more ping than you normal.
That's right.
That was his contribution to this conversation. That's all he had to say.
Schofield, obviously veteran of the scene, been around since had to qualify in NA tournaments on NA servers, so they're used to the ping disadvantage. Does not make it any easier to play, though. As the reconnect will happen, Sand King back into this one. And Falcons' future looking grim, at least in this game.
I do think it was important that the fight they took showed promise. They didn't just get flat out run over, but there's a lot of things that they need to do right to win a fight right now. It's clearly twice as hard for them as for the opposing team to string together a meaningful fight, but it is possible. Now Skater has a 9-second BKB working on a blink. It'll help them quite a bit when he can reliably stay on target. We did see in the previous fight, of course, the Monkey King of Parker did show up with his BKB, so they had that item advantage that we've talked about. And he is actually not going to take the Aegis. He just TP top to farm. And I'm guessing they'll give the Aegis over to Timber, maybe? Or are they going to put it on Analog?
I'm down for either, honestly. Whoever it is just going to, go
Analog it is?
Yeah, it'll be Analog. So very free to zip into these fights and just start them off and make craziness happen. Parker, in the meantime, has items coming out to him on the courier. And that is going to be almost a completed Orchid.
He's buying every item he hasn't bought this tournament in the same game.
Yeah.
Nah, he has bought an Orchid, of course, but it's fun to see this because it's such a different take on his hero's role in the game than the other Monkey King carry games he's played, where it was like Battle Fury, Axe, Butterfly. Well, and now he's buying all the smaller tempo items to just completely try to run them over.
And as much as we, like, you know, have been completely all about how good Parker has been, I really feel like Device stepping up in this series the past 2 games has been one of the difference makers.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Him being able to carry the early stages of these games has allowed Heroic to find a different way to win than just Parker going crazy.
Absolutely.
So, Stun throws it out. Can they kill off Analog? This is the Aegis carrier.
He won't die.
Now the turn, Skitter down to low HP, does not pop BKB. Keeping a hold of that one, not afraid of dying.
Went for that play without the coil, so they just did a concoction into Bristle Burst, and it's not enough. With the Shiva, Analog is tanking a lot of damage.
Still not
try
great
again? No.
tower hitters on the side of Heroic. They have played, at this point, 6 games today. Yep. And going high ground, still the great equalizer.
Is that a shard for Monkey? Yeah.
Looks like it.
So he's going to have the Boundless Strike connector, or escape, depending on the situation.
So what does the dream fight look like for Falcons here to pull them back into this?
Heroic stack up 5 heroes, and you cast all your spells on them, and they all die.
Very good, thank you. That's so great.
Ask a better question.
I'm glad you're the analyst here. They jump
We'll
in,
get out.
and he's
Boundless
going
was
to
on
TP
cooldown.
out.
All right, you get a mulligan.
All right. What does a realistic, decent fight look like here for Falcons?
Oh, that's much better.
Thank you.
You're a fast learner. That's a good question. Ideally, I think if you can coil Tusk +1.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Hang on to Mars. Okay. Well, that's not the ideal fight. This is far from it.
Okay.
If you coil Tusk +1 and you terrorize them and Bristle gets to get off his Bristleback ability during that, ideally while they're in Acid Spray. And it might sound like a lot of conditionals, but it's actually not that unrealistic.
Right.
That you get to combine those spells. Ideally, you kill the Tusk there, and you don't have to get more than 1 kill necessarily, but you need to put so much pressure in the fight that Heroic are on the back foot and have to retreat. But currently, they're very much on the front foot, pushing the high ground. Amar does not want to buy back for this. There's absolutely no way he's going to do that. So they have 10 seconds for free.
They find the Snake King, man. He is in trouble, going to die. Now stunned onto the Monkey King. He is hitting very slow on Skeeter. Seeing if they can find this finish, though. He does not have Aegis on Parker. Being brought somewhat low, hunting for more. Oh, dodges away and back up to full HP. Never mind. Now Malrine caught. Malrine killed. He has buyback too, but if you buy back on Puck at this point in the game, it is so painful. Tusk is buying back instead. Okay, not wanting to give them an opportunity to take a good fight. Schofield always there as a support to help out his buddies. Boundless hits in, Analog onto Amar, taking too much damage, and the Mage Slayer means he cannot live through it.
Oh my god, they just can't.
It feels so bad.
It feels like damage issues. That has been the story for a lot of the games we've cast this tournament. When one team gets ahead, it's just hard to pierce through their defenses. And for Falcons, if you don't layer your spells perfectly, if you don't have all the heroes, it's what you see Heroic taking advantage of there. They know when Bristle is dead, they can get away with murder, and they just go and push the high ground immediately, recognizing that Falcons just can't kill the cores without this Bristle. And then, subsequently, the spells from Falcons have been used, so when Bristle's alive, they've already killed the Puck, and they can just keep going. It's just so clean, it's so simple. And at this point, we're reaching the territory where you need to pull off an absolute miracle, honestly, to pull this one back for Falcons. And can you believe you're saying that minute 29?
It's crazy.
It's definitely not been the story of the tournament, but this is probably Heroic's best performance as a team in any individual game. And it's just the perfect game to do it. It's when it matters the most. It's when you can win the championship here. All their players are shining.
All they need to do is be able to break high ground a couple more times. They would be the first South American team to win an international LAN ever.
This is the Hail Mary. I feel like if this play fails from Falcons, it could just all be over. Trying to get a wrap. If they find Davai, he's honestly a tough kill with a Lotus and Kaya-Sanj. He's very tanky.
Amar shows on the wave.
Yeah, he's just blink breaking the smoke. He knows they're there.
Thinking about going, but it's
They're
a
on to
stun.
Schofield.
And they'll immediately caught. They coil only him. It's not enough. It is not good enough. Davai goes through the entire squad. Amar is gone. Falcons, they're outside their base, and they don't have a hope in the world right now. Sneyking getting whittled down. Triple kill for Analog. The long-range stun reflected back onto Skitter, and, well, he is also getting out of here. Immediately, Maureen comes back in and is almost dead. Ultra kill for Analog. This Sand King is way too big. Mass buybacks. Falcons have to get something here. Have to get anything here. They're looking, they're hunting. Analog hitting onto all of them. Dying, dead. That is a dieback for Amar. Nothing left in the tank here as Skinner is going to self-stun. They get the disruption, trying to keep them alive, but all of Heroic grouped together. GG is called. Heroic are going to take the victory. What an absolutely impeccable performance. The first South American team to win an international LAN, and they're hugging him right there. Schofield, much appreciation from his mid-player Analog.
Wow. What a great journey this tournament was for them. They enter as, you could argue, one of the favorites for top 3, but I don't think a lot of people would have placed them at the very top. With the team on your cameras right now visibly very disappointed. Falcons were the favorites. They were the ones meant to win this. They won the upper bracket final 2-1. Going to today, you feel like they've leveled up, they've learned what they needed to. But ultimately, Heroic, they figured out the issues after yesterday, and they come in today. They get better with every game, it felt like. And ultimately, just have what it takes to take down the Giants. And what an incredible achievement for this team. They bring in Parker, and he is probably, I mean, is there any doubt he's the MVP of the tournament at this point?
I don't think so. He had a superstar performance in every single series that he played in. The most damage, the least kills, the most impact, and a breakout performance for this player that has already broken out in a lot of ways as they'll head on over. Give their respects to the team that they were able to take down in this one. Falcons that won so many times this year. Here in Wallachia, they were brought down by Heroic in just an unbelievable performance.
And I guess, again, you talk about Falcons. It's second place. It's not what they came for, but this team keeps placing high. It feels like this year their worst tournament placement that I can remember was the 4th place. Was it 4th at TI, I believe?
Yeah.
Always top 3.
And just like that, we present for you the first South American team to win an international LAN, your PGL Season 2 Wallachia champions, Team Heroic.
Kamukha ni Heroic yung malakas mag-DOTA sa amin sa Montalban. Ayoko na. Sige na. Celebrate nyo na yan. Collab na ako, guys. Tayo. Wala. Talo lang. Talo ko ng 20k. Tapos 2,500? 20,000. Tapos panalo yung ko ng 5k. Panalo yung 5k ko na 22k. Ay, goal pa din.
Ladies and gentlemen, your PGL
Guys, hindi ko na papanoorin yung interview, so dito na natatapos yung stream natin. Salamat sa lahat ng mga nag-drop by dyan sa stream. Babawi na lang ako next time.
what you've
Tanginang
been through
yan.
to get to this point as well,
Akala
and the
ko,
first SAT to take it.
Masarap ang tulog ngayong
Absolutely,
gabi.
guys. What an accomplishment. What an
Disaster. Sige,
achievement.
guys,
I'm just going to
GG.
go down the line.
Don't forget,
We're start off with Mr. Coast
play
here.
responsibly.
I know you
Medyo
believed in this team
nanggigil
this
kasi ako
entire
Dapat
time you're
okay
here.
na
You
ako
kept
nung
telling me, we're not underdogs. We're going to make it. How's it feel
Congrats
to lead
din
the
sa
boys to
mga
victory
nanalo
here?
dyan sa
I mean,
Parley
it's everything I
GG,
can
guys.
say all
DY.
together, all the positive things. This is just amazing. I didn't like.
See you
I
next
knew
stream,
our
guys.
team had a lot of potential.